Welcome to The Mother I Couldn't Be, a gripping tale of buried secrets, stolen motherhood, and the lies that bind a family together more tightly and more dangerously than blood ever could. The moment I wrapped my hand around my newborn daughter's tiny fingers, I felt something inside me ignite, a fierce, instinctive love I never knew I was capable of. But before I could even whisper her name, my mother's trembling hand closed around mine, her pleading eyes stealing the air from my lungs. She told me I was too young, that my older sister, who had longed for a child for years, needed this baby more than I did, and so, with my heart shattering into pieces too small to ever gather again, I let my sister take my daughter home and call her Carly. For 16 years I lived in the shadows of my own secret. I watched from a careful distance as Carly grew up in a house filled with love, a house where she believed I was just her aunt and my sister her rightful mother. Every birthday candle she blew out, every scraped knee she ran crying from, every hug she gave the woman raising her, those moments belonged to me, and I could never claim them. Now, with a new baby growing inside me and a husband, Reed, who believes this will be our first child together, the truth claws at the walls I've built. The past refuses to stay buried, and the daughter I surrendered all those years ago is growing into a young woman who deserves answers. But revealing the truth could destroy everything: my marriage, my family, and the fragile life my sister built on the foundation of a lie I helped create. Some secrets are kept out of love, some out of fear, and some because telling them may ruin more than one life. In The Mother I Couldn't Be, one woman must decide: is reclaiming the truth worth losing everything she has left? Prologue. She thought the worst part would be the pain. She was wrong. The lights above flickered, casting an unforgiving glow over everything. She lay still, frozen, her fingers gripping the stiff hospital sheets as though they might anchor her to the moment, keep it from slipping away. Her throat burned from the effort of holding back tears. They said it would be quick, simple, and then she could go back to her life. But nothing about this felt simple. "You're doing the right thing," a voice murmured beside her. Familiar, comforting. But it didn't soothe her the way it was meant to. If anything, it only added to the knot of confusion twisting inside her. Her eyes darted to the door. She wished she could run, wished she could stand up and say no, but they had told her, again and again, this was the best way, the only way. But how could she know? How could they? "It's what's best for everyone," the voice said. "You'll see. It'll all be okay." Would it? She wanted to believe them. She wanted to trust that they knew what they were talking about, that somehow everything would go back to normal once she walked out of this room. But nothing felt normal. Not anymore. The door creaked open and she flinched at the sound. Her heart dropped into her stomach. They were here. The air shifted, heavy. She turned her head just enough to catch a glimpse. They stood by the door, awkward and expectant, as if unsure if they should step forward. They looked at her, not with pity, but with an odd sort of eagerness. The bundle shifted, the tiny sounds muffled as the nurse turned, handing it over to the waiting arms. She wanted to scream, to reach out, to stop it from happening, but her body felt numb, locked in place by something heavier than fear. The moment the baby was passed to them, she saw the expression on their faces change. Relief, joy, something like gratitude. They were crying, but she wasn't. She couldn't. "It's a secret, remember?" The voice was soft now, but it held an edge of warning. "No one can ever know. You don't want to ruin everything." She didn't want to ruin anything, but what if everything was already ruined? The tears came then, hot and fast, slipping down her cheeks. The weight of the secret crushed down on her like a huge hand over her mouth. How could she go back to normal after this? "Thank you," someone whispered. She wasn't sure who it was anymore. A hand brushed her shoulder, but she barely registered it. "You'll forget, sweetheart," the voice promised. "In time, this will all be behind you." She nodded, but deep down she knew it was a lie. There are some things you never forget. And this secret, this loss, would be one of them. Chapter 1, Violet. The laughter and chatter swirled around the long dining table, but Violet couldn't take her eyes off Carly. 16. She could hardly believe it. Carly was officially 16, tall and confident, full of life, and so bright that Violet felt a quiet pride swelling in her chest. How had they gotten here? It seemed like just yesterday Carly was the little niece looking up at Violet with wide, curious eyes, trailing behind her whenever she came to visit. And now here she was, a young woman ready in a few short years to take on the world. Yet under that pride there was something else. The significance of it pressed against her now, harder than ever. "Stop it," she told herself, gripping her hands tightly. "Just enjoy the evening." From across the table, her sister Corinne gave her a sideways look. Violet put on a smile she hoped would mask whatever was swirling inside. She placed a hand on her stomach, still flat even at 12 weeks pregnant. The whole Arbor family was there on this early September evening to celebrate Carly, and while Violet was used to working alongside them all for 40-plus hours a week, the family get-togethers always hit a little different. Carly stood suddenly, tapping a fork against her glass, bringing everyone's attention to her. Okay, she said with a grin, silencing the table. "I just wanted to say something real quick." Violet's pulse quickened. Her nerves were already on edge, what with the Caldwell deal at work and the roller coaster of emotions her pregnancy was taking her on. Now, an impromptu speech? She knew she was being irrational. There was no way Carly... No, she couldn't. Violet shot a quick glance at Corinne, whose face seemed to have turned a shade or two paler. "What is this all about?" "I just wanted to thank you all for being here tonight," Carly gushed, her cheeks pink with excitement. 16 is like a huge milestone, and I don't know, I guess I just wanted to say, you guys really are the best family I could ask for. Everyone murmured appreciatively, and Violet smiled at Carly, her shoulders relaxing slightly. "It's just to thank you, nothing more." "That was very sweet, Carly," Lois said, patting her granddaughter's hand. Carly had always been mature for her age, a result of being an only child, perhaps. While her friends went to the movies, it wasn't unusual to find Carly hanging at her grandparents' and playing Boggle with Grandpa Buck. Violet hoped her baby would be just as family-oriented someday. Everyone took turns giving the birthday girl a hug. When Violet opened her arms, Carly stepped in, squeezing tight. "That was especially for you, Aunt Violet," Carly whispered. Violet's heart lurched, and for a moment she felt like she might actually shatter into pieces right there at the table. The sentiment ambushed her, and once again the urge to word vomit overcame her. It was right there, teetering on the edge of her lips. What was happening to her? Why now? Violet felt as though the room had grown quiet, all eyes on her as if they could sense her internal struggle. Her palms grew damp, and her breath came in shallow, uneven gasps. She could feel Carly waiting, expecting her to say something, a response to her heartfelt words. Violet's lips parted. The truth hovered, ready to break free. But she couldn't, not here, not now. Instead, she swallowed hard and forced a smile, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you," she said, her hands trembling. "I'm so proud of you, Care Bear." Carly smiled back at the use of her nickname, oblivious to the storm raging inside Violet, and the conversation around the table slowly resumed. But Violet couldn't shake the feeling that she had just narrowly avoided a disaster. Lois shot a look in her direction, one Violet interpreted as a warning. Even Corinne seemed to be steeling herself. Violet could still feel the words stuck in her throat, choking her, but she knew she had to keep them down, for now at least. Reed leaned over, grinning. "She really looks up to you, huh?" Violet managed to give her husband a weak smile. "Yeah," she whispered, her heart racing. "Yeah, she does." Looking back to Corinne, Reed added, "I hope our kid turns out as great as yours." The conversation hummed on through dinner. With plates cleared and bellies full, Violet's eyes drifted again toward Carly, who was sitting at the edge of the table, her face lit by the glow of her phone, fingers flying over the screen. Carly scooted back from the table. "I'm just going to make a quick call," she said, holding her phone up in explanation as she moved toward the door. "Carly," Corinne said firmly, "not now, not while everyone's still here visiting." Carly groaned, clearly annoyed, but her feet stopped just short of the exit. "Just like 5 seconds, Mum. You guys are talking about work stuff anyways." Violet could feel the shift in the air, the low trepidation that hummed whenever Corinne laid down one of her hard and fast rules. Violet looked at Carly, standing there, frustrated, clearly wanting to escape, and it hit her again. The control, Corinne's rigid tendencies. If that were my daughter, Violet thought, I wouldn't be so suffocating. "Oh, Car, go ahead," Violet said suddenly, the words slipping out before she could stop them. The permission was flippant, but it carried enough power to make Corinne freeze. "Violet," Corinne said, "it's her birthday. If she has something important—" Corinne's eyes flashed with something like irritation, and Violet instantly regretted speaking. The whole table seemed to pause, the casual business talk fading into a tense silence. Reed gave Violet a look, confused, oblivious, but she kept her gaze on Corinne. "It's about being present, Violet," Corinne snipped, as if she were explaining something, obvious to a child. "We're all still here together. Carly's been on her phone enough tonight." Violet could feel her face flush, but she wasn't backing down. Not this time. "I just mean, it's a couple minutes. She's been with us all evening." Corinne kept her voice level. "Now's not the time." Violet swallowed the response bubbling up inside her, the instinct to argue back, to point out that Carly was almost an adult now and didn't need to be micromanaged like a child. But she bit her tongue. "You're right," she said instead. She gave Carly a small shrug, and the teen groaned and returned to the table, plopping down next to her father, who tousled her hair playfully. In that moment, like a million other moments when the two were side by side, Violet couldn't help but notice the differences. Carly's olive-toned skin, her deep eyes, the dark waves of her hair. Jonah's light brown eyes, the way his fair skin flushed easily under the glow of the chandelier. They didn't look alike, not at all. Carly shot Violet a look that said, "Thanks for trying," then irritably set her phone aside, and Violet was reminded that even the most amenable of teens still had their moods. The conversation resumed around the table, slowly picking back up where it had left off. The moment between Violet and Corinne seemed to dissipate. But it wasn't gone, not really. Something had shifted, a switch had flipped in Violet's brain. The words from moments ago came rushing back, "If that were my daughter." Only this time she allowed herself to sit with the truth instead of pushing it away. The words were no longer hypothetical. Carly was her daughter. Chapter 2, Corinne. "Let's have cake, huh?" Corinne said, trying to move the conversation back to lighter ground. She got up and crossed the kitchen to the counter where a marbled sheet cake waited. To no surprise, the conversation continued without her, voices mixing together like ingredients in a blender. Her house was never as noisy as when the entire family was together. She'd say these times were few and far between, but that would be a lie. The Arbors were one of those suburban Ohio families that knew each other's garage codes and entered regardless of whether anyone was home. That, and the fact that Corinne's backyard abutted Violet's, meant that the sisters were in walking distance to borrow a cup of sugar, or for Carly to raid her aunt's closet. Even Pierce, the middle child, had taken a night off from his very busy social life to join the party. At 46, he still favoured the bachelor life, much to their mother's dismay. Corinne's world couldn't have been more opposite. She and Jonah often joked they lived the most boring existence, boring in that reassuring, see-me-without-makeup kind of way, like an old leather jacket, worn in and dependable, exactly the way she liked it. Wasn't that how being married for over 20 years was supposed to be? As she reached for the candles, Corinne peeked over her shoulder at Carly, who was laughing at something Pierce had just said. Some reference to a social media trend Corinne couldn't keep up with. Corinne smiled, feeling the familiar warmth that always came when she looked at her daughter. Today she was officially Sweet 16. Unbelievable. Corinne loved marking each year with a pencil mark on the doorframe, but tonight the ever-present knot in Corinne's gut twisted as she stole a glance at Violet, sitting beside Reed at the other end of the table. Violet looked different tonight. Withdrawn, perhaps. Or maybe it was something else. And what was up with her undermining Corinne's parental authority? She knew she was highly sensitive to anyone, especially Violet, commenting on her parenting, but this time felt bolder. Corinne slid the cake off the counter and turned to carry it to the table, giving her throat a little clearing for attention. Lois took the lead, finding the perfect pitch and directing a boisterous round of happy birthday. Carly beamed as Corinne placed the cake in front of her. Blueberry lemon, her favorite. She leaned in and blew out all 16 candles in a single breath. "We have our first sonogram tomorrow morning," Reed announced with pride in his voice. He beamed at Violet. Underneath the table, Jonah gave Corinne's hand a knowing squeeze. "We'll have to start thinking about names soon," Reed continued. "Violet's already got a few ideas, but I'm holding out for something classic." "Like Carly," Carly said with a grin. Corinne's eyes instantly shot to Violet, whose own gaze dropped to her lap. Reed chuckled. "Sure, like Carly. Should we pick a C name so you and your cousin can match?" "Yes," Carly exclaimed. I can't wait. Finally, I'll have someone to commiserate with about this family." Lois feigned offense. "Oh, because we're so awful." For 16 years, Carly had been the only kid in the family, the only grandchild, the only niece. With Pierce living his best single life, and with Violet being so much younger than her siblings, it hadn't been in the cards for Carly to get a cousin close in age. Carly laughed. "I'm just saying. Most people have a sibling or at least a cousin. I've had nothing." "Yeah, this one will be in kindergarten when I'm in college, but who cares?" "Blame the cousin thing on your grandparents," Violet joked. "Not my fault I was born 16 years after your mother." "That's what you call an oops," Reed chided. "Oopses happen," Buck said with a shrug that made Corinne seethe. Why did some people not think before speaking? Reed leaned over to plant a kiss on Violet's cheek. "Well, I'm pretty happy that oops happened." Corinne's stomach did a little flip-flop, And if Violet's strained facial expression was any indication, hers was doing the same. The sisters locked eyes, and for a split second, the mask slipped. There, beneath the carefully crafted smile, Corinne spied the same conflict, the same unresolved emotions that she felt. At least Reed seemed unaware. Violet looked away quickly, returning her attention to Reed, but the moment lingered. Corinne twisted a napkin in her lap. Something was definitely off tonight. A danger floated in the air, one she hadn't felt for a long time, and even inside herself, everything felt off-center. It wasn't that Corinne wasn't happy for her sister. Of course she was. She was thrilled for anyone who was about to become a parent. Corinne wanted to feel nothing but joy for Violet, and in a way she did. But another part of her, the part she hated, couldn't help but feel a deep, aching pang of envy for reasons far too complicated to explain. Still, she kept things civil. "You must be so excited," she said, at a break in conversation, reminding herself to remain steady, even though emotions churned beneath the surface. Violet nodded, but her smile was tight. "Yeah, it's exciting." Corinne gave a careful smile in return. "I'm happy for you, Violet. You're going to be a great mom." The words felt true, and yet they tasted bitter on her tongue. "The sonogram's not the only big thing happening tomorrow," Buck said, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied post-dinner sigh. "Big meeting, right? Your mother's been running around like a chicken with its head cut off." Buck had a ruddy complexion that matched his weathered loafers and old-fashioned pocket watch, as if he belonged to another era. His nearly white, thinning hair was combed back neatly, and his broad shoulders seemed to shrink only slightly with age. Corinne had always thought her dad was Superman. Lois pursed her lips. "The Caldwell deal has the potential to launch us to the next level, so yes, if that requires me to be a headless chicken, so be it." The mention of the Caldwells made Corinne sit up a little straighter. The deal was the kind of high-profile, high-stakes negotiation that made or broke reputations in their world. Lois had been working on securing this luxury estate sale for months, pulling every string she had. Landing this client and completing the sale would put Arbor real estate even more prominently on the map. It was the kind of deal that could make them the go-to for high-net-worth clients looking for prestige properties across Ohio. "Well then," Buck said, "is everyone ready?" Despite having retired 2 years earlier, he was still very much tapped into the business, not quite able to cut ties completely. To his kids, he was an old oak tree, sturdy and grounded, offering advice when asked, and quiet strength when he wasn't. "Just about," Corinne replied, listing the few things that needed finalizing. She always spoke with a crisp efficiency, as if she were checking boxes on a mental list. Reed and Jonah jumped in, confirming their duties were nearly complete. "Good," Lois said. Corinne tilted her head. "That Mick Caldwell, though, he's a real ball-buster." "I've dealt with worse in my 72 years, Lois replied. Pierce laughed. "Nothing scares Mom. No offense, Dad." He added the last part as if it would soften some sort of imaginary blow to Buck's masculinity. Everyone knew Lois wore the pants in the relationship. Buck's family might have built the business, but it was Lois who had ushered its growth to the place they were now. Corinne pressed her hands to the table. "Once the Caldwells see those blueprints, we're golden. No way they're walking away." "Well, just tell them they can't walk away, how about that?" Violet said with a shrug. Carly laughed, a bright, delighted sound that filled the room. "You're so fearless, Aunt Violet. I don't know how you do it. I literally start to sweat when I have to read out loud in class." "Oh, it's nothing," Violet replied modestly. You just have to be confident even when you're not sure. People can always tell when you're second-guessing yourself. Corinne felt her face burn. Violet was always like this, her pluck coming out when they talked business. If anyone was destined to run the family company someday, it was surely Violet more than Corinne. Sometimes she resented Violet's natural ability. Carly's sparkling eyes locked onto her aunt, her younger, cooler, more beautiful aunt, hanging on to Violet's every word. "I hope I can be like you when I get a job someday," Carly said, cheeks pink. "You're like the coolest person I know." Corinne's stomach twisted. She should have been used to this by now, the way Carly looked at Violet with such wide-eyed admiration, but each time it happened, it stung more than Corinne cared to admit. "I hear ya, Car," Reed chimed in, smiling at his wife. "Violet's the coolest person I know too. She's a shark when it comes to business. I don't know how she does it either." "But let's not rush things," Violet said, glossing over his comment and addressing Carly instead. "You're only 16. You have the rest of your life to work." "Never too young to join the family business," Lois said with a cluck. "Carly will be a natural. She's practically grown up in the office. Our little mascot." "Mom," Violet said, "let her be a kid." Lois gave a dismissive wave of the hand, but Corinne felt a surge of gratitude for Violet's comment. Her mother was like a steel trap, hidden in a velvet glove, petite and polished on the outside, but unyielding and calculating underneath. There were already enough family members working for Arbor Real Estate. If Carly wanted to go in a completely different direction with her life, Corinne would be nothing short of supportive. "Well, sure," Carly said. "I mean, high school is hard enough for now. But someday maybe I can be like you, Aunt Violet. You make it seem so easy." "It's not always easy," Violet said, her tone softening. "But it's worth it when you get there." Corinne's body tensed further, and she silently berated herself for feeling this way. It wasn't that she didn't want Carly to admire her aunt. She did. Violet was her sister, and of course Carly should look up to her. But lately it felt like that admiration was coming at the expense of their own relationship. The way Carly's eyes lit up when Violet walked into a room, the way she listened to her aunt with rapt attention, the way she seemed to be shifting closer to Violet every day, it left Corinne feeling displaced, as if her role in Carly's life was slowly slipping away. And now, with Violet stepping into bigger and bigger roles at the family business, working alongside Jonah and Pierce on high-profile deals, it only magnified the difference between them. Violet was thriving, taking on more responsibility, and making waves in their industry. Meanwhile, Corinne had spent years struggling to carve out her own space, juggling motherhood and her smaller contributions to the company while trying to keep up appearances. Under the table, her napkin was frayed to shreds. "Ugh, forget about it," she told herself. "Don't let it ruin the night." Chapter 3, Violet. The hum of the ultrasound machine filled the small room. Violet lay back on the cushioned exam table, staring up at the ceiling and thinking about the slew of emails waiting for her at the office. It shouldn't have been where her mind was, but Violet knew a distraction technique when she saw one. She anxiously played with the claw clip she'd removed from her long, dark hair before lying down. Open, close, open, close. Snap. She placed it beside her on the table. The paper sheet crinkled beneath her as she shifted, her skin clammy despite the cool air. Reed sat beside her, bouncing his knee with excitement, his hand firmly grasping her forearm. He leaned in, his voice barely containing his joy. "I can't believe we're here. This is it, babe. The first time we'll see our baby." His grin stretched wide, the boyish enthusiasm on his face unmistakable. He had been talking about this moment for weeks, planning, imagining, dreaming out loud about their future. But Violet's heart thudded unevenly in her chest, each beat weighed down by something far heavier than excitement. "Yeah," she whispered, her throat tight. "It's real now." Reed squeezed her arm. "You okay?" She forced a smile, the kind she had perfected over the years, the kind that hid everything. "Yeah, just thinking about the Caldwell meeting. Come on, can't you put work away for an hour?" I am. It's just, I have a stack of paperwork a mile high on my desk and it will still be there whether you enjoy this moment or not." Violet pinched her lips together. "You're right. I'm here. I'm sorry." Before he could say more, the door swung open and the technician entered, breaking the tension in the room. "Good morning, you two. Ready to meet your little one?" she chirped. Reed nodded eagerly and Violet felt the warmth of his hand, a reminder to stay present. The technician squirted a cool gel onto Violet's abdomen and she flinched at the sensation, though it wasn't the chill that bothered her. The ultrasound wand pressed against her skin and the screen flickered to life, showing nothing but a blur of static at first. Reed's eyes widened. "There's the heartbeat," the technician said softly, as if she knew the sacredness of the moment. The sound filled the room, a rapid, steady thrum that echoed in Violet's ears. Her chest tightened and she blinked rapidly. Reed gasped softly. "Oh my God, that's our baby." Violet stared at the screen, at the tiny flutter of life, and her vision blurred. She tried everything in her power to quell her racing pulse, but there was an underlying panic. They say a pregnancy changes a woman's anatomy. What if the technician could tell this wasn't her first pregnancy? What if she said something in front of Reed? Violet was good at lying, but that would be a hard one to pass. "Everything looks perfect," the technician continued, moving the wand slightly to capture more images. "You're measuring right on track for 12 weeks. Reed literally glowed, his eyes locked on the monitor. "Babe, look at that. That's our future right there." She nodded mechanically, not trusting herself to speak. The future. She hadn't expected it to hit her this hard. Seeing the black and white image on the screen, hearing the little flutter of a heartbeat. Suddenly, a wave of heat crashed over her and she fanned herself with a hand. "Everything okay?" Reed asked. "I'm feeling a little light-headed, actually," she said. The technician promptly removed the wand. "Onto your side," she instructed. "There you go, don't worry, it's not uncommon." Violet blinked as her vision came back, the tiny black spots dissipating. "Gosh, I feel so silly. I think I just got overwhelmed for a second." "Totally normal." "I'm only 32, it's not like it's a geriatric pregnancy or something," she said, trying to joke her way out of the embarrassment she felt. Reed kissed her hand. "It's fine, babe. Don't worry about it. This is a huge moment." Huge! That didn't even begin to describe it. Once she felt well enough to continue, the technician finished the scan, then wiped the gel off Violet's stomach with a towel. "Here are some photos for you to take home," she said, handing them a strip of sonogram images. "Thank you," Reed said, taking in the pictures. "This is amazing." Violet sat up slowly, the paper rustling beneath her, her stomach churning with something she couldn't name. The tech hadn't questioned anything about previous pregnancies, and for that Violet could certainly name the emotion: relief. Reed pointed to one of the pictures. "Babe, well, look at its little nose art. That's totally my nose." "You're so right," she joked. As the technician left the room, Reed stood and pulled Violet into a gentle hug, his chin resting on top of her head. "I'm so happy," he whispered. "I've never been this happy." She wrapped her arms around him, leaning into the warmth of his embrace, trying to borrow some of his happiness for herself. "Me too." Violet led the way into the office. "There you are," Lois said in a low voice the second they walked through the door. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about the meeting. I had an appointment. My sonogram, remember? We were talking about it last night at the party. Lois brought a hand to her forehead. Right. Well, good thing you're here now. I want to prep a little before the Caldwells get here. It's important that we project the right image. I know, Violet finished. Lois had been drilling that into her since she could remember. Image, reputation, the things that, to her mother, mattered more than anything else. Exactly, Lois said, satisfied that her point had been made. This deal is ours to lose. Got it. Just then, Jonah and Corinne came around the corner. The moment Corinne's eyes landed on her, Violet braced herself, still feeling the weight of last night's tension clinging to her. Hey, Jonah said, how was the appointment? At least someone cares, Violet thought to herself. Oh, right, Corinne added, her voice suddenly bright, as if just remembering. First ultrasound? Violet hesitated. There was something about the way Corinne said it, almost like she was performing. Or maybe it was just the way everything between them had felt increasingly strained these past few months. It was good, she said, her voice careful, almost uncertain. Reed, unable to contain himself, radiated. Good. It was freaking awesome. Babe, where are the pictures? Violet reached for her purse and pulled out the strip. She passed it to Lois, whose head tilted and mouth softened. Just precious. Incredible, isn't it? Reed said, hand on Violet's shoulder, leaning in like a proud peacock. I mean, look at how clear the profile is. It's like a real live baby in there. I would hope so, Jonah said with a laugh. His eyes held a steady, reliable gaze, the kind of look people trusted immediately. They didn't have 4D images when I was pregnant, Lois added. We didn't even know what gender we were having, the best 3 surprises of my life. Her eyes ticked down for the quickest second, making Violet's brow pinch. Weird. The sonogram pictures made their way from family member to family member until they finally reached Corinne. She took them in her hand, letting her gaze linger on the tiny blob that looked more alien than her future niece or nephew. She held them no more than a beat before passing them back to Violet. Violet stood there, her fingers tightening around the sonogram strip. That's it? No comment? No congratulations? The sonographer couldn't believe how active the baby was, Reed went on. Every time she'd move the wand over Violet's belly, the baby wiggled. I swear I saw it wave. A laugh burst from Violet's lips. It definitely didn't wave, Reed. It barely has arms. Reed's smile only stretched wider. Let him believe it, Jonah said, giving his brother-in-law a pat on the back. Lois continued peppering Violet with questions about the appointment. What was the heart rate? Did they get a good head measurement? And Violet answered them all in quick succession. Satisfied, Lois let out a short, quick breath. Good. Okay, well, now that that's out of the way, we really do need to refocus. The Caldwells should be here any minute. Violet forced a breath through her nose and slid the pictures back into her purse. She should have expected this. After all, her family didn't have the best track record when it came to priorities. Chapter 4, Violet. 10 minutes later, after taking yet another bathroom break, Violet straightened her blazer and took a deep breath before stepping into the conference room. She had a knack for pairing simple outfits with a pop of flair, a bold red lip or dangling earrings that made her style entirely her own. The floor-to-ceiling windows gave the room a bright, open feel, though today it only heightened the sense of pressure surrounding the Caldwell deal. The family had been working on securing this client for months, and today's meeting would set the tone for the future of Arbor real estate. The Caldwells were already seated at the sleek, modern table when she entered. Lois stood, small but commanding, at the front of the room, her olive skin showing the faint lines of time, and her dark bob streaked with grey. Her deep brown eyes were sharp, always observing, and the bold jewellery around her neck glittered with the same intensity as her gaze. She carried herself with an air of authority, her tailored suit exuding the same control she expected from those around her. Corinne was at her side, her expression serene but businesslike. Jonah and Pierce hovered in the background, ready to jump in when needed. It wasn't always this way, with every family member present, but with a deal this big, all hands were on deck. Only Reed, who'd stepped out for another showing, was absent. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Caldwell," Violet said with confidence as she extended her hand to each of them, thinking back to how Carly's comment on Violet's confidence had made her glow. "We're so glad you could join us today." "Hi, Violet," Mrs. Caldwell said, offering a tight smile. "Oh, I love that jacket. Can never go wrong with black, right?" Mrs. Caldwell chuckled, lifting her eyebrows in agreement. Her husband, though, was all business. He folded his giant hands on the table. "We're excited to see what your family has prepared for us." The meeting got underway quickly, with Violet leading the charge. She moved through the presentation with practiced ease, guiding the Caldwells through the plans for the property, an expansive estate on the outskirts of Columbus. Jonah had done a fantastic job with the design proposals, and Violet could see the Caldwells' eyes light up as she detailed the luxury features, the infinity pool, the custom wine cellar, the private golf course. Lois sat passively at first, watching Violet with a look of quiet approval. As the discussion shifted into negotiations, Violet could feel the power in her hands, the rush that came with being the one in charge. It was so opposite of her subordinate position within her family. But that was going to change, she reminded herself. She was going to make some changes when it came to Carly. It was time for the tenacity in her professional life to match that in her personal life. She had spent years learning the business under her mother's guidance, honing her skills in real estate and deal-making. And now she was the one making things happen. It made her wonder at times why it wasn't Corinne in her role, why her older sister didn't have the same passion for the job Violet did. It was probably Carly, she decided. Being a mother meant you had to split yourself in half, partly focused on work, partly on your child. The thought crept into Violet's mind here and there, and she swore she wouldn't let the professional side of her die when this baby arrived. As they discussed pricing and timelines, Mr. Caldwell leaned back in his chair, clearly impressed. "This is exactly what we've been looking for. Priscilla and I think this property is going to be perfect for us." "Excellent," Lois said. Violet's calm smile didn't falter, though inside she was buzzing with excitement. "We're thrilled to hear that," she added. "We'll move forward with contract details and keep you updated every step of the way. I presume we'll need to be in touch with your estate management. Our advisor will have everything you'll need." "Fantastic. I have to tell you," Mrs. Caldwell said, "it's so comforting to be working with competent people. The last time we moved—" She brought a dramatic hand to her chest. "Huh, what a nightmare." "There are business people, and then there are good business people," Mr. Caldwell added. "You know what I mean, Lois." She lifted a single brow. "I do." Violet clapped her hands. "Well, we're thrilled you feel so confident in us. It's our pleasure." Violet caught Lois's eye, and her mother gave her the slightest nod of approval. It was subtle, but it meant everything. Pleasing Lois wasn't easy. She was a woman who expected perfection in all things, especially from her children. But today, Violet felt like she'd earned it in a big way. She had handled the Caldwells with poise and precision, exactly how Lois would have wanted. "We'll be in touch with next steps," Corinne said, standing and moving toward the door. After a round of polite goodbyes and handshakes, The Caldwells left the office, and the energy in the room shifted like a balloon letting out its air. They gave a collective "you." Lois, still sitting at the head of the table, leaned back in her chair with a rare smile of satisfaction. "Well done, everyone," she said, with a hint of pride. "That went exactly as planned." Jonah and Pierce exchanged relieved glances, while Corinne's expression remained as composed as ever. But Violet noticed the spark of something in her sister's eyes, something hard to read, something distant, like she wasn't really present. "Violet, you were fantastic," Lois continued, her gaze falling on her youngest daughter. "You've really stepped up." Violet felt a warm glow spread through her chest. She let out a long breath and pressed a hand to her belly. "And I didn't even have to dash to the bathroom to throw up." "Well, thank God for that." Corinne said nothing. Violet glanced at her, sensing the tension that had simmered between them since the party last night. They hadn't spoken much after Carly's speech, and Violet had gone home with the familiar feeling of words left unsaid between them. As the others began to filter out of the conference room, Violet lingered for a moment, catching Corinne's eye. "Hey," she said, trying to keep her tone light. "Are we still on for our walk tonight?" Corinne hesitated, just for a second before responding. "Yeah, we're still on," she said, but her tone lacked its usual warmth. Her eyes spoke something Violet couldn't quite pin down. "Great," Violet replied, forcing a smile. "I'll be over around 7. Corinne gave a brief nod, then collected her things. "Sure, I'll see you then." Violet watched her sister leave the room, a small knot of unease forming in her stomach. Moments ago, she'd been on a high, but her sister's coolness had taken the wind from her sails. Violet should have expected as much. It was hard to pretend everything was normal when nothing about their family had been normal for a long time. Chapter 5. Corinne. Corinne stood in the doorway of the kitchen watching Carly type away at her laptop. Her dark hair was piled on top of her head in a messy bun, tube socks scrunched on her ankles, a throwback to the 90s. "You do realize I used to dress like this in high school, right?" But that would only get her an eye roll at best. Carly didn't care to hear about how trends were on a 30-year cycle. To her, the biker shorts and claw clips of today were endlessly cooler than anything Corinne might have sported at her age. It always made Corinne laugh. Today's kids thought Kim Kardashian had invented the biker shorts, when really Princess Diana would forever be the queen of the look. "Hey, hun," Corinne said, stepping into the room and leaning against the counter. "What are you working on?" Carly didn't look up right away, too absorbed in whatever she was doing. Finally, she glanced up at her mum, offering a quick smile before her fingers resumed their relentless tapping. "Family history project for school. We're supposed to trace our roots, put together a timeline, all that stuff." Corinne's heart skipped a beat. Family history. She forced herself to stay calm, plastering on a casual smile, even though she could feel the slow churn of dread starting deep in her stomach. "That sounds interesting," she managed, keeping her voice steady. "What kind of details do they want?" Carly shrugged, still focused on the screen. "Oh, just the usual. Where our family's from when people got married, important dates and stuff. I'm trying to make it personal, though. I thought it'd be cool to include pictures." "Harmless, Corinne. Harmless." "Well, I have no shortage of those," she said cheerily. Corinne opened the camera roll on her phone, scrolling back to when Carly was little. "Wow, I really do need to get some of these off here. It's no wonder my phone is so slow. Here, this is what I was looking for. This is one of my all-time favorites." The picture showed Carly as a baby in a high chair. Red pasta sauce smeared all over her face, even more spread across the tray. Carly laughed. Guess my love for spaghetti started young. You were always a good eater. Carly stared at the picture for another beat. That's cute, but I want to go back further than that. She clicked a few more keys, then stretched her arms above her head. Like preemie, I was thinking of including a photo of you when you were pregnant. You know, to show what things were like back then. It's for the section where we write about our birth and early childhood. Corinne's stomach dropped. The words hung in the air, heavy and impossible to ignore. That's a sweet idea, Corinne said slowly, stalling for time as her mind raced for an excuse. But I don't think I have any photos like that. Good one, Carly said with a smirk. But Corinne was quiet. Carly blinked, looking genuinely confused. No pictures at all, really? Corinne shook her head, forcing a small laugh that felt hollow in her chest. I wasn't big on taking photos back then, I guess. Not all women love being pregnant, you know. I felt huge and uncomfortable and... Anyways, it was such a busy time getting ready for you and all. Carly frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. I can't believe you don't have a single picture of being pregnant with me. That can't be true. How big could you have been? I mean, you're not skinny, but you're not fat either. Gee, thanks, Car. Mum, you know what I mean. Teenagers and their bluntness, Corinne tried to laugh it off, but her throat compressed and she could feel her heartbeat picking up, faster now. Carly sat back in her chair, looking disappointed but not yet suspicious. Well, that sucks, she muttered. I guess I have to find something else to add. Corinne steered the conversation away before it led somewhere she couldn't escape. You know, I think your dad took some photos at the hospital when you were born. Maybe that will work. The lie tasted nasty, but what else could she say? Yeah, okay. Corinne swallowed the lump in her throat, relief washing over her as the immediate crisis seemed to pass. She took the seat next to her daughter, glancing over Carly's shoulder at the work on the screen. A family tree. She saw the names of her parents, grandparents, Violet, Reed, Pierce, and then a whole second set for Jonah's side. Everything leading like a funnel to Carly Elizabeth Wolfe at the bottom of the page. Why didn't you guys have more kids? Carly said as she typed. This again, Corinne replied with an exhale. I know I've asked before, but it's always been brushed off. Corinne breathed a laugh to cover the itch in the back of her throat. Your dad and I always said why press our luck when we already had one perfect kiddo. Mum, come on, I'm serious. Did you always plan for me to be an only child? I see you with Aunt Violet and Uncle Pierce, and I can't help but wish I had a sibling. Gee, thanks for the guilt trip. Carly rolled her head. That's not what I meant. Corinne kissed Carly's forehead, capturing the scent of the person she loved more than anyone else on the planet. I know. It was another aloof answer, a half-truth. But it must have been enough to appease her once again because she continued working without another word, a small win Corinne couldn't help but be thankful for. At the same time, however, the small seed of resentment that had been lodged deep in her gut sprouted a new leaf. Despite her gratitude, her contentment with her life, there was an underlying anger at how unfair everything had turned out to be. She didn't enjoy lying to her daughter, and yet it was part of the gig. In the depths of her belly, a fire smouldered. Chapter 6. Violet. Violet crossed her backyard into Corinne's, then let herself in through the sliding glass door on the back porch. For years now, ever since Violet had moved into the neighborhood, they'd made a habit of walking together in the evenings, a routine that was supposed to keep them close. It had started as a way for them to stay connected despite their busy lives, but lately those walks had grown tense, as though they were going through the motions, more out of obligation than genuine sisterly bonding. "Hey, I'm here!" Violet called out, hearing faint voices. "In the kitchen," Corinne responded. Violet followed the sound and found Corinne and Carly sitting together at the kitchen table. Carly's laptop was open, papers spread out all over the table in a way that made Violet smile. She recognized the intensity of Carly's focus, the way her eyebrows pulled together as she concentrated on what she was typing. "Hey, Aunt Violet," Carly greeted her without looking up, her fingers still flying across the keyboard. "Hey, Care Bear, what you working on?" "We're just finishing up this family history project," Corinne explained, her tone a little terse. Violet felt a hitch in her step. "Oh, family history. Interesting." "Yeah," Carly said. "Did you know Grandma's dad was a pharmacist? He had his own little shop in town." "I did. That was before everything went to all the chain drug stores. I remember visiting and seeing all the bottles on the shelves behind the counter." Corinne smiled at the joint memory. "And how you'd touch each label, only for Mum to constantly yell at you." "Stop being so handsy," Violet imitated Lois. "I'm sure Grandpa DiCarlo wanted Mum to take over the pharmacy," Corinne said. "But then she met Dad, discovered real estate, and the rest is history." They lost themselves in the past for a brief moment before Carly snapped them back. "Speaking of history, show Aunt Violet that picture you found of me, the one with the spaghetti." Corinne swiped her phone awake, held it up for Violet to see. Carly grinned. "Tell me I wasn't the cutest baby." Violet's face flushed. "You were absolutely the cutest baby. Looked a lot like me when I was little." Her eyes lingered on Carly, who was already back to work, typing away. Corinne's chair screeched across the hardwood floor. "Ready to go?" It sounded cryptic, and Violet replied with a quick yes, feeling it was best to get out of there. "Have fun," Carly called after the women as they left the kitchen. "I'll just be here slaving away." Violet followed Corinne to the front door, and they stepped out into the mild September night. They walked in silence down the driveway, their footsteps falling into an unspoken rhythm. Violet kept her eyes forward, stealing occasional glances at Corinne, whose face was set in a mask of neutrality. It was the same far-away look from the meeting earlier that day. Finally, Violet couldn't take it anymore. "What's wrong?" Corinne didn't look at her. "Nothing's wrong." "Ah, luteal phase, worst week of the month, I get it." "I'm not in the mood for jokes, Violet." "Sheesh." "I'm serious." "What is it, then?" Corinne twisted her voice into a mocking tone. "Look just like me." Blah, blah, blah. Corinne, "Come on," Violet pressed. "I didn't mean anything by what I said back there. I don't know, it just came out." Corinne exhaled sharply, shaking her head. "It's not just that. There've been other times lately." She gestured to Violet's stomach. "Maybe it's the baby, I don't know, but you're acting different. The things you're saying, the looks." Violet felt her defenses start to rise. "Different how?" "Stepping over the line when it comes to Carly. Saying things you shouldn't, when it's not your place." "Not my place, I see." Now her cheeks were flaming. "Exactly." Corinne sighed. "Listen, I know how hard this has been." "Do you?" Violet shot back. Their pace had quickened, arms swinging. In between verbal jabs, their breathing was heavy. "Yes." Corinne met her sister's eyes. "I do, and I'm sure it's even harder with the pregnancy and everything, but that doesn't mean anything is going to change." Everything went quiet then, like the sentence came with a firm period at the end. Nothing is going to change. Had Violet wanted it to? The silence between them as they walked was deafening, only the sound of their shoes hitting the pavement filling the space. They passed 3 more houses in the development before Violet spoke again. "Corinne, I'm not trying to overstep," she said cautiously. I just want to be a part of her life." Corinne looked away, her jaw set, unwilling or unable to meet Violet's eyes. You are a part of her life, Violet. But there are things you don't understand. You can't just act like... She stopped herself, biting back the rest of the sentence. Like what? Violet pressed, feeling a swell of emotion rising in her chest. What is it that I don't understand? Corinne shook her head, her lips pressed into a thin line. It doesn't matter, just be more careful, okay? We don't need Carly to start to notice things. Violet started, but Corinne cut her off. I know it's hard, Violet. I know this whole thing has been complicated, but we've made it work this long. Don't let a slip of the tongue ruin everything. Violet swallowed hard, her throat tight. She wanted to argue, to push back, but the truth was Corinne wasn't wrong. Violet had been slipping lately, letting her emotions get the better of her. Her face burned. She hadn't realized how close to the edge they were, how fragile this entire arrangement had become. And in a way, maybe she didn't want to realize it. But now, walking in stride with her sister, she couldn't deny it any longer. I'm sorry, Violet said quietly. I didn't mean to make things harder. It was true, at least partly. The other part was a simmering resentment. Maybe Corinne was right. Maybe the pregnancy had brought out new feelings Violet hadn't felt before. Maybe the new baby was altering Violet's brain, causing her to think funny. Corinne nodded, but there was a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Let's just finish the walk. The rest of their loop around the neighborhood was spent in silence, and Violet couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that something between them had shifted, a crack in their relationship that was growing deeper with every step. She'd been feeling it lately and didn't know why, didn't know how to articulate the change. But now it felt perfectly clear. She'd questioned herself earlier, but not anymore. Violet wanted something. She wanted what was rightfully hers. Chapter 7. Violet. 16 years ago, Violet sat on the couch, her hands nervously fingering the lace hem of the camisole layered under her top. It was stretchy. Everything was stretchy, and she considered how long it would fit, how far it would reach over a growing belly. Would she still be able to wear the trendy clothes, the low-rise jeans and wide belts over top that served no purpose, or would she be banished to frumpy options for the foreseeable future? She did have a collection of baby doll tops that were flowy enough, and maybe there'd be a way to... Stop it, she thought. Why was she concerned with fashion when her very future was hanging by a thread? Violet folded her hands tightly in her lap. She could feel her family's eyes on her, but she kept her gaze fixed on the medallion rug under her feet, too afraid to meet their stares. Her heart raced in her chest, and she fought back the urge to stand up and run out of the room. I don't want to be here. I don't want to have this conversation. But she didn't have a choice. Lois, with her perfectly coiffed bob, sat on the edge of the couch, her spine straight, her eyes narrowed as though calculating the best way to approach the situation. Buck sat next to her, arms crossed over his chest, silent but firm. Corinne and Jonah were there too, both quiet, sitting at the opposite end of the room. It annoyed Violet that her mother had included them in this conversation. Her sister was one thing, but Jonah? He wasn't blood. Why not invite Pierce too? Her teachers, the priest who had conducted her first Holy Communion. It was mortifying, admitting this in front of a room full of people. And plus, Corinne and Jonah were old. They didn't know what it was like to be in high school anymore. But apparently, that didn't matter. Everyone worked together, and she guessed that meant everyone dealt with personal problems together too. Violet peeked up through her lashes, hoping not to find her family staring. They were. 4 adults waiting. 4 adults looking at her like she was a problem that needed solving. "Well, we have to figure something out," Lois said finally, breaking the tense silence. "This isn't something we can just brush under the rug." Violet swallowed, her throat dry, but said nothing. She was too scared to say anything that might disappoint them, especially her mother. Confessing the pregnancy was bad enough. The judgment in Lois's eyes had cut deep, making her feel even smaller than she already did. "You're too young for this," Buck said, his deep baritone breaking through the quiet. He sighed heavily, shaking his head. "You can't raise a baby. You're still a child yourself." Violet opened her mouth to respond, but the words stuck in her throat. How could she defend herself when part of her agreed? She was too young. 16, pregnant, and terrified. But another part of her, the part that kept waking her up in the middle of the night, with tears in her eyes for the past few weeks, didn't want to give up. This was her baby. Her baby. "I don't think abortion is the right answer," Lois continued, crossing her legs as if this were a board meeting. "I'm all for women's rights, but I just don't know." Corinne shifted uncomfortably in her seat, exchanging a glance with Jonah. The anguish between them was palpable, and Violet could see Corinne wringing her hands. Her eyes appeared watery, and Violet had to hold back from saying, "Why are you the one crying?" "Adoption, maybe," Buck added, glancing at Lois. "There are good families out there, people who can give this baby what it needs." Violet's stomach twisted. The idea of handing her child over to complete strangers sent a cold shiver down her spine. She opened her mouth, trying to find her voice. "I don't want to—" "What other choice do you have, Violet?" Lois interrupted. "You're a child. I'm not a child. Stop saying that." "Well, you're certainly not an adult. An adult would have been smart enough not to get in this position in the first place. Sleeping with boys when you're not even going steady. I thought we raised you better than that." Violet's face burned at the undertone of her mother's words. Lois didn't have to speak them aloud for Violet to know they were there. Slut. Trash. But it wasn't like that. She didn't sleep around. Teenagers hooked up. It happened all the time. Scotty had been her biggest crush forever. Never in a million years did she think the condom wouldn't work. Corinne folded her arms. "Come on, Mum. Give her a break. She messed up. Don't you think she knows it?" "Oh, so now you're on Violet's side? You're condoning this." "That's not what I'm saying. I just don't think you need to be so hard on her." Violet felt a warmth toward her big sister. They'd always been so far apart in age that their lives were completely unrelatable. When Violet had been potty training, Corinne had been graduating high school. Now Violet had just gotten her driver's license, and Corinne had already been married for years. The two were in utterly different phases of life, and Violet had assumed Corinne, perfect Corinne, would back their mother 100%. That she was sticking up for her instead made Violet see Corinne in a new light. "This family has a reputation to uphold," Lois spat, "and I'm not about to let a teenage pregnancy ruin it. Besides, we've already made it very clear Violet can't raise a child when she's a child herself." "So, adoption," Buck said again. Lois shook her head. "No, adoption is not on the table." "But you said no way to abortion." "Right. Why not?" Corinne said. "Because I said so. End of story." "Then what other option is there?" Violet's chest tightened. She wanted to scream to tell them they were wrong, that she could do it somehow, that she could have this baby, but she had no idea how, and that made it all worse. Scotty didn't even know, and Lois had forbade her from telling him. No sense in steering his life off course too, she'd said. It wasn't fair, and yet Violet had no choice but to obey. Her parents, her mother, held all the power. They always had. Violet felt like she was drowning, and no one was throwing her a lifeline. "We can't let this ruin your life," Buck said, leaning forward, his eyes filled with a mixture of disappointment and concern. "You have college ahead of you, a career. This will only hold you back." Violet's hands trembled in her lap. She felt trapped by their words, their plans, as though they were building a cage around her. But it wasn't just about her. It was about her baby, the life growing inside her. She glanced at Corinne, hoping for another sign of support, but her sister's eyes were cast down, her expression unreadable. It was then that Lois sat up straighter, eyes growing wide like balloons being filled. "Wait," she said slowly, her tone shifting to something more calculated. "There's another option." The room fell silent as everyone turned toward her. "Yes, of course," she murmured to herself. "Are you going to tell us?" Buck said. Lois clasped her hands. "What if Corinne and Jonah raised the baby?" she suggested, her words hanging in the air like a bomb waiting to explode. "They've been trying for years. This could be the answer to everyone's problem." Violet's head snapped up, her heart skipping a beat. "What?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Corinne looked as startled as Violet felt. Her eyes widened, darting between Lois and Jonah, who shifted in his seat, suddenly tense. "Mom, I don't know if that's—" "Think about it," Lois pressed, her eyes gleaming. "Corinne and Jonah have wanted a baby for so long. Violet, you're too young to raise a child, but they're ready. They could give this baby a stable home, a future." Violet's pulse raced, her mind spinning. This couldn't be real. How could they just decide something like this? How could they hand over her baby to her sister like it was nothing? Corinne wavered. I don't know. I'd feel awful about taking Violet's baby. It doesn't seem—" "I don't want to do that," Violet murmured, barely able to get the words out. "Don't think of it that way," Lois interrupted. "Think of it as doing what's best for the child. Corinne, you've been trying for years and nothing's worked. This is your chance to be a mother." Corinne glanced at Jonah, her face pale. "But, Violet—" Violet's heart twisted as she saw her sister's hesitation. For a second it felt like an ally was in the room again, someone who understood the magnitude of what was being asked. But then, slowly, Violet saw something shift in Corinne's expression, a ray of hope, of longing, the thought of finally having the baby she'd always wanted. "I don't know, Mom," Corinne said, softer now. "It's a lot to consider." "It's not a lot," Lois insisted. "It's practical. It's perfect, actually. Violet can go back to school, focus on her future, and the baby will be raised by family. By you." Jonah, who had been quiet the whole time, finally spoke. "We'd have to think about it," he said, carefully, glancing at Corinne. "But if it's what Violet wants—" All eyes turned back to Violet, and she felt the room pressing in on her again, her ribs constricting. What she wanted? Did she even have a choice? It didn't feel like it. Not with Lois dominating the conversation, steering everything in the direction she thought was best. "You won't even have to explain anything to anyone," Lois said, her eyes on Violet now, her voice softening just a little. "It will be like nothing ever happened. You can go on with your life, and the baby will be with family, safe." Violet felt her throat close up. The thought of pretending this had never happened, of walking away from her own child, was too much. But what could she say? What could she possibly do to fight this when her entire family was united in their decision? Corinne leaned forward, her eyes brimming with emotion, and spoke directly to Violet. "I would love it like my own," she whispered. "You know that, right?" Violet stared down as tears blurred her vision. This wasn't how she had imagined it. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. She'd thought she could have this baby, that she and Scotty would become a couple, raise it together. Yes, it would be hard, but it would be worth it. She wasn't the first teenage mother, and she wouldn't be the last. She'd even imagined the baby as a toddler, the first day of school, she and Scotty waving as the bus pulled away. Maybe she'd been foolish to think her family would go along with it. Maybe her fantasy was more like a giant miscalculation. This idea, this proposal, was never something she'd considered. But it felt like the decision was being made for her. Violet looked to her parents. Lois clasped Buck's hand as she nodded. Yes, Violet, this is for the best. She wanted to bolt to her room, to lock the door, blast her new Alicia Keys CD, and pretend that none of this was happening. They all stared at her, waiting. And then everyone nodded like bobbleheads. They all agreed. The right thing. Before she knew it, Violet was nodding in return, even as a tear slid down her cheek. What else could she do? "Okay," she whispered. "Okay." And with that, the plan was set in motion. The next 8 months were a blur. Miraculously, Violet was able to hide the remainder of the pregnancy, making excuses to friends and withdrawing from much of her social life. The last few months, the ones where Violet's belly stretched to where she could no longer see her feet when standing, thankfully fell over the summer. She spent her days in the air conditioning, swollen feet propped up on pillows, lamenting about how much she was missing, and wondering whether Scotty had already moved on to someone else. The one thing she found solace in was taking monthly photos of her growing baby bump, printing the images discreetly, and keeping them in an envelope tucked into the back of an old photo album in her room. If nothing else, she'd have these pictures, proof of a life that was being rewritten for her. They served as a pillar, something solid and true that she could hold on to, even if no one else ever saw them. By the time she took her 40-week picture, Violet was done, fully cooked, mentally tapped out. She did jumping jacks every night trying to make something happen. Then the baby arrived, a healthy baby girl born on, of all days, Labor Day. Up until that morning, everything had fallen into place. But the minute Carly was born, Violet felt a shift. How could she possibly go through with it? Her eyes were blurry with tears, but she wasn't sure if they were from the physical pain or the heavy, unbearable weight settling on her chest. "You're doing the right thing," Lois finally said in the hazy aftermath. "This is best for everyone." Violet swallowed hard, trying to summon words, but all she could muster was a shaky breath. She wanted to ask questions, to say something, anything that would slow this all down, make sense of the confusion swirling in her mind. But it was too late for that, wasn't it? She'd agreed to this. They had all agreed. Corinne sat at her bedside, holding her hand. Her sister's touch was soft, comforting in a way, but there was also an urgency in Corinne's grip. The lines of her face were tight, but her eyes were filled with an overwhelming mix of emotion, hope, love, desperation, even fear. "I'll take care of her, Violet, I promise," Corinne said softly, squeezing her hand. "She'll have the best life. I'll give her everything you would have wanted." Her words were meant to comfort. But Violet's heart pounded against her ribcage, a dull, sick thud that she couldn't ignore. She had barely seen her baby. Her baby. Just a glimpse when the nurse had carried her across the room after the birth, and now she was being taken away. A wave of nausea rolled over her, and she bit down hard on her lip, trying to keep from breaking apart. I thought maybe—" "Maybe what?" Lois interjected. "You can't go back on this, Violet. It's been decided." Violet turned her head, avoiding her mother's eyes. She didn't have the strength to fight back. She'd already been fighting for months, fighting her own doubts, fighting the sinking feeling that she was about to lose something so much bigger than herself. But Lois had been clear from the beginning. This was the way out. The way to save Violet from a ruined future, from a life she wasn't ready for. And Corinne, poor Corinne, needed this. She and Jonah had tried everything, and Lois had been the one to convince Violet that this was how she could help. Not going through with the plan would be nothing short of selfish. Still, Violet couldn't help it. "I don't know if I can do this," she whispered, her voice cracking. Corinne squeezed her hand again. "Violet, you don't have to do anything. You've already done the hard part. I'll take care of the rest." The rest meant pretending this had never happened, pretending that Carly wasn't her daughter. She would grow up believing Corinne and Jonah were her parents, believing that Violet was just her aunt. Violet would return to school like she'd just taken an extended vacation, except without the suntan and cool travel stories to go with it. How would she ever fit back in with her friends, whose biggest catastrophes were getting a C in biology or not being invited to the hot party of the week? "Everything's been arranged," Lois said, stepping closer to the bed now, her eyes hard. "You'll go back to school, then to college. You have a future ahead of you, Violet. Of course you'll love Carly. No one's saying you can't, but it will just be in a different way. Trust me, you'll thank us later." Violet's hands shook as she pulled them free from Corinne's grasp, bringing them to her face, covering her eyes, trying to hide the tears that spilled over. How could she just let go? It felt like she was giving away a piece of herself she would never get back. She hadn't thought of it this way before, but now it felt almost cruel to keep Carly so close, like a forbidden fruit hanging just out of reach, a mocking echo in a deep canyon. Part of her wished that if she couldn't keep Carly herself, that the baby would be sent far away, out of sight, out of mind. But Lois had been stern on this point. Carly must stay within the family. Violet tried to remind herself of the gift she was giving her sister. Her body shook with sobs, her mind pulled in two opposite directions. Everything felt impossible. She just wanted to rewind the past year and do it all differently. But Lois was there, standing behind Corinne, her arms crossed and her expression unyielding, reminding Violet of what was expected of her, reminding her of the plan, the only plan that had ever been presented to her as a real option. "You're exhausted, sweetheart," Lois said. "You need to rest. Let your body heal. Everything feels very big right now, but each day will get better. You'll see." Violet nodded weakly, her breath hitching. She had nothing but to trust her mother. Maybe Lois was right. Maybe she just needed time to heal this particular wound. "Okay," Violet whispered. Corinne leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to Violet's forehead. "Thank you," she whispered with palpable emotion. "You don't know how much this means to me." Violet closed her eyes, her heart splintering into 1,000 pieces as she heard the door open and saw a nurse step inside, wheeling a bassinet. She didn't dare look. Not now. Not when it would only hurt more than it already did. A hand brushed her shoulder, but she barely registered it. "You'll forget, sweetheart," Lois promised. "In time, this will all be behind you." And as Corinne stood, her hand slipping from Violet's, Violet forced herself to keep breathing, even as the crushing reality settled in. Her baby wasn't hers anymore. Chapter 8. Violet. Violet sat at the edge of the park bench, a light breeze swirling around her. She nervously twisted a loose thread near the thumbhole of her sleeve as she caught her breath. She'd planned to keep running throughout her pregnancy, but never expected to get winded quite this early. Damn, she said, between breaths. Across from her, Gwen leaned back, one arm draped casually over the back of the bench, eyeing her friend. Pregnancy is no joke, she said. Her face was flushed from running, but she didn't breathe nearly as hard. You good? We can walk the rest of the way. Just give me a minute. Gwen nodded, and Violet rested her elbows on her knees. It wasn't just the run that was kicking her ass. It was everything. The mental gymnastics keeping her up at night, the tension between her and Corinne, the animalistic way her feelings had shifted toward Carly, how she was stuck in an endless loop of what could have been. Violet looked to Gwen. They'd been meeting at this park for years, ever since they were teenagers. It was their spot, a place where secrets had always felt safe. But today, Violet felt like her secret had grown too big, too heavy to keep to herself. I've been thinking a lot lately, Violet said finally. Gwen turned her head slightly, her brows knitting together. Yeah? About her, about Carly. A look passed between them, but it said everything. Gwen straightened, her relaxed posture immediately stiffening. Violet, she began cautiously, but Violet cut her off, the words spilling out before she could stop them. I don't know if I can do this anymore, Gwen. Every time I see her, every time I hear her voice, it breaks something inside of me. I've spent 16 years pretending I'm fine, that I'm happy with how things turned out, but I'm not. I'm not. Violet's voice cracked, and she quickly wiped away the tear threatening to escape. Fucking tears. She was tired of being so emotional all the time. She felt like an expensive glass vase, prone to break if handled too carelessly. What was this pregnancy doing to her? Gwen sighed softly, her gaze softening with sympathy. I get it. I really do, but Violet, remember, you've had these phases before. Phases? Sorry, you know what I mean. There've been other times when... Violet shook her head. Not like this. This is something different. It won't go away. I'm a hot mess. And what's doubly worse is that Reed is like over the freaking moon about this baby, and I can't get anywhere near matching his excitement. He can totally tell that something's up, and I'm losing my mind trying to keep everything inside. This urge, this need for Carly, it's like it's primal or something. Why now? Violet looked down at her hands, fingers shaking as she fumbled with the frayed thread. The pregnancy, she admitted, her words heavy with emotion. It's the only way I can rationalize it. It's brought everything back to the surface. Every appointment I keep thinking about when I was pregnant with Carly. How I never got to... She stopped, choking on the words. Gwen reached out, placing a hand on Violet's arm. You were just a kid back then, V. You didn't have a choice. I know, Violet whispered, swallowing hard. But I still gave her up. And now, watching her grow up, watching Corinne raise her, it's like I'm losing her all over again. She's becoming this amazing young woman, and all I can think about is how she should be mine. But she's not, and it's such a fucked up feeling. I mean, I know Corinne has been a good mum, but I just can't help it. Gwen's face softened further, but her voice was firm. Violet, you're not losing her. You were never supposed to have her in the first place, not the way things went. I'm not saying it was right, but that was the deal. The deal, Violet repeated bitterly. The deal that was made for me, without me. She sighed, exhausted. I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired of playing the cool aunt when all I want is... She cut herself off again, shaking her head. I don't know, Gwen. Lately, I've been having these daydreams, these thoughts about telling her, about taking her back, about her living with me. Her whole body shuddered, the declaration taking even herself a bit by surprise. Perhaps it had been festering in the deep depths of her mind for a long time. But was it madness? Violet couldn't be sure of anything really. Only that once the words left her mouth, she couldn't take them back. Gwen's eyes widened, her hand tightening on Violet's arm. "Violet, no, you can't be serious." "I know it sounds crazy," Violet said quickly, sensing the alarm on Gwen's face. "But I can't help it. Every time I see her, I keep thinking, what if? What if I had kept her? What if things had been different, and why can't they be?" Gwen pulled her hand back, sitting up straighter. "Violet, listen to me. You can't go down that road. If you try to take Carly back now, you'll destroy everything. You'll hurt her, you'll hurt Corinne, and you'll hurt yourself, not to mention Reed." Violet winced at the mention of her husband, the only one in the family, besides Carly, who didn't know the truth. When they'd started dating, she'd told herself she'd eventually tell him, but the time never felt right. And before she knew it, they were engaged, then married, and the thought of revealing the truth felt more like a betrayal than anything. Now, whenever they were all together, she walked on eggshells. Her entire life had become a house of cards, and it felt like one small gust of wind could send everything crashing down. "I'm not saying I would just take her away," Violet said defensively. "But I can't help but wonder if there's a way to tell her the truth. If there's a way for her to know who I am." Gwen let out a slow breath, her eyes narrowing in thought. "And what good would that do, V? You think telling Carly the truth will magically fix everything? What if it just makes things worse? What if she hates you for keeping it a secret?" Violet felt a lump form in her throat, her eyes stinging with tears she refused to shed. "I don't know," she admitted softly. "But I'm scared I'll never get the chance to be her mother." "Not really?" Gwen paused, chewed on her bottom lip. "Don't hate me for saying this, but maybe you aren't supposed to." Violet sucked in a quick breath with the sting of her best friend's comment. "Ouch!" Gwen sighed, rubbing her temples. "I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, and trust me, I get it, I do, but you have to think about the consequences. What about Corinne? This would destroy her." Violet stared down at the pavement, her mind flashing back to the walk she'd taken with Corinne the night after Carly's birthday dinner last week. Corinne's passive-aggressive comments still rang in her ears, her veiled accusations that Violet was overstepping her role. "I think Corinne knows," Violet whispered. "Or at least, I think she's starting to suspect something." Gwen squinted. "What do you mean?" "She said something the other day, something about me overstepping, and I've noticed how she's been acting around me lately. It's like she's on edge, like she doesn't trust me anymore." "Should she?" "Honestly, I don't know." Gwen shook her head, her expression turning serious. "If Corinne suspects anything, Violet, you need to tread carefully. She's already insecure when it comes to you and Carly. You don't want to give her any reason to dig deeper if she figures out what you're considering." Violet's stomach churned at the thought. Corinne, with her quiet guilt and unspoken fears, had always been the pillar of stability in their relationship. She was like a classic handbag, polished and refined on the outside, but with complicated seams holding it together. If she ever discovered the truth of what Violet was thinking. "I know," Violet murmured. "I know it could blow up in my face. But I don't know how much longer I can keep this secret. It's eating me alive, Gwen. Every day I feel like I'm suffocating." Gwen sighed, her shoulders sagging. "I wish I had the answer, V, but you have to think this through. You have to be sure that whatever you do, you're prepared for the fallout." Violet nodded, though her heart felt no lighter. She knew Gwen was right, but every time she looked at Carly, and every time she felt the baby growing inside her, the burden of the secret seemed heavier than ever. Later, after finishing 3 miles with Gwen by alternating jogging and walking, Violet stood at the kitchen sink, the sound of running water filling the quiet space as she rinsed the last of the dinner plates. She stared out the window, her reflection blending with the darkened glass. The conversation with Gwen lingered in her mind, like an unresolved chord vibrating deep within her. Repercussions, fallout, destroy everything. Behind her, Reed leaned against the counter, his arms crossed over his chest. She sensed he'd been watching her for a while, and when she turned, she saw his brow furrowed, concern etched into his face. Reed broke the silence. "You've been quiet tonight," he said, as though carefully trying to untangle whatever was going on inside her. "You feeling okay?" Violet turned off the water, drying her hands on a dish towel as she nodded. "Yeah," she said, her voice too quick, too light. "I'm fine, just tired." "I thought fatigue was supposed to end after the first trimester. At least that's what my app said." "Your app?" He blushed. "It's for the partner of the pregnant person. You know, how to support them, keeping the spouse informed." "That's really sweet," she said, grinning but feeling equally ashamed that she wasn't experiencing the same level of excitement. Reed studied her, his gaze lingering on her face, clearly unconvinced. "Are you sure you're good? You've seemed off for a while, actually." "Don't take this the wrong way, it's just... I thought with the baby and everything you'd be..." He paused, searching for the right word. "Happier." Violet's stomach twisted at his words. Happier. He was on cloud 9, practically beaming ever since the moment she'd shown him the positive pregnancy test. But her feelings were so tangled, so conflicted, that happiness felt far out of reach. She forced a smile, the kind that didn't quite crinkle her eyes. "I am happy," she said softly, though the words felt meaningless even to her own ears. Reed pushed off the counter and came closer, resting a hand gently on her arm. "Then what is it? You're acting like something's wrong, but you won't tell me what." Violet avoided his gaze, focusing instead on the floor. She wanted to tell him. The guilt gnawed at her. The secret felt like a wall growing between them, thicker with each passing day. But she couldn't, not yet, not when the past was threatening to spill over and tear apart everything she had built with him. "I'm just tired," she repeated, hating how weak and unconvincing she sounded. She slipped out of his grasp and walked toward the stairs, hoping to end the conversation before it went any deeper. By the time she reached their bedroom, her body felt heavy, weighed down by exhaustion and the burden of secrets. She crawled into bed, pulling the covers up to her chin, as if the act could shield her from the thoughts that wouldn't stop racing through her mind. It was only 7:30, but she would gladly go, to sleep and not wake until morning. Violet turned onto her side, her eyes wide open in the darkness. Her mind kept drifting back to Carly, her smile, the way she had looked up to Violet during the birthday dinner, the innocent comment Violet had made about how alike they were. A single question rolled through her mind on repeat. What if I told Carly the truth? The thought came again and again, unbidden, making her heart race. What if she just said it, blurted it out and let the chips fall where they may? The idea scared her, but a part of her craved it. She wanted to be free of the secret, free of the shadow that had hovered over her life for so long. Despite all logic, she wanted to be Carly's mother, not just the aunt on the sidelines. But what would be the trade-off? Chapter 9, Corinne. The gym buzzed with the sharp squeak of sneakers and the rhythmic thud of the volleyball. Corinne sat stiffly on the bleachers, her hands clasped in her lap, as she watched Carly dive for a save. The ball shot up just before hitting the floor, and Carly scrambled back to her feet, in time to spike it over the net. The crowd erupted. "Go, Carly!" Corinne cheered, her voice hoarse from shouting. Next to her, Jonah clapped and let out a whistle. "She's on fire tonight!" Violet, sitting in front of them, turned and grinned. "That was insane." Corinne forced a nod. Even though things had been off between them, she was still glad to see the family support at Carly's matches. Corinne couldn't temper the warmth filling her body. Proud didn't even cover it. Watching Carly dominate the court, confident and sharp, made Corinne's chest swell with something that bordered on relief. She was doing something right. All the extra practices, the pep talks, the carefully structured routines, it was all paying off. The match was close, each team battling for the final set. Corinne held her breath as Carly leapt into the air, her dark ponytail whipping behind her. She slammed the ball down onto the opposing court, landing the winning point. The gym burst into cheers, and Carly's teammates swarmed her, their voices a chorus of celebration. Corinne exhaled, tension melting into a rush of exhilaration as she stood and clapped. "That's my girl," she murmured, mostly to herself. After the team's brief huddle and handshake line, Carly jogged over, flushed and glowing. "Did you see that?" she asked, breathlessly. Jonah threw an arm around her. "See it? I might have to start charging for tickets with plays like that." Violet stepped in, grinning. "You were unstoppable, Car. Seriously. Turn 16 and go pro," Reed joked, making Carly laugh. "This really feels like your year." "Better than my 16th year," Violet said, and everyone looked her way with confused expressions. Corinne could tell by the way Violet's eyes grew that the statement had slipped out, but she tossed her a glare anyway. "What's that supposed to mean?" Reed said with a chuckle. Violet shook her head, laughing it off. "Nothing. I was just kidding. I mean, no one can compete with our Care Bear. She's killing it." Carly laughed. "And thanks, excuse me." A mum from the opposing team approached, her expression warm. She put a hand on Violet's arm. "I just wanted to say your daughter is phenomenal," she said, nodding toward Carly. "Oh, she's not, I'm not." Violet fumbled her words. Corinne burned. "Oh, sorry, I just assumed you were her mum. You two look so much alike." The words landed like a slap. Carly let out a laugh and waved a hand. "Oh no, that's my aunt. My mum's right here," she said, tilting her head toward Corinne. The woman's face flushed. "Oh, I'm so sorry, She gave an awkward chuckle. "Well, great game. You're an incredible player." With a final nod, she hurried away. Corinne's pulse pounded in her ears. She flashed Jonah a glance that mimicked the late-night worries they'd whispered in bed at night. The moment stretched, thick and suffocating. Violet pressed her lips together, looking unsure whether to acknowledge it or let it slide. Jonah cleared his throat. "That was weird," Carly said, oblivious to the tightness in Corinne's chest. "Anyway, I'm starving. Can we get pizza?" Corinne tried to push the awkwardness away. "Yeah, let's go," she said. But the words felt stiff in her throat. Reed led the way, which afforded the rest of the adults a chance to exchange enough scowls to crack a perfectly good mirror in two. Corinne's head spun. Fear gripped her lungs like a vice. Violet held so much power to destroy everything. And here they were navigating another verbal misstep. Another reminder that no matter how much Corinne tried to control things, the truth was always threatening to surface. She didn't know what the hell was going on with Violet, but she was determined to put a stop to it. Chapter 10. Violet. Violet sat at her desk, staring at the contracts in front of her, the words blurring into a jumble of black ink. Her hand hovered over the page, pen in hand, but she couldn't bring herself to sign. Their last meeting with the Caldwells a couple weeks back had been successful, another step closer to sealing the deal. But instead of feeling the rush of triumph she usually craved, all she could think about was Carly. Her daughter. Her daughter. It was like a goddamn obsession. No matter how hard she tried, the thought wouldn't stop cycling through her mind over and over until it was like a constant hum behind every waking moment. The truth had been hidden for so long, shoved down deep into the parts of her heart she hadn't dared to touch. But now that it had risen to the surface, it was everywhere. What if she had kept her? What if, instead of going along with Lois's plan, she had refused? What would Carly be like today, having grown up with Violet instead of Corinne? Her fingers gripped the pen as the daydream spun further out of control. What would it be like if Carly came home from school and called her Mom? If Violet had been there for every scraped knee, every piano recital, every heartbreak, if she had taught Carly how to drive, how to stand up for herself, how to be a woman in the world. She felt the burn of tears welling up and blinked them back furiously. Now was not the time to lose it, not here, not at work. But even as she tried to push the thoughts aside, they pressed back, unrelenting. She could see it, as clearly as if it were happening right in front of her. Carly, as a toddler, running into her arms, calling for her when she had a nightmare. Violet, cradling her, whispering reassurances that everything would be okay. The image was so vivid, so real that it hurt. Violet. She blinked, snapping out of the fantasy at the sound of Jonah's voice. What? He stood at the door to her office, holding a folder, eyebrows raised. He must have knocked without her hearing. He gave a small laugh. Well, you were somewhere else. Sorry, I was. What's up? A single brow raised. Are you good? Yeah, just a lot on my mind, she replied, waving it off as casually as she could, but secretly annoyed at how often she was having to dismiss her mental state. Jonah didn't look convinced, but handed her the folder. We need your final review on this. Violet stared, and after a long beat, Jonah continued. For the meeting, in an hour. Right. Violet took the folder, pretending to study it as her brother-in-law lingered for a moment, his gaze sharp. Anything else bothering you? He asked. Because you've been kind of off since Carly's birthday, honestly. Violet swallowed hard. Would everyone just leave me alone? I'm fine, really. She offered a small smile, hoping it would be enough to convince him. Jonah hesitated, then nodded slowly before walking out, leaving her alone again. As soon as the door closed, she let out a shaky breath, resting her elbows on the desk and pressing her hands to her face. It was all becoming too much. This desire, this need. She wasn't herself and people were noticing. The more she thought about it, the more it consumed her. She wasn't just daydreaming anymore, she was yearning for something that had been stolen from her. It manifested as a new anger she wasn't used to. The bond that Corinne had with her daughter was meant to be hers. She had been robbed of it all, every milestone, every memory. And even after all these years, she'd never felt the rage she did now. How was she supposed to pretend like everything was fine? How was she supposed to sit across from Carly at family dinners, smiling and nodding, while inside she was screaming for the chance to rewrite the past? Lois's voice echoed in her head, cold and certain. It's better this way. Carly has a stable home. Corinne and Jonah will give her everything you can't. You're doing the right thing, Violet, the responsible thing. But that didn't make it right. She pictured Carly again, no longer the baby they'd taken from her arms, but the young woman she was now. Confident, smart, with so much potential. And Violet couldn't stop herself from imagining what it would be like to tell her the truth, to say, I'm your mother, not Corinne, me. Would Carly hate her? Would she be angry at the lie, the betrayal? Or would she understand? Would she forgive? Violet stood up abruptly, pacing the small space of her office, her thoughts spiraling. She looked at the framed sonogram photo on her desk, willing the baby inside her to be enough, to make this desire go away. Nothing worked. An hour later, Violet sat at the head of the conference table, papers spread out before her, but her mind wasn't on the presentation. She could feel it, the heavy, stifling regret from earlier still clinging to her. No matter how hard she tried to shake it off, it had wormed its way into every thought, gnawing at her concentration. Across from her, the Caldwells, two sharp-eyed figures in expensive suits, flipped through the documents she had prepared. Lois sat at Violet's right, calm and composed as ever, the picture of restraint. To her left, Corinne, quiet and unassuming. "Let's review the numbers again," Mr. Caldwell said, looking expectantly at Violet. "Again? It's not a small sum," he added, as though sensing her irritation. "We just need to confirm the final assessed value before we move forward with escrow." He flipped a page and glanced up impatiently. Violet cleared her throat, her fingers tightening around the file in front of her. She had the final numbers, didn't she? She prided herself on always being prepared, but lately her focus felt frayed, her usual precision slipping through her fingers. The paperwork in front of her blurred, for a moment, like it belonged to someone else. "Yes, of course," Violet said, stalling as she flipped through the contract. "We reviewed the numbers earlier. The final assessed value came in at—" "Wait!" Corinne cut in, her tone sharp. She stretched her neck to see the document. "That's not the right number." Violet froze, her heart thumping as she quickly glanced back at the papers. Her stomach dropped. Corinne was right. The figure she'd been about to give wasn't the updated value they'd confirmed before the meeting. She'd pulled the wrong version of the report, the one from before the final assessment had been recalculated. She tried to keep her composure, even as panic rose in her chest. She flipped through the pages nervously, forcing a smile. "Oh, I must have grabbed the draft version. Hang on, just let me— I have that number." "Are we not ready for today?" Mr. Caldwell asked. The correct value is—" Corinne didn't let it go. "You mean the appraisal after the market shift, right? Because that was a key factor in the negotiation." Violet's cheeks flushed with heat. She had missed it completely. The appraisal adjustment had been a major point in their talks, something she should have known by heart. It was a small oversight, really, but with a client this big it came off as lazy, unprepared. "I'm sorry about this," Lois said, turning to the Caldwells with a polished smile. "We'll have the corrected figures to you immediately. This was clearly just a clerical error." But Violet knew the damage was done. She saw it in the Caldwells' faces, their brief flicker of doubt. The way they exchanged a glance, as if suddenly questioning the confidence they had placed in her. Mr. Caldwell closed the folder in front of him. "We understand that mistakes happen, but we'll need to review the updated figures before we move forward." "Of course," Lois said, standing as the Caldwells did. "I'll personally oversee the revisions. You have my word." Mrs. Caldwell let out a long sigh. Her husband spoke on her behalf. "We came all the way in today assuming things would be signed and sealed. I'd like to think you all value your time as much as we value ours." Violet's pulse raced as she nodded, trying to keep her voice steady. "I'll make sure it's corrected immediately." "We appreciate that," he said. "But we'll need to review the updated numbers before we proceed with closing. We'll wait for your team to send them over." Violet's stomach sank as she watched them gather their belongings, the deals suddenly on shaky ground. Escrow had been set to move forward. The final terms were almost ready, until she had screwed it up. And now everything hung in the balance. As the Caldwells left the room, Lois turned to Violet, her expression stony. "What the hell was that?" I don't know," Violet stammered, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to gather her thoughts. "I grabbed the wrong file. It's an easy fix. An easy fix?" Lois hissed, lowering her voice but not her intensity. "We're days from closing on this deal, Violet. The Caldwells are already nervous about market volatility. A mistake like this could cost us their trust." "It was a simple error." "It wasn't simple," Corinne cut in. "This is a multi-million-dollar property, Violet. A mistake at this stage puts everything at risk." "I know that, Corinne." Violet's face burned with humiliation. Corinne's words felt like daggers, each one driving deeper as she tried to defend herself. But she couldn't deny it. She had dropped the ball. And Lois didn't like drop balls. Lois's eyes narrowed. "You've been incredibly distracted for weeks, not just today. This has been building. If your mind's not on the business, then you need to fix that. We can't afford to lose a client like the Caldwells." Violet swallowed hard. She opened her mouth to argue, but Lois cut her off again. "We'll salvage this," she said, standing and gathering her things. "But I need you to be on top of everything moving forward. No more mistakes." Violet nodded, too ashamed to respond. Her heart drumming like a marching band, she watched as her mother left the room. When she glanced back at Corinne, her sister was still sitting, expression firm. "Thanks for pointing that out," Violet sneered. Corinne gave her a tight smile. "Someone had to." "Yeah, well, you could have backed me up a little. I'm just looking out for the business. This isn't just your paycheck, Violet. It's mine too. Could have been a little more discreet about it. And let you make an even bigger mistake." Violet simmered. Whatever. For a moment, the two sisters sat in silence, the strain thick between them. Then Corinne rolled her eyes and stood and left. Violet made a slow count to 10, forcing herself to remain calm. She gathered the papers on the table, shoving them into her folder. One thing was becoming very clear. The Caldwell deal wasn't the only thing at risk here. Chapter 11. Corinne. Corinne leaned against the kitchen counter, flipping through the mail with one eye on Carly, who was sitting at the dining table, tapping away on her phone. "Hey, Mum," Carly said, not looking up from her screen. "Can I go to a party this weekend? It's at Bree's place. Her parents will be there." Corinne gripped the stack of mail harder. A party. She could picture it already. Loud music, teenagers sneaking alcohol, and God knew what else. She cleared her throat. "A party? With who?" Carly sighed, finally glancing up. "I just said, it's at Brianna's house. Everyone's going. It's no big deal." "No big deal?" Corinne repeated, her tone sharper than she intended. "And how late do you plan on being out?" Carly rolled her eyes, her frustration festering just beneath the surface. "I don't know, Mom, until it's over." Corinne bit her lip, trying to keep her emotions in check, though she could feel the intensifying grip of fear taking hold. Memories of Violet at that age, never thinking about the consequences of her actions, came flooding back. Look where it had gotten her, pregnant. Keeping a short leash on Carly would prevent history from repeating itself. "I don't think it's a good idea," Corinne said. Carly's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Why not?" "Because I don't think it's appropriate. I don't know Brianna's parents, and I don't like the idea of you being out late at some party where who knows what could happen." Corinne's voice wavered slightly, betraying her own worry. "Mum, it's like not even a big deal. We'll probably sit around and watch a movie or something." Corinne rolled her eyes before she could stop herself. Right. What do you think we'd be doing? Carly, I'm not dumb. I was a teenager once too. So you don't trust me? That's not what I said. That's what you're implying. I'm not a kid anymore, Mom. And anyways, have I ever given you reason to worry? Corinne sighed, placing her hands on her hips. Wouldn't you rather hang out here with Dad and me? We can watch a movie just like you said. No offense, but no. Gee, thanks. Mum, come on, I'm literally like the only person who's not allowed to do things. I doubt that's true. It is. Please, Mum? Carly, you're not going to a party at Brittany's. It's Brianna. I said no, Corinne snapped, patience officially at max level. Now drop it. Carly slammed her phone down. This is ridiculous. You're so controlling. Corinne opened her mouth to respond, but Carly cut her off. Aunt Violet would let me go. She's way more chill about stuff like this. A kid's going to be so lucky. The words hit her like a wet glove across the face. Corinne felt her chest pinch. It was happening, the thing she'd feared most, the subtle shift of Carly slipping away, being drawn to Violet in ways she hadn't anticipated. Their family's secret decision was coming back to bite her. You're not going, Corinne said again, and this has nothing to do with Violet. What she would or wouldn't allow doesn't matter. Carly pushed back from the table, her chair scraping against the floor. You're just like Grandma, she snapped. Always trying to run everything how you want. Corinne flinched. Lois, the one person she had vowed never to become. The comparison was a low blow. What's more, since when had Carly formed that opinion of her grandmother? Corinne's mind raced, her frustration mixing with the fear of losing control, losing Carly. The thought of Violet creeping in again. What if Carly started looking to her for advice, for guidance, instead of Corinne? Violet already held a special place in Carly's heart, but what if it grew even more than that? She couldn't let it happen. What could she do? What could she do? Her mind spiraled. Temptation flared in her brain. She could tell Carly something that would drive a wedge between her and Violet, something that would make sure Carly never idolized her aunt again. All it would take was a lie. Whispered in the right moment, it would change everything. No more perfect Aunt Violet. She could do it. She'd lied before. Hell, she'd been lying for 16 years. Corinne's head whirred, thinking of what she could say to knock Violet down a few pegs in her daughter's mind. It was evil, and she knew it. But Corinne was desperate. Violet had been acting so strange lately, the tension between them pulled tighter than ever. Violet felt like a loose cannon, and Corinne couldn't risk her going off. The thoughts continued, a hurricane growing in strength, but as she looked at Carly, the anger and rebellion blazing in her eyes, Corinne's heart twisted. The tiny seed of guilt that Corinne knew had always been buried deep down began to sprout. The one that said Violet was the true victim in all of this. What would causing distance between Violet and Carly do to her daughter? What kind of damage would that wreak? All at once, it was as though a light switched. She couldn't do it. She couldn't become her mother, using secrets as weapons, manipulating her own child. She wasn't Lois. Corinne took a deep breath, forcing the urge back down. I just want what's best for you, Carly, she said. I'm trying to protect you. It's a mother's job. Someday you'll Whatever. Carly picked up her phone, walking away without another word, leaving Corinne standing in the kitchen, her hands shaking. The room felt too quiet, too empty, and for a brief moment she wondered if she had already lost her. Corinne felt the bite of Carly's words but couldn't argue. She could see that her daughter was growing up, pulling away, and part of her knew that was par for the course. a normal part of raising a child. Maybe Corinne did have everything in too much of a chokehold, but the fear was too great. Fear of the past, fear of the future. "I love you," Corinne said quietly to an empty room. "I'm just scared." Chapter 12, Violet. Violet was just pressing the popcorn button on the microwave when her phone rang. Corinne's picture filled the screen. Violet hesitated, her finger hovering over the green icon. She was still pissed from their exchange in the boardroom. Part of her didn't want to answer at all. But, like always, she gave in. "Hey," Violet said, her voice careful as she answered. "Hi," Corinne replied, her tone stiff but trying to sound casual. A beat of silence stretched between them. "Why are you so quiet?" "You're the one who called me," Violet replied, watching the numbers tick down on the microwave. "Right, I just wanted to check in. You seemed upset after our last walk, after what we talked about. I don't want things to be weird between us." "The walk? Forget the walk." Has Corinne forgotten completely about being a huge bitch at the office this morning? Violet put a hand on her hip, rolling her eyes at the ceiling. Upset? Of course she was upset. She'd purposely bought a house in direct line to Corinne's so that she could stay close to not only Carly, but the people who were raising her. Corinne's initial response of all the houses in Columbus had needled her at first, but Violet had smoothed it out by suggesting walks as a means to keep their sisterly connection strong. Until now, it had worked, but it wasn't just about their walk. It was everything. The way Corinne had been micromanaging her at work, how Lois always sided with her, the fact that Corinne was starting to feel more like a stranger than a sister. And of course, there was Carly. "Yeah," Violet said slowly, not quite sure where to begin. "It's been a lot lately." She touched her belly where the doctor swore there was a baby, even though Violet had yet to feel any movement. She was 14 weeks along now, and everything she'd read said it could be upwards of 20 weeks until she'd feel quickening, as Dr. Gold had called it. Violet scratched her brain to recall when she'd first felt Carly move inside her, but she came up blank, which only made her sadder. Corinne cleared her throat. "I get that. And I guess... Well, I'm sorry if I was snappy today. I didn't mean to override you or anything. I know you're going through a lot with the pregnancy and..." "How would you know what it's like to be pregnant?" Violet wanted to snap, but she knew that would be just pure nasty. Plus, Reed was in the other room, and she didn't want him to hear. Corinne couldn't possibly know what Violet was going through, how she either had constipation or diarrhea, no in between, how everything tasted different, and that she was constantly hungry, but then nauseous the minute she took a bite, that she regularly iced her tits. Pregnancy was basically puberty 2.0, and there was no way Corinne could understand. Violet's hand clenched into a fist. Suddenly the popcorn she'd been craving didn't sound appealing anymore. "You still there?" Corinne said. "Yeah. I just wanted to make sure, that we're good." So that's what this was. Corinne trying to smooth things over, but only on the surface. Just enough for everyone to think they were the quintessential sisters, friends, co-workers. The real issues, though, were still boiling underneath. Violet exhaled, feeling the familiar emotions bubbling up inside her, wanting to spill out, but she wasn't sure how to begin. They danced around the awkwardness, the two of them, like always, avoiding what really needed to be said. She'd sat on her hands, bit her tongue more times than she could count. But Violet couldn't do it anymore. "You didn't just override me," Violet argued. "You made me look incompetent, like I'm not capable of handling my work because I'm pregnant." "That's not what happened," Corinne replied quickly. "You embarrassed me in front of the Caldwells. Corinne huffed a laugh. I think it would have been more embarrassing if you'd given them the wrong figures, don't you? That's not the point. It was the way you said it. Geez, I was just trying to help. Help? Violet interrupted. You undermined me. And it's not just about that, Corinne. It's everything, all of it. You just don't get it. Her heart raced in her chest, threatening to rip itself from its cage. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Violet could almost hear Corinne's teeth grind. What do you want me to say, Violet? We're under a lot of pressure. This deal is huge for us, and we can't have anyone making mistakes. That's not what I'm talking about, Violet snapped, her discretion slipping. The conversation had morphed into something else. Violet peered over her shoulder to make sure she was still alone. I'm talking about Carly. She walked to the back door, quietly opening the screen and slipping out onto the porch. Across the lawn, she saw lights on in Corinne's house and wondered which room her sister was in. She brought a hand to her forehead. I can't keep pretending like this anymore, Corinne employed her motherly tone. Violet, what? You can't expect this to go on forever. Violet, you're upset, I get it, but no, you don't get it. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. Corinne's breath caught. What are you saying? I want to tell her the truth, Violet blurted, her heart throbbing as the words finally broke free. The thoughts that had been tormenting her for weeks finally out in the open. Gwen had warned her of the consequences, but the minute the words left her lips, Violet felt a sense of relief. At least they weren't trapped in her head anymore. At least she was being honest, as dangerous as it might be. She deserves to know who I am, Violet implored. Who we are. I'm done living this lie. The silence that followed was oppressive. Violet could feel her pulse in her throat, her chest tight as she waited for Corinne's response. She stared at Corinne's house. A shadow passed behind a curtain, and Violet wondered if it was Corinne or Carly. Absolutely not, Corinne maintained. You can't do that. She's my daughter, Violet hurled back, a mixture of anger and desperation. Had she really thought Corinne would just go along with it? I should have the right to tell her. No, you don't, Corinne cut her off. You gave up that right the day you agreed to let me raise her. Do you have any idea what this would do to her, to all of us? You'd rip her entire world apart just to ease your own regret. This isn't about regret, isn't it? Corinne's voice was icy, and Violet could hear the barely contained fury behind it. You've been obsessing over this for weeks, Violet, I could tell. I'm not stupid. I knew there was something going on. You think you're the only one who has to deal with this? Carly is my daughter. I'm the one who's raised her, loved her, been there for her every day of her life. You don't just get to swoop in now and take that away because you're feeling guilty or maternal or whatever it is you're dealing with. Violet sucked in a breath. That's harsh, Cor. Another stretch of silence followed. The only sound Violet could hear were the crickets in the trees bordering the porch. Her chest ached, the words like daggers, a verbal lashing she, perhaps naively, hadn't prepared for. But she couldn't back down now, not after everything. I'm not trying to take her away from you, Corinne. Wasn't she? But she deserves to know the truth. I can't keep lying to her face. You will keep lying, Corinne interrupted, her tone final. Because if you tell her, you'll destroy her, and you'll destroy this family. Is that what you want? To ruin everything? Violet's hand tightened around her phone, her knuckles white. She wasn't ruining anything. This lie was. But Corinne had always been better at playing the role, at keeping things together, at commanding everything, just like their mother. Violet was the follower, the one who did what she was told. Now It was breaking her. "I can't keep living like this," Violet whimpered. "If you tell her, Violet, you'll regret it," Corinne said. "I promise you that." Violet's eyes stung with unshed tears. The threat hung in the air between them, heavy and pungent. Her eyes were still locked on the house, flitting from window to window until they abruptly stopped on the upper left one. Corinne's bedroom. There, silhouetted by a low light behind her, was Corinne, phone to her ear. Violet couldn't see her eyes, but she knew her sister was staring right back at her. Opponents in a twisted family mess. "What if it's you who will regret it?" Violet replied. "You think Carly won't hate you for keeping something this huge from her?" And before Corinne could respond, Violet hung up the phone, her hands shaking as she buried them deep into her pockets, turned and retreated inside. Chapter 13. Corinne. Corinne stood frozen, staring at the phone in her hand. The echo of Violet's words still rang in her ears. I want to tell her the truth. The panic that surged through her was unlike anything she'd felt in years. Violet had danced around it before, but this was different. This time she could feel Violet slipping, feel her desperation. And that terrified her. She squeezed the phone as if gripping it tighter could hold everything else in her life together. The bedroom was dim, a sanctuary she often turned to when life became too much. But tonight, the comfort wasn't there. Her legs gave out beneath her and she collapsed onto the bed, tears pooling the moment her head hit the pillow. She'd been firm on the phone, but now her armor fell, revealing nothing more than a scared, powerless woman. Everything she'd built, everything she'd sacrificed, was teetering on the edge of collapse. All because Violet wanted to tell the truth. She heard the door open and close softly, Jonah's heavy-footed steps approaching the bed. He sat beside her, resting a hand on her back, but she didn't turn to face him. "Hon," he said, "what's going on? Did something happen?" She blinked away the tears. "It's Violet," she said, her voice hoarse with emotion. "She's threatening to tell Carly everything." Jonah let out a deep sigh, his hand rubbing her back in slow circles. "Hasn't she—" "No, this time is different, I can tell." "How?" "She's serious. I can hear it in her voice." "Fuck," Jonah breathed. "Why now? Why after all this time?" "I don't know," Corinne choked out. "I don't understand why she's doing this. I think being pregnant is messing with her head. But if she tells Carly, if she does this—" "She won't," Jonah said firmly. "Violet knows what's at stake. She wouldn't blow up Carly's life like that, or her own for that matter. Imagine what Reed would say." Corinne shook her head. Consumed with a fear Jonah didn't seem to understand. "You don't get it. You didn't hear her, Jonah. She's not thinking straight. She's so desperate. And Carly adores her. She's already pulling away from me, and I can't—" Her voice broke, and she pressed her face deeper into the pillow to stifle her cries. Jonah's hand stilled for a moment before he leaned down. "Why are you so sure this will change things? So what if Carly learns the truth? She loves you. You're her mother, no matter what Violet says. That doesn't change what you've been to her all these years." "But it does change things. It changes everything," Corinne retorted, turning to face him, her eyes red and raw. "You don't understand. You never really understood." Jonah blinked, taken aback by the sharpness in her tone. "What don't I understand, Corinne? I'm her father. We raised Carly together. I love her just as much as—" "You do. Besides, Violet's all talk. I don't see why you're suddenly so paranoid." Paranoid. The word felt like a sucker punch, and Corinne had to swallow back the acid that rose in her throat. Jonah was always so practical, so calm and rational, but he didn't understand the emotional turmoil that raged inside her. He didn't know what it was like not to be able to get pregnant when it was the only thing in the world she'd wanted. And he certainly didn't feel the constant fear gnawing at her, the fear of losing Carly, of losing the life they'd built together. He worked. He took Carly to practices, occasionally exercised, ate what was put in front of him, and went to bed. Day after day after day. Sometimes Corinne wondered what it would be like to walk through life with such a carefree existence. "It's not paranoia," Corinne said on the defensive, her voice a low hiss. "Violet is her biological mother. If Carly finds out, she'll see me differently. She'll see you differently. She'll resent us for the lies, for keeping the truth from her. And then what? What if she wants to live with Violet? What if she wants to be with her real mother? What if—" Whoa, Jonah sighed, sitting back slightly, his expression softening. "Corinne, you're her real mother. You've raised her since the day she was born. Carly isn't going to turn her back on you because of this, even if the truth were to get out." "You don't know that," she whispered, more to herself than to him. Jonah's brow furrowed, his frustration barely contained. "So what are we supposed to do? Just live in fear that one day she'll find out, that Violet will slip and say something she can't take back? You can't control everything, Corinne." "I have to," she burst out. "I have to, because if I don't, if I lose control, I'll lose her. Don't you see that? She's already slipping away from me. She's closer to Violet than she is to me, and now this." "It's not a competition. You and Violet, you're different people. You play different roles." "Yeah, except our roles have been switched for 16 years. I was supposed to be the aunt." "Don't say that." "It's true." Jonah rubbed his hand over his face. "Listen, I get that you're scared. I do, but pushing Violet away won't help, and trying to keep everything reined in so tight. It's going to make things worse. Carly's a teenager. She's going to push boundaries. She's going to be influenced by people, Violet, her friends. But she'll always come back to you because you're the one who's been there for her." Corinne shook her head. She wished she could believe him, wished she could just let go of the tight grip she had on Carly's life. But she couldn't. The fear ran too deep, the insecurities too old. Mothers and daughters, fraught with friction since the beginning of time. Corinne had read blog posts, listened to podcasts. The relationship was often like a too tight shoe rubbing against bare skin, resulting in a blister that never heals. She'd thought maybe she and Carly were the exception, that they'd be able to avoid the messy drama of the teenage years, but she'd been wrong. Corinne met her husband's eyes. "I wish I could be as calm as you, but I feel like I've fought my whole life to get this, to be Carly's mother, to have this family, and I can't lose it. I won't." Jonah watched her for a long moment, his gaze filled with concern, but also something else, something she couldn't quite place. He was on her side, but by how much? He didn't have to say it aloud for Corinne to sense their feelings on the situation weren't fully aligned. And in that moment, it was like there was a rift opening between them, one that she wasn't sure how to bridge. He leaned down and kissed the top of her head. "We're not going to lose her, Corinne, but we might lose ourselves if we keep this up." Corinne didn't respond. She couldn't, because deep down she knew there was truth in Jonah's words. He was right. She didn't want to see them fall apart. But the fear of losing Carly outweighed everything else. Corinne drifted in and out of sleep that night, her mind restless even in the dark. The bed felt too warm, the sheets too heavy. It was when she finally fell into a deeper sleep that the dream came. She was in the kitchen, the familiar hum of life around her. Carly sat at the table, eyes glued to her phone. Everything seemed normal until Violet appeared. Her sister walked into the room, her presence shifting the atmosphere like a cold wind. "Hey, Carly," Violet said, her voice sweet, almost too sweet. "There's something I need to tell you." Corinne's heart pounded. She tried to speak, to say anything, but her lips were sewn shut with thick black thread like a character in a horror film. Her body refused to move. All she could do was watch, helpless. "What is it?" Carly asked, looking between them, confusion in her eyes. Violet smiled softly, her gaze sliding over to Corinne as if daring her to stop this. Then she turned back to Carly and said, "I'm your mother, your real mother." Corinne jolted awake, her heart slamming against her chest. The dream still clung to her like a heavy fog. She sat up, gasping for air, her hands trembling as they gripped the sheets. It took a few seconds to realize she was in her bedroom, not the kitchen, and that Carly was down the hall, sleeping peacefully. Still her daughter. Still hers. Corinne slugged a long drink of water from the glass on her nightstand, but the panic refused to fade. Her entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and her pulse raced as if she'd just lived through the worst nightmare imaginable. She glanced over at Jonah, who was still fast asleep beside her. Slipping from bed, she went to the dresser and got out a clean shirt, stripped the sweat-drenched one over her head, and cursed perimenopause. The whole time, the chilling fear remained. What if Violet actually went through with it? What if she told Carly? The thought spiraled in Corinne's mind, feeding her growing madness. She couldn't let it happen. She wouldn't let it happen. Chapter 14. Corinne. "Brianna's having a sleepover this weekend," Carly announced at the dinner table the following week, twirling her fork through her spaghetti. She looked up through her eyelashes as if testing the water. "Oh?" Corinne said, already knowing where this was going. "Yeah, and I was wondering if I could go—" Corinne stabbed a green bean, bit the end and chewed, thinking, hold firm and push Carly even further away. She still felt bad about the last time she'd said no, and yet the same fears haunted her. Carly gave her puppy dog eyes. "Will her parents be there?" "Yes, of course," Carly said eagerly. Corinne sighed, looked to Jonah, who shrugged and gave a slight nod. "Okay, fine, you can go," she said, confused by her own rationale. Letting Carly go would actually keep her close. "Really? Thank you, Mom. It's going to be so fun. We're all taking those ancestry DNA tests." Corinne nearly choked on her water. "Your what?" "You know those tests where you swab your cheek and send it in, and then get all these results about your origins, like where you came from, genealogy stuff. It even detects your personality and habits. Crazy. Emma did one before with her family, and she said it was so cool. So we're all doing them." Corinne set the glass down carefully, her fingers gripping it tighter than necessary. "I already got my test," Carly added, reaching for her backpack by the chair. "It came in the mail today." Corinne's stomach twisted as her daughter pulled out a small, pristine box with bold black lettering, Ancestry DNA. "Where did you get that?" Corinne heard herself ask. Carly frowned. "Amazon." "Amazon?" Corinne repeated, forcing a laugh. You just ordered it?" Carly gave her a weird look. "Yeah, they sell everything." Corinne's pulse was racing. She could feel Jonah staring at her, and she knew they were both thinking the same thing. This could ruin everything. I don't know if that's a great idea, sweetie. Those things aren't always accurate. They mix up results all the time." Carly scoffed. "It's not like a pregnancy test, Mom. It's just for fun." Corinne reached for her water again, hoping the glass would steady her shaking hands. "Even still, they keep your information on file. Do you really want some company having your DNA?" Carly sighed dramatically. I'm not a criminal, Mum. What do I care? She shoved the test back into her backpack and returned to her dinner. Corinne, on the other hand, had lost her appetite. Chapter 15. Violet Gwen. Hey girl, just checking in. Violet. Hi, I'm sorry, I've been such a shitty friend. Gwen. You're not a shitty friend, Violet. Just so much going on. Gwen. Which is why I'm checking in. How are you holding up? Violet. Not great. Things with Corinne are worse than ever. Gwen. Oh no. Violet. We had a fight. Well, not a fight exactly, but... Words were exchanged. Threats were given. Gwen. Threats? Violet. I know, it's getting ugly. I feel awful. But also it's like I've never been more convinced that I'm doing the right thing. I'm so fucking confused. Gwen. I'm so sorry, V. Gwen. And Reed? Is it still tense between you two? Violet. Yeah. Things are definitely off, but I know him, and I'm just worried he's going to start prying. Gwen. You need to talk to him, V, before it gets worse. Violet. I don't even know where to start. Gwen. Just start somewhere. You can't keep avoiding it. Violet. I know, not just with him, but Carly too. I told Corinne I want to tell her the truth. Gwen. And... Violet. She freaked out, of course. Gwen. Understandable. Violet. So you're saying I shouldn't? Gwen. No, I'm saying just be careful. Once this is out, you can't take it back. Violet. I know, but it's time. Corinne made her choice a long time ago. Now I have to make mine. Chapter 16. Corinne. Corinne couldn't stop thinking about it. The DNA test. Carly had mentioned it so casually the day before, laughing about how she and her friends were all taking one together, just for fun. Just for fun. Like it was some harmless activity. Like it wouldn't be the end of everything Corinne had built. Now, standing in the kitchen with a cup of bedtime tea she hadn't touched, her thoughts were loud, relentless. What if Carly took the test and it came back with unexpected results? What if it showed something that led her to question things? Would Carly put the pieces together? No, she couldn't let that happen. Corinne paced the kitchen, her heartbeat rising with every step. She ran through the possibilities. She could try to convince Carly not to take it, come up with some reason to make her change her mind. But Carly wasn't a kid anymore. She'd ask questions, she'd research, and if Corinne pushed too hard, it would only make her more determined. Maybe she could distract her, offer something better, a shopping trip, a weekend getaway, something exciting enough to make her forget about the stupid test and the sleepover altogether. But no, that wouldn't work. There was nowhere a teenage girl would prefer to be than with her friends. Corinne pressed her fingertips to her temples, willing herself to think, to come up with a solution. There had to be a way to stop this. Then the idea struck her. I could just take it. Not the test itself, but the box. Make it disappear before Carly even had the chance. If it wasn't there, she wouldn't be able to use it. It was drastic. It was risky. But it was the only way to be sure. This might have been fun and games to Carly, but it was a ticking time bomb to Corinne. It wasn't stealing if it was for the person's own good, right? That's what Corinne kept saying to herself, rationalizing the fact that she was tiptoeing into Carly's bedroom after she'd gone to sleep. She peered around the clothes and books, a Sephora bag overflowing with products, and there it was. She hesitated for only a second before snatching the DNA test and taking it to her own bedroom. There, Corinne finally breathed again. She opened the closet, pushing aside old coats and shoeboxes, and stuffed the test deep behind a stack of out-of-season sweaters. Carly wouldn't think to look there. There, it could stay buried, just like the truth. Only 2 days later, it was Friday, and Carly barged into Corinne's home office. "Mom!" Corinne looked up from her laptop to find Carly standing in the doorway, arms crossed. "What's up?" Corinne asked, feigning innocence. "My test is gone?" Corinne blinked. "Gone?" Carly's face twisted in skepticism. "Yeah,
It was on my dresser, and now it's not. Corinne kept her expression neutral. Are you sure you didn't misplace it? Carly scoffed. No, I didn't misplace it. Maybe you left
it at school? Carly huffed. I didn't. Corinne sighed. Maybe it got thrown away by accident. I don't know, hun. I can't keep track of all your things. Your room's a mess. Maybe you could start by cleaning up. But I'm going to Breeze in like 20 minutes. Everyone's bringing one. I'm sorry, Car. I don't know what you want me to say. Carly groaned, spun on her heel, and stormed off with an aggressive, Ugh, this sucks. Corinne closed her eyes, unsure how many more close calls she could handle. Chapter 17, Violet. The phone buzzed on the nightstand, dragging Violet from a deep sleep. She fumbled for it, glancing at the glowing screen. Carly. A late-night call from a 16-year-old was never a good sign. She sat up, pressing the phone to her ear. Carly, what's wrong? A breath, a pause. Then a hushed voice. Can you come get me? Violet was already swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Where are you? Brianna's. Violet glanced at the clock. 1:47 a.m. Are you supposed to be spending the night? I was, but... Another pause, a whimper. Don't be mad, okay? We were drinking and... Are her parents home? No, Carly whispered. Then stronger. I thought I could sleep it off, but I just went to the bathroom and puked, and I feel like shit, and I don't want to stay. Can you come? Please? Violet was already reaching for her jeans. Of course. I'll be there soon. Carly exhaled so deeply Violet could hear it through the phone. Thank you, Aunt Violet. As she ended the call, Violet turned to find Reed propped up on his elbow, brow furrowed. What's going on? Carly, she's at Brianna's, but she doesn't want to stay. Kids have been drinking. Reed rubbed his eyes. Shouldn't she be calling her parents? Violet set down her phone and tugged on her sweater. Would you want your parents to know if you were underage drinking? She's scared. Yeah, because she's 16 and shouldn't be drinking. You're really going to go get her at 2 a.m? She shot him a look. What would you rather? She stays there and gets herself into trouble. Reed exhaled, shaking his head. I just don't understand why this is your responsibility. Violet paused for half a second before grabbing her phone from the nightstand. I won't be long. The drive was quiet, the streets empty. By the time she pulled up outside Brianna's house, Carly was already outside, arms wrapped around herself against the cool night air. She climbed into the passenger seat, letting out a breath as she buckled her seatbelt. Thank you for coming. Of course. Violet pulled away from the curb, glancing over. You okay? Carly shrugged. Yeah, it was just stupid. They brought out a bottle, and I thought, maybe just a sip. But then it kept going, and I didn't like it. I didn't want to be there. I'm really sorry. You did the right thing calling me. Carly looked down, picking at a loose thread on her sleeve. Mum already didn't want me to come. She's going to be so pissed. I'm probably going to be grounded for like a year. A beat of silence stretched between them before Carly asked, Can I stay at your place tonight? I just don't want to deal with their questions. Violet hesitated. Carly, please? Just for tonight. I swear I won't make this a habit, Violet exhaled, weighing the options. She should take her home. Should remind her that part of being 16 meant facing the consequences of your actions. But she also knew Corinne, knew how she would react. And tonight, Carly just needed a safe place to land. And then what? Violet said. Isn't your mom planning on picking you up at Brianna's in the morning? I'll just walk home from your place and say Brianna's mom dropped me off. They'll never know. Violet swallowed, gripping the wheel. Please, Aunt Violet. All right, she said. but you better not throw up on my carpet. Carly nodded, relief flooding her face. I'll make it to the bathroom, I promise. The rest of the way, Carly leaned her head against the window while Violet stared straight ahead, hoping Carly's plan would work. Carly's plan did not work. Violet awoke to raised voices coming from downstairs. She flew out of bed, startling Reed, who'd been dozing beside her. It took her a moment to clear the fog in her head. Why were there voices in her house? And then the previous night came flooding back. Carly, the party. The fact that she was asleep on her couch, or was supposed to be asleep on her couch. The voices got louder, and it didn't take more than 2 seconds for Violet to recognize them both. Sure enough, she reached the bottom of the stairs, turned the corner into the living room, and there stood Corinne and Carly, one looking much more hungover than the other. "What is going on here?" Corinne hollered at Violet. "She was supposed to be sleeping over at Brianna's." Violet gaped, still grasping for clues as to what Corinne knew. You, Corinne mocked. "What is she doing here?" "Hold up," Violet said defensively. "What are you doing here at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning?" Corinne held up a brown package. "This got delivered to my house by mistake, and I was graciously bringing it over to you. You can imagine my shock to see Carly on your couch through the porch window, so yes, I let myself in." "Mom, it's not a big deal," Carly tried. "I couldn't sleep and I didn't feel like staying anymore." "But why was Violet the one to pick you up?" Corinne's gaze snapped to Violet now, accusation burning behind her eyes. "She called you instead of me?" Reed appeared at the bottom of the stairs in an old college tee. "What's all the yelling about?" "Mum, relax," Carly said, but even from where Violet stood, she could see Carly's bloodshot eyes. Corinne pointed a finger at her daughter. "You're lying to me," Carly groaned, rubbing her temples. "I just needed a ride, okay? It wasn't a big deal." "Not a big deal." Corinne's voice rose. "You were drinking, weren't you?" Carly's silence was answer enough. Corinne let out a sharp breath, shaking her head. "And you thought hiding out here would fix that?" Reed gave Violet a look that said, "I told you so," and she shot one right back at him that said, "Don't go there." "I just needed time to figure out what to say to you and Dad," Carly admitted. "I didn't want you to be mad." "Well, I am mad," Corinne snapped. "And you?" She turned to Violet, her voice filled with something more than anger now, something bordering on betrayal. "Now you're just stepping in when she needs a parent?" Corinne seethed. "That's my job, Violet." Violet exhaled. "She was scared to call you, Corinne. She made a mistake, and she didn't want to get in trouble. She asked for my help, so I went." "You should have told me. You should have made her come home." Violet crossed her arms. "I wasn't going to make her do anything when she was already feeling vulnerable. She was responsible enough to call for a ride instead of staying in a bad situation. I figured that counted for something." "You figured?" Corinne's voice cracked. "She's my daughter, Violet. You don't get to just decide what's best for her. I should be able to." Carly looked between them. "Mum, I'm sorry." "I know you are," Corinne said, pressing a hand to her forehead. For the first time, Carly's voice wavered. "I never meant for this to turn into a fight." "We'll talk about this more at home." Carly hesitated, then nodded. She turned to Violet. "Thanks for letting me stay." Violet managed a small smile. Corinne stiffened, but didn't say anything as she gestured for Carly to grab her things. And then they were gone, out the sliding door.
Chapter 18, Violet. Violet sat at the long, polished conference table, staring at the financials for the Caldwell deal laid out in front of her. It was Monday morning, and in true Monday fashion, she was dragging. The pregnancy, plus a tense weekend after Corinne's discovery of Carly's late-night SOS call, didn't help. The room felt stiff with malaise, the quiet hum of the office making it worse. It had been 2 weeks since the last meeting, since she'd fixed her mistake and given them the correct numbers, and still, there was no confirmation. No final word. The deal hung in limbo, a giant question mark. Lois sat at the head of the table, her sharp eyes scanning over the documents like a hawk. Corinne was seated next to her, tapping a pen against her notepad in a steady, nervous rhythm. Violet hated how calm Corinne tried to appear, like she wasn't fazed by the pressure, both in and out of the office. But Violet could see through it. Corinne was equally edgy. And the worst part? Lois had been praising Corinne's work on the deal all morning, barely acknowledging Violet's efforts. She flipped through her notes again, reviewing the last communication from the Caldwells. Everything seemed fine on paper. They hadn't given any clear indication that they were having second thoughts, but Violet felt a nagging suspicion creeping in. Maybe it was her own nerves, the weight of everything else pulling at her. But the delay felt personal, like another crack in her fragile sense of control. The door to the conference room opened, and Pierce walked in, dropping into a chair across from Violet. "Anything?" he asked, glancing between his sisters. Lois shook her head. "No news yet." Pierce leaned back in his chair. "This is taking too long. They're stalling." Violet gave a tight smile. "They're probably just doing their due diligence, making sure everything's in order. Or they're rethinking the whole thing because of that little hiccup last week," Corinne said. Lois cleared her throat. "I swear if JRC Holdings swoops in and steals this from us." "We shouldn't have put all our eggs in one basket with this deal," Corinne said. "Dad always said—" "Your father is retired," Lois said, cutting her off. "And besides, we had no reason to think this wouldn't go through." "Yeah, but if it doesn't," Corinne said. "You can forget about that new Lexus you had your eye on," Pierce said. "And I'll sure as hell be cancelling that trip to the Maldives. Fuck!" He ran his hand through his hair. "I was really banking on that payday." "No shit, Sherlock," Violet said. "Enough wallowing." Lois smacked the table with both hands. "We can't afford to lose this deal, so we won't. End of story." Violet nodded, trying to push aside the self-doubt gnawing at her. She knew she was good at her job. She'd closed big deals before, but lately her mind had been elsewhere, on Carly, on The Secret, on Reed, walking around like the golden retriever of husbands who didn't know he was married to a liar. And now it was bleeding into her work. "Violet, have you followed up on the environmental assessment report they asked for?" Lois asked, her voice sharp as always. Violet flipped through papers. "Yes, I sent it over first thing this morning. I also had the property's assessed value updated with the most recent appraisal figures. Everything's been forwarded to the Caldwell's legal team." Lois gave a curt nod. "Good. We need to stay on top of this. If they're hesitant, we need to give them every reason to move forward." Corinne chimed in. "I've already set up the escrow account, so there's no delay once we get their final approval." Of course she had. Violet fought the urge to roll her eyes. Corinne had been stepping up more than usual lately, and Violet couldn't tell if it was out of genuine concern for the deal or if Corinne just enjoyed reminding Lois of her reliability, especially in contrast to Violet's recent mistake. "I'm sure we'll hear from them soon," Pierce said, glancing sideways at his sisters. As middle child, he was used to trying to make peace. "We just need to be patient." Patient. That was easy for him to say. Violet felt like she was coming undone at the seams. She glanced over at Lois, who was scanning her notes again. Her mother had barely looked at her all day, her attention fixated on the deal.
Violet couldn't shake the feeling that Lois had lost some confidence in her. And it stung. Wasn't there more to life than business deals? Did Lois even care that Violet was bringing another grandchild into the family? It wouldn't kill her to ask how Violet was feeling from time to time. "Anything else we need to cover?" Lois asked, breaking the silence. The siblings shook their heads. Lois nodded. "Good." She stood to go, but Violet reached out, catching Lois's arm. "Actually, Mum, there is something not work-related." Her eyes flicked to Corinne, whose face quickly went white. "Violet, don't!" Corinne said. Their mother looked between them, confused and impatient. The silence was deafening. "Well?" Lois said when Violet didn't continue. Another beat of silence. Violet's skin prickled, wanting to tell her mother her plans. "I'm going to tell Carly the truth." "Honestly, girls," Lois said with an exasperated sigh, "I don't have time for games." She pulled her arm from Violet's grasp and exited the conference room. Pierce clucked his tongue. "What is going on with you two?" "Stay out of it, Pierce," Corinne snapped, before standing and stomping away. He gave his head a little shake. "Women?" he said. "And everyone wonders why I don't settle down." Chapter 19, Violet. 2 days later, nothing had changed and Violet couldn't take it any longer. She pulled up to Corinne's house, coming straight from work. But when she saw the BMW in the driveway, she paused. She hadn't expected her parents to be here. She didn't need Lois adding one more roadblock. But she shrugged it off. Perhaps it was for the best. They were part of this too. They should know the turmoil swirling in Violet's mind. Maybe she could convince her mother to see her side of things tonight, since she didn't get the chance at work. Violet stood at the front door, feeling fearless and faint in equal measure. She was ready. Now was the time. She had been thinking about what she'd say for days, weeks, really, unable to shake the gnawing feeling that the truth needed to come out. And so here she was, about to lay everything out in the open, whether Corinne liked it or not. Violet knocked and let herself in, slipping off her shoes just inside the door. She caught her reflection in the wall mirror and couldn't help but notice the dark circles under her eyes. It was almost as if she was staring at a different version of herself. Someone much older, much more ragged. Taking a deep breath, she proceeded into the house. She found her family in the kitchen. "Violet," Buck said, "and this is a nice surprise." "I didn't know you guys were going to be here," she said. Lois scrunched her nose. "Well, goodness, what a greeting." "Is there a problem?" Corinne said slowly, drawing out each word. "With having my parents over to my house?" Lois and Buck shared a look. "It's fine. They might as well hear it too," Violet said, pushing past her hesitation. "We need to talk. All of us. Is Jonah here?" She thought maybe she could give the adults a fair warning before she talked directly to Carly. Corinne shook her head. "He's at volleyball practice with Carly." Damn. Jonah was an important piece of the puzzle. "Everything okay?" Buck asked. Lois, on the other hand, sat up, rigid. "What's going on? What do we need to talk about? It's not the baby, is it?" The question threw Violet for a second, as she'd momentarily forgotten she was pregnant. Then, equally fast, she grew irritated. "Oh, so now you care about the baby?" She was 4 months along, and Violet could count on one hand the number of times Lois had asked anything about how she was doing. "No," Violet said. Yes. I mean, not this baby." She pointed to her belly. Lois drummed her fingers on the table. "I'm not understanding." "Honey, why are you all flushed?" Buck asked. Violet didn't answer right away. She stood in the center of the room, nerves binding her chest, but she couldn't hold back any longer. I've been thinking about something, and I need to say it. It's about Carly. Corinne's face paled. Violet, you can't just... Violet cut her off, her emotions spilling out. I think it's time she knew the truth. The room went silent, the tension thick and immediate. Lois cocked her head, her eyes narrowing at Violet. What truth? She asked. Violet looked at all of them, her resolve hardening. Don't play dumb, Mom. You know exactly what I'm getting at. The truth about me. Violet, we talked about this, Corinne said, her tone a warning. The answer is no. Why can't you just drop it? Lois's face scrunched. What do you mean you talked about this? Tension pulled between everyone in the room. Buck shifted uncomfortably. Corinne stood frozen, her hands clenching the dish towel. You can't be serious, Lois scoffed. We agreed a long time ago this was for the best. We made sure this secret was kept for a reason. That was 16 years ago, Violet snapped. I was a kid. I didn't know what I was agreeing to, but now I'm a mother. Or, well, I'm about to be, and I want my child back, my first child. Corinne took a step forward, her face flushed with panic. It doesn't work that way, Violet. I won't let you destroy her life. Violet shook her head. She should have a say in her own life. Everything she knows is a lie. Lois stood up, pointing a finger in Violet's face. You will not tell her. This secret is staying buried. Do you understand me, Violet? Now stop talking nonsense. Violet's throat constricted, her eyes stinging. Why? Why does it always have to be your way? You've spent our entire lives dominating everything, deciding what's best for everyone. But what about me? What about what I want? Buck, who had been silent, finally spoke. Violet, we did what we thought was right at the time. You were too young. It wasn't about control. It was about giving Carly the best life possible. But that wasn't your decision to make. Violet's voice broke. Things are different now. I'm an adult. She's my daughter and I want a chance to be her mother. Corinne stepped closer, hands flying animatedly as she spoke. You're her aunt. You've always been her aunt. You can't just rewrite her life like this. I'm not trying to rewrite anything. I'm trying to fix it, to make it right. Lois scoffed, shaking her head. Fix it? You'll only cause more damage. Do you really think she'll thank you for this? Do you think she'll look at you and be grateful? No, she'll be confused. She'll be hurt. And you'll be the one to blame for shattering her world. Is that what you want? Violet flinched at the words, but she didn't back down. She's going to find out eventually. You can't keep this from her forever. Maybe not, Corinne said quietly. But I will protect her for as long as I can. I won't let you take her away from me. That's the thing. I wouldn't be taking her away. Our homes are back to back.
You'd see her all the time. It would just be a role reversal, righting the wrong and... Do you hear what you're saying? Corinne shouted. It's crazy. Dad, tell her she's being crazy. This isn't a Lifetime movie, Violet. This is a child's life we're talking about. How dare you come into my home and just take it upon yourself to say whatever you want? Girls, Buck tried, but he was no match for the rage that coursed between the two women. Violet felt the bite of Corinne's words, the depth of her sister's fear and pain. For a moment, she wavered. Was she a horrible monster? But then images of Carly flashed in her mind, the way she laughed, the way she looked so much like Violet at that age, the way Violet felt every time she looked at her, knowing that she was her child, yet not being able to claim her. It all came back to one simple fact. It wasn't fair. The faces in the room glared at her. Violet spoke softly, her voice thick with emotion. I just want her to know the truth. I want her to have a choice. You're only thinking about yourself, Lois interjected. This isn't about Carly, it's about you. You're trying to absolve yourself, but you'll only cause pain. For her, for Corinne, for all of us. Violet looked at her mother, feeling the impact of Lois's accusation. It was always the same. Lois had always been able to make her feel small, like her emotions didn't matter, like her needs weren't as important as the greater good. "Violet," Buck said, coming to place a gentle hand on his daughter's shoulder. "Think about what you're saying. Think about Reed. Have you considered what this could do to your marriage?" "Of course I have. And don't you think—" Violet crossed her arms. "I've made up my mind. I'm telling her." Suddenly Corinne's eyes filled with desperation. "If you do this, if you tell her, I'll never forgive you." The words hit Violet like a slap, the finality of them ringing in her ears. She had always imagined, somewhere in the back of her mind, that she and Corinne could find a way through this. That even after everything, they could still be sisters. Was it all a delusion? Staring at her now, it felt impossible. Violet stood there, the room feeling smaller, tighter, as though it were closing in on her. Lois and Buck regarded each other, their silence now a wall she couldn't break through. "You'd really hate me?" Violet asked, eyes locked with Corinne's. "Yes." Violet took a sharp inhale. It took a beat to digest. "Then you've made your choice," she said. "But so have I. Carly is my daughter, and it's time she knew." She made to leave, her heart heavy. But before she could turn toward the door, the sound of something hitting the floor startled them all. Violet whipped around, her breath catching in her throat. Carly stood in the doorway, frozen. Her
volleyball bag had slipped from her shoulder and lay at her feet. Her wide, disbelieving eyes darted between Violet, Corinne, and her grandparents. Violet gawked. With all of the elevated voices, no one had heard her come in from practice. The room went dead silent, the gravity of everything said hanging in the air. "Carly." Corinne took a small step forward, her face pale and stricken. I didn't know you were—" But Carly didn't move. She didn't blink. She just stood there, staring at them like a deer caught in headlights. A sudden cold swept through Violet. How long had Carly been there? What had she heard? Violet opened her mouth to say something, anything, but no words came out. She could see confusion flooding Carly's expression, and then it became clear. Carly knew the secret was out.
Chapter 20. Corinne. "Carly," Violet began, but Corinne quickly cut her off, her voice frantic. "Carly, honey, it's not what you think." She hurried toward her daughter, but Carly put up a quick hand. "What's going on, Mum?" Lois and Buck were silent, their faces grim. Corinne could feel their gazes, but she didn't dare look at them. All that mattered was her daughter standing there. How much of the conversation had she heard? "Carly, we were just, discussing—" Violet started, but Carly's gaze was laser-focused on Corinne, ignoring her aunt's faltering explanation. Carly wobbled. "I heard you say, you said that." Her mouth bobbled between a smirk and a frown, as if her muscles weren't sure how to react. Corinne looked to Violet, then to Lois. Both women's faces were ashen. Corinne's worst nightmare was coming true. "Mom," Carly continued with a tone that bordered on nervous laughter, "what she said, I mean, why are you guys acting so serious? It's a joke, right? Aunt Violet, you were joking." Corinne's heart pounded so loudly she thought it might burst from her chest. Her mind raced, trying to find the right words, any words, to defuse the situation. But nothing came. Before Corinne could stop her, Violet took a breath, her eyes filled with remorse. "Carly, there's something we've kept from you, something I've kept from you." Corinne's stomach lurched. "Violet, don't!" she cried. "It's too late, Corinne." She heard. "What the hell is going on?" Carly said, chest starting to heave. Not even Lois scolded the swearing. Carly's eyes flicked around from adult to adult. Corinne's heart broke at the distress written all over her daughter's face. It was her job to protect her, and she'd failed. Violet stepped forward, her eyes wet. Carly, No, Corinne put an arm across Violet's chest like a seatbelt. Let me! I should be the one to tell her. She took a step toward Carly, who in turn backed up against the doorframe. Where is Jonah? Corinne wondered. I need Jonah. Car, she said, lips trembling. This is not how I wanted you to find out, and I'm sure it's going to be very confusing. She took an impossibly deep breath. But it's true. Violet is your biological mother. Her throat burned with each word, and she felt like she might gag before she could get it all out. Time seemed to freeze. Carly stood motionless, her face frozen in shock, as if the world had just been ripped from under her feet. What? Carly's voice was barely a whisper, her face drained of colour, like it did every time she had to get a shot at the doctor's office. Only those times Corinne could hold her hand and help her breathe. Now Corinne was afraid that if she stepped an inch closer, Carly would flee forever. I was young, Violet continued, her whole body vibrating. I was too young to raise you, and Corinne and Jonah were the ones who stepped in. They raised you as their own, but you're my daughter, Carly. Corinne winced at Violet's formal use of their first names. We're her parents, she screamed in her head. Mom and Dad! No! Carly shook her head, the word coming out in disbelief. Her face twisted in bewilderment, and her eyes flicked back to Corinne, searching for answers. Mom? Corinne's chest felt like it was caving in. The look on Carly's face was unbearable. My heart, Corinne thought, it actually hurts. She'd never felt like she'd let someone down more than she did in that moment. Carly, we raised you, Dad and I, Corinne stammered. I've been your mother since the day you were born. That's the truth. But you're not my real mum. Carly's voice trembled, her gaze hardening. You lied to me? I didn't. Corinne choked on her words. The truth was, she had lied. They all had. There was no denying it. We thought it was best for you. You have to understand, I love you more than anything, Carly. Everything we did for you. Carly stepped back, halfway out of the room, shaking her head, as if trying to make sense of it all. Her eyes were glassy with tears. This can't be real. It makes no sense. I mean, so all these years, it's all been fake? Lois finally spoke, attempting to regain the rule of the room. Carly, listen to your mother, Corinne. She is your mother. This is very complicated. Complicated, Carly snapped. You've all been lying to me my whole life, and not just a stupid little lie, like the world's biggest lie. At that moment, a door closed and footsteps approached. Jonah stepped into the room, keys and phone in hand. He looked around at the tense faces, and it didn't take but a second for turmoil to etch across his features. Whoa, what's going on? No one answered. Carly's tear-filled eyes were blazing now, and she turned to Jonah, her voice cracking. Did you know? Jonah froze, glancing between Corinne and Violet, realizing instantly what had just unfolded. His eyes locked on Corinne, who could barely bring herself to meet his gaze. Carly, Jonah began, but Carly shook her head violently. Don't, she barked. Just don't. She turned back to Corinne, her face a mask of anger and betrayal. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you let me believe you were my parents all these years? Corinne's legs felt weak. She stumbled forward, reaching out for her daughter, but Carly took another step back, retreating even farther. Carly, please, Corinne begged.
I am your mum. No matter what, I'm the one who's been there for you since day one, the one who's loved you through everything. That doesn't change just because of this. It changes everything, Carly cried, tears spilling down her cheeks. You've been lying to me. How can I ever trust you again? Violet reached out a hand, but Carly flinched. And you, she spat at her aunt. I can't believe you would keep this from me too. Violet bit her bottom lip. Corinne could see the pain in her sister's eyes and wondered for the briefest second who was suffering worse, her or Violet. Surely Corinne, the mother in the situation for all intents and purposes, would feel this blow more. Her heart felt like it was shattering into a million tiny shards. She had always feared this moment, the moment Carly would look at her like a stranger, with nothing but anger and hurt in her eyes. I love you, Carly, Corinne whispered, but her words felt hollow, pointless in the face of the truth. Lois stepped forward. Her voice was as smooth as her cashmere sweater. We never wanted to hurt you, sweetheart. We just thought this was the best thing for you. For everyone. Carly gazed around the room, her chest heaving. She shook her head, wiping at her tear-streaked face. I need to go, Carly said before turning and bolting from the kitchen, brushing past Jonah on the way. Corinne was right on her heels. Car, wait! But Carly spun around and shouted, Don't follow me! Just leave me alone! Her footsteps echoed as she fled up the stairs. For a long moment, no one moved. The room was overwhelmingly silent. Corinne stared after her daughter, the pain in her chest so deep she thought it might break her. This was heartbreak, literal and figurative heartbreak. Jonah's eyes were saucers. He reached out, placing a heavy hand on her shoulder. Corinne, what the... But she pulled away from him just as Carly had from her. Don't! Corinne felt Violet's eyes on her. All she could think about was Carly's face, the devastation, the betrayal. She whirled around, her eyes blazing with fury. Her gaze locked onto Violet, standing by the kitchen island, looking ghostly pale. This is your fault, Corinne spat. Violet blinked, stunned by the sudden outburst. Corinne, No! Corinne's hands shook as she jabbed a finger in her sister's direction. You came to my house and dredged all of this up. If you had just left it alone, if you hadn't pushed this, none of this would have happened. Did you see her? Did you see what you did to her? Are you happy now? She felt the hot sting of tears in her eyes, but she didn't care. You've ruined everything. Violet's face hardened, her own defenses rising. I didn't ruin anything, Corinne. We'd been lying to Carly her entire life. It was only a matter of time before this came out. You can't keep pretending everything's fine. Everything was fine until you took it upon yourself to change it, Corinne shouted, her chest heaving. You've never been able to leave well enough alone. You just had to make it all about you, didn't you? Violet recoiled at that. That's not fair. And you know it? I've had to live with this secret just as much as you have. No, more actually, because Carly is my daughter too, and I have the right to... The right! Corinne exploded. You gave up that right when you handed her to me. I'm her mother, not you. Lois spoke up at that. Girls, that's enough. Corinne's right. This was a family decision, Violet, and we all agreed that Carly would be better off not knowing. Violet's eyes flicked to their mother. Maybe you all agreed, but I never did. I was 16, Mum. I wasn't mature enough to understand the implications. Buck, who had been standing quietly in the corner, finally spoke. Now's not the time to assign blame. We all made sacrifices for Carly. What's done is done. Well, look where those sacrifices got us, Violet muttered bitterly, her arms crossed tightly across her chest. And whose fault is that? Corinne snapped, her voice rising to a breaking point. Do you even realize what you've done? You've shattered our relationship in one conversation. She thinks I've been lying to her, and she'll never trust me again." Jonah pumped his hands. "You know what, everyone? You all need to leave." "What? No," Violet said. "I'm not going anywhere." "This is our house, Violet, not yours," Corinne said. But despite their attempt for control of the situation, no one moved. Instead, voices remained elevated, talking over one another in a never-ending loop. Finally, it was Jonah who cut through again. "Everyone, calm down," he said firmly. "It isn't helping. We need to think about how to move forward, not tear each other apart." "Calm down?" Corinne whirled on him. "You think I can calm down after what just happened? After what Violet did? Carly's up there right now, hating me. You're her father. Aren't you equally outraged?" "Corinne, no one's saying this isn't serious," he replied. "But shouting at each other isn't going to fix anything. You're right. Our kid is upstairs and can probably hear everything. Am I pissed? Yeah, I'm fucking pissed. But I'm also trying not to make things worse." Violet bristled. "I didn't come here to cause a fight. I came because I thought Carly deserved the truth." "And what did you think that was going to do, huh?" Corinne hurled. "That she'd just accept it and move on?" "Oh, gee, thanks for telling me. That's not how this works, Violet. You've thrown a bomb into her life and now you want to act like you're the noble one for telling her?" Corinne knew Jonah was right, that they should lower their voices or take it outside, somewhere where Carly couldn't hear, but she couldn't stop herself. The rage overtook every ounce of common sense in her body. "Well, at least I'm trying to be honest," Violet shot back, her frustration boiling over. Corinne let out a vinegary laugh, shaking her head. "Oh, you're so self-righteous, aren't you? You didn't have to be the one raising her. You didn't have to deal with the pressure, the fear, every single day that she'd find out and hate you for it." "And you think I didn't feel that fear too?" Violet said, her own tears welling up. "You think this has been easy for me? Knowing my daughter was growing up thinking I was just her aunt?" "You're not the only one who's been hurting, Corinne." Lois sighed heavily, stepping forward to stand beside Corinne. "Violet, this is exactly why we decided to keep it from Carly. We wanted to protect her, and you. This isn't about who's right or wrong anymore. It's about what's best for Carly." Violet scowled. "And what about what's best for me? This whole thing—" Corinne cut her off, her face twisted in anger. "There you go, making it about you again. You're still so wrapped up in your culpability that you can't see how selfish you're being." "Selfish? I'm the one who—" Before Violet could finish, Buck cut in like the growl of a grizzly. "Enough!" His gaze travelled between them, back and forth. Enough. Everyone fell silent. "This arguing is getting us nowhere," he said. "We need to think about Carly. She's the one who's going to be hurt the most by all of this, and right now she's up there alone, probably terrified and confused, while a civil war erupts in her kitchen. The rest of this? It can wait." Violet looked away, wiping at her eyes. Corinne felt her chest constricting with anger and sadness. Everything was unraveling, and she didn't know how to stop it. "And what about Reed, huh?" Buck continued. Violet glanced up at the mention of her husband, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" Lois said. Corinne considered the outcome. If Reed found out, Violet's whole marriage could implode. Let it, she thought, feeling zero remorse. She looked to her sister. "Well, if Reed finds out, it'll be because you opened Pandora's box." Violet didn't respond. The room fell into a thick, choking stillness as the enormity of what had just happened sank in. There was no going back now. Chapter 21, Corinne. The aftermath of the revelation hung in the air like a thick fog. Corinne felt Jonah's hand on her shoulder, a silent attempt at reassurance, but it barely made a dent in the torrent of emotions surging through her. She needed space. They needed space. "Everyone has to go. Jonah and I need to speak to Carly alone." Violet opened her mouth to protest, but Corinne shot her a look. "Violet, leave, please." "Corinne, we need to—" "Now," Corinne said firmly, her voice harder than she'd intended. "Don't you think you've done enough?" She couldn't handle any more arguments. This was between her and Carly, and there was no room for anyone else in this moment. Lois cleared her throat. "Do you want me to—" "No, Mom, I don't. I don't want anyone to do anything but leave us alone." Corinne turned and gestured toward the door, dismissing her sister, her parents, and the mess they'd all created together. With stiff movements, Violet grabbed her purse, throwing one last wounded look at Corinne before heading for the door. Lois gave a small nod, muttering something under her breath about giving Carly time, while Buck placed a gentle hand on Corinne's back. "Let us know if you need anything," he said quietly, before following Lois out. The door clicked shut, leaving the house heavy with silence. Corinne stood there for a long moment, her heart thudding in her chest. Her phone beeped with an incoming text or email or some other notification, but she could barely register it. The only thought in her mind was the conversation she knew she needed to have with her daughter. "I feel like I'm going to barf," she said. Jonah folded his arms across his chest. "Me too." "We have to fix this," she whispered, her voice breaking. Jonah nodded, his face pale, though he looked as though he had no idea how to do that. Without another word, they made their way upstairs. Corinne's steps were slow, her stomach twisted into tight, painful knots. She didn't know what to expect, if Carly would listen, if she would even look at her, but none of it mattered anymore. The jig was up. They reached Carly's bedroom door. It was closed. Corinne knocked lightly, her hand shaking. "Carly, can we come in?" There was a long silence on the other side. Then, just as Corinne thought she'd have to knock again, they heard a muffled voice. "I don't want to talk." Corinne ran her sweaty hands down her pants. She glanced at Jonah, who gave her a small nod of support, and then, without waiting for permission, she opened the door. They needed to speak, whether Carly was ready or not. Carly was lying on her bed, still in her volleyball clothes, the spandex shorts Corinne thought were too tight and unnecessarily short. Her knees pulled up to her chest, her face streaked with angry tears. She didn't look at either of them as they entered the room. The air smelled of Marc Jacobs' daisy perfume, the walls covered with a collage of photos of Carly and her friends. It was a teenage girl haven, a happy space with peach walls and string lights, but the inhabitant of the room was anything but happy. Corinne's shoulders slumped at the sight of her daughter curled up like that, hurt and confused. "I said I don't want to talk," Carly said, burying her head in her pillow. "I know you don't," Corinne said cautiously. "But we need to explain. We owe you that much. I know you're angry, and you have every right to be." Carly lifted her head, but she didn't look up. She stared at the wall, her expression hard, like she was building a fortress around herself to keep them out. Corinne swallowed, pushing down her own fear. She needed to explain. She needed to make Carly understand. Somehow. "We never meant for it to happen like this," Corinne continued. "When I found out I couldn't have children, your grandmother came up with the idea. It seemed like the best way to keep you close, to give you the life you deserved." Carly's eyes flickered. "So that's why there's no photos." "Photos? Of you pregnant?" Corinne sighed, remembering their conversation from a few weeks ago. "Yes." So much stuff is making sense now. Jonah sat down on the edge of the bed. "We thought we were doing the right thing. We wanted you to have a family that loved you, one that could take care of you. Carly bolted upright, and her eyes turned dark again. You lied to me. Corinne flinched. We did. I own that. I'm not going to try to tell you otherwise, but we thought it was what was best for you. You thought I didn't deserve to know the truth, Carly cut in, her voice trembling. You let me think you were my mum this whole time when I have another one. You didn't even give me a chance to... Her words broke off, swallowed by a sob. You stole my entire life from me. Corinne felt her defenses perk up. Stole her entire life? They'd given her a life. Yes, they'd lied. And yes, it was wrong. But that didn't mean Carly's entire existence was one of misery, did it? She took a steady breath, trying to remind herself that in the world of a teenager, everything was heightened. How could she reason with someone whose raging hormones were susceptible to detonation at any moment? Corinne's breath came in shallow bursts. She wanted to reach out, to hold Carly, but she knew it wouldn't be welcomed. Carly, please. We never wanted to hurt you. Well, you did, Carly snapped. Jonah leaned forward. We thought we were doing the right thing at the time, Carly. We thought it would protect you, and we didn't want to confuse you when you were younger. Carly shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Well, I'm confused now, aren't I? So, great job. Corinne winced as she watched her daughter grieve before her. I'm so sorry, she whispered. I know this is unfair, and I know it feels like we betrayed you. But you are our daughter, Carly. We've loved you every single day of your life. Then why didn't you tell me? Carly sobbed, her voice rising again. If you loved me so much, why did you lie to me for 16 years? Corinne felt her stomach clench, the enormity of her mistakes crushing her. Because I was scared, she admitted quietly. I was scared that if you knew the truth, you wouldn't want me to be your mum anymore. I thought I'd lose you. Carly's eyes softened for a brief moment, but the pain in her expression didn't fade. So keeping a huge secret was better? This was better? Corinne opened her mouth to respond, but the words wouldn't come. She knew that nothing she said would mend what was already done. She'd broken something between them, and she didn't know how to fix it. Then Carly wiped her tear-streaked face with her sleeve. Who's my real dad? Corinne's stomach dropped, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Jonah stiffened beside her, and when she looked at him it was the saddest sight she'd ever seen. A boy in high school, Corinne admitted, her voice small. Scotty was his name. Were they, dating? Does he know about me? Corinne shook her head, feeling utterly helpless. I'm so sorry, Carly. Wait, he doesn't know? No. You guys didn't even tell my real dad that he was a father? Mom, that's seriously messed up. A whole new thwack of blame hit her at that. It was true. Not only had they lied to Carly, they'd hidden a baby from a boy who didn't even have a chance to get his say. Suddenly Corinne felt sick again. She pictured the boys Carly went to school with, the same age as Scotty and Violet, and the idea of them becoming parents, was unimaginable. And yet, it also wasn't fair to keep secrets this big, this life-changing, from anyone, no matter how young they were. Carly didn't speak again right away. She just sat there, silent, her expression softening and hardening like a yo-yo. After a long moment, she let out a shaky breath. I need to be alone. Please just go. Carly. Corinne's voice broke as she reached out, but Carly turned away. Just go, Mom, she whispered. I can't talk anymore. The word Mom cut into Corinne like a blade, but she knew it wasn't a word of comfort or reconciliation. It was simply the last thing Carly had left to say. Jonah stood slowly, his legs weak beneath him. Corinne followed as they backed out of the room. Jonah was saying something to her, but she was gone, transported back to when everything had begun. Chapter 22. Corinne. 16 years ago. Corinne sat on the edge of the bathtub, staring blankly at the small blue calendar she'd drawn on the bathroom mirror with a dry erase marker. Each day of the month was neatly marked, crossed off one by one, as she and Jonah counted down the days. Every time there was a spark of hope, a feeling that maybe this month would be different. But now, sitting there with a dull ache in her lower abdomen, she knew. She didn't need a test. A period had come again. Her breath hitched, and she felt the familiar sting of tears burning her eyes. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees, her hands cradling her face. She'd promised herself that this time she wouldn't cry, that she would be strong for Jonah. But the flood of disappointment and grief was too overwhelming. Another month, another failure. For 5 years they had been trying. Every doctor's appointment, every test, every fertility treatment had yielded nothing but more heartache. Jonah had always been the optimist, holding on to hope, reassuring her that it would happen in time, that they just needed to be patient. But she had always been the one to get things done, to achieve what she set out to do. Why couldn't she do this? The bathroom door creaked open and Jonah stepped inside. His eyes found hers in the mirror, and his face fell as he saw her expression. "Again?" he asked gently, though he already knew the answer. Corinne nodded, unable to speak. She wiped away the tears that had begun to fall, feeling defeated, ashamed even. She hated that this was becoming routine, this unspoken acknowledgement of their failure. Jonah crossed the small bathroom in a couple of steps and knelt in front of her, his hands resting on her knees. "Hey," he whispered softly. "We'll keep trying. We'll figure this out, okay?" She wanted to believe him. She wanted to let his words soothe her like they had in the past. But this time, the despair was too much. "Who doesn't get pregnant even with a doctor's help?" she cried. "I feel like I'm broken. I'm a fucking broken woman." "Hey, don't say that." Jonah squeezed her knees gently, his eyes filled with a tenderness that only made her ache more. "It will happen," he said quietly. "I don't know how, but it will. We just have to keep holding on." Corinne nodded, but deep inside a gnawing doubt was beginning to take root, threatening to choke out the hope she'd held on to for so long. She couldn't do this much longer. She couldn't bear the disappointment month after month, year after painful year. All their friends were starting families, some even working on baby number 2. She and her best friend, Steph, had always planned to be pregnant together, but Steph already had a preschooler and another baby on the way. Turned out planning for pregnancy didn't go exactly like they'd talked about in college. Everyone was moving forward in their lives, and Corinne was stuck, left behind. She knew she wasn't the only woman in the world to deal with infertility. And yet, in the deepest, darkest corners of her mind, she couldn't help the wallowing. It simply wasn't fair. And then came the biggest blow of all, Violet's pregnancy. Corinne's brain went wild, swinging uncontrollably between devastation and something far darker, jealousy. Violet was 16 and pregnant. 16! She couldn't have even been having sex for that long, and boom! Meanwhile, Corinne, who had done everything right, who had followed the rules, gotten married, built a home with Jonah, still had nothing to show for it. It was unjust, a cruel twist of fate. She went through those first few days and weeks in a fog, barely eating, barely sleeping. She stopped going to Violet's track meets, unable to rein in the envy coursing through her veins. When finally Lois called a family meeting, Corinne initially refused to go. It was Jonah who persuaded her to reconsider, saying that Violet needed her support. That night, everything changed. That night, the family came up with their plan. "It's the best decision for everyone," Lois said when she pulled Corinne aside later. "Violet is too young to raise a child, and you've been waiting for this chance, Corinne. It makes sense." Corinne felt frozen in place as Lois spoke, torn between her own desperate longing to be a mother and the sin of taking her sister's child. "But Violet, what if she regrets it? What if she wants to keep the baby?" Corinne said hesitantly, as if she already knew the answer she didn't want to hear. "Violet doesn't know what she wants," Lois replied sharply, dismissing Corinne's concern with a wave of her hand. "She's a child herself. This isn't about her wants, it's about what's best for the baby. And right now, what's best is for you and Jonah to raise this child in a stable, loving home." Corinne swallowed hard. She shifted on her feet, taking sidelong glances in Violet's direction. "It feels wrong. Taking her baby." "It's not wrong," Lois insisted. "You'll be giving this child a future. Violet will move on. She'll go to college, she'll live her life, and she'll realize this was for the best. You're not taking the baby from her, Corinne. You're giving the baby a better life." "But don't you think maybe another family—" "No," Lois said. "There's so many people who—" "No other family. The baby stays with us." Corinne stared at the floor, frowning. She wanted to believe her mother, to trust that Lois knew what she was talking about. And a part of her, perhaps the most desperate part, clung to the idea that this was her only chance, the only chance she would ever have to be a mother. Sure, they could adopt on their own, but here was a baby practically being handed to her. One already tied to their family. But the guilt. Oh, the guilt was like a corset laced far too tight. The following weeks were a blur of whispered conversations and secret arrangements. Violet was too shocked, too overwhelmed to protest, and Corinne was too afraid to confront her own feelings about it all. She had wanted this for so long. Why did it feel so wrong? Then the day came when Violet gave birth. Corinne took the baby in her arms, her heart swelling with a rush of love she hadn't known was possible. The tiny girl was perfect, innocent, and hers. Yet beneath the joy there was a shadow, a constant hounding reminder that whispered, "She's not really yours." But Corinne shoved that voice down, buried it deep. She became a mother that day. And whatever she felt, whatever doubts nagged at her, would have to be forgotten. Because this baby, Carly, was hers now. Violet would move on. She had to. Corinne convinced herself over and over that it was the right thing, that they had made the right decision. But even as she rocked Carly to sleep in those early days, watching her tiny chest rise and fall, that voice inside her head never fully went away. You took her child. Chapter 23. Violet. Violet stepped out of Corinne's house, the sliding glass door closing behind her with a muted thud. She'd been dismissed. The cool evening air hit her face, a sharp contrast to the suffocating suspense that had filled the house. Her heart rattled against her ribs, her mind spinning from everything that had just occurred. Carly knew the truth. It was out there now, no going back. The heaviness of it all pressed down on her as she made her way across the backyard, crossing the imaginary line from Corinne's grass to her own. The distance wasn't far, but each step felt like trudging through quicksand. Violet had thought she was ready for this moment. She had imagined how it might go, how Carly would take the news. But this wasn't how she'd planned it. It wasn't supposed to happen like that in a messy, explosive confrontation. And yet, it had. Something acidic rose in her throat, and she tried to blame it on what she'd eaten today, but her mind came up blank. She climbed the few steps onto her own back porch, thinking about how she could possibly act normal in front of Reed when all she wanted to do was simultaneously cry and puke and slam something against a wall. When she reached the French doors, Violet paused, her hand gripping the doorknob. She took a deep breath, trying to steel herself, then pushed the door open and stepped into the house. The comforting scent of pumpkin and mulled cider from the candle on the countertop greeted her. Faint sounds of country music came from upstairs. She found Reed in the spare room they were turning into a nursery. He was kneeling on the floor, hands on his hips, an assortment of wooden crib pieces fanned out in front of him, an instruction manual open near his knee, and a beer not far away. He glanced up when she walked in, raising an eyebrow. "Hey, you were out longer than usual. I was just about to send a search party," he said, sitting back on his heels. "Decide to make it a double loop?" Violet forced a smile, though it felt tight and unnatural. "Yeah, I ran into Britt Evans. We got to talking." The random neighbour's name was the first thing that came to her mind, and even she thought it sounded unconvincing. Who Violet really wanted to confide in was Gwen. Her best friend would know what to do. Reed studied her with that look of his, the one that said he could tell something was off. "Talking?" he echoed. "Is that okay with you?" He raised his arms. "Whoa, no need to bite my head off. I was just asking." His brow furrowed. "Is everything okay? You seem, I don't know, weird. Look, I'm putting the crib together. There's only 750 pieces, but I'm making progress. I thought you'd be excited." Violet's stomach twisted. She hated lying to him, but what was she supposed to say? How could she explain everything that had happened 10 minutes ago without disclosing even more? "I'm perfectly fine," she said, trying to sound casual. "Why wouldn't I be?" "Okay," he replied with a look that said he didn't quite believe her. Her neck itched, and she reached up to scratch it. Poor Reed, poor partners everywhere with pregnant spouses. The way it completely rearranged her brain, her mood, her everything, was baffling. How else could she explain the bizarre urge to take a bite out of the bar of soap, or her ability to sleep for 14 hours straight? Pregnancy was wild. And yet Reed had been a trooper these last 4 months, catering to Violet without being asked. It all made her remorse grow twofold. She wanted to tell him, she wanted to spill everything right then and there, about Carly, about the secret that she'd kept for so long, about how her world had just been turned upside down. It could easily slip at any point, at work, at home. Reed was surrounded by everyone who knew. But she couldn't. Not now, not like this. She was far too emotional, still confused herself. She needed more time to work everything out in her head, let the dust settle at Corinne's house. "I'm just tired," Violet said, shrugging off his concern. "Growing a human is no joke." Reed watched her for another moment, as if trying to decide whether to push further. Then he smiled and nodded, letting it go for now. "All right," he said. "Want to help me?" Violet nodded, grateful for the change in subject. She joined him on the floor, picking up a wooden rail and running her hand along the smooth surface. "Act normal," she told herself. "What made you decide to tackle this tonight?" she asked, making conversation. "It's already after 8, and aren't the Browns playing?" He smiled. "Nah, football can wait. I think it's going to fit perfectly in that corner, and then we can put the changing table along this wall." "You said you want a big chair too, right? The rocker?" "Glider." She grinned at his fervour. "Glider, right. Are we still going with grey for the walls? Because I could probably paint this weekend." "Take it easy, Daddy-O," she said with a chuckle. "We have plenty of time." Reed blushed ever so slightly. "Sorry, I just get these bursts of excitement and I can't stop myself from going full dad mode." Her heart pinched. I know, and this baby is sure lucky to have you. She was lucky to have him. And what were the odds? If she hadn't agreed to host that open house 7 years ago, her very first one solo, she might never have met the guy who would become her husband. She was standing there, a clipboard in one hand, her phone in the other, scrolling through emails while pretending not to notice the potential buyers drifting aimlessly through the space. Open houses were a dance her mother had taught her. Let them look, let them dream, but always be ready to swoop in with the pitch. Violet was 25, which meant she was still green, but also meant she had drive. Excuse
Me, came a voice from behind her. She turned, her professional smile locking into place, ready to charm. But the man in front of her wasn't like the usual guests. He wasn't holding a brochure or peeking at the staging details. He stood there with his arms crossed, tawny hair slightly mussed, wearing jeans and sneakers that seemed wildly out of place in a $2.5 million listing. Yes, she said crisply, hoping to redirect him before he wandered into the master suite and tracked dirt on the rugs. Does the architect know that the staircase violates basic building codes? He asked, gesturing toward the floating staircase in the center of the room. Her smile faltered. Excuse me? The rise is too steep and the railing's not even up to spec for height. It's basically an accident waiting to happen. Violet blinked, momentarily thrown off. The staircase is a statement piece, she said. It's meant to be bold and unconventional. People don't buy homes like this because they're worried about building codes. They might when they break their necks, he shot back, his tone teasing but firm. She let out a sharp breath, feeling her irritation bubble. Are you here to buy a house or just critique the design? Neither, he admitted, shrugging. I write for an architecture blog. Thought I'd check this place out, see what all the fuss was about. Great, she said, tone dripping with sarcasm. Because what every agent loves is unsolicited advice from someone who's not even a buyer. He grinned, unbothered by her sharpness. I'm just saying, the architect's clearly more interested in aesthetics than function. I mean, this kitchen, gorgeous. But who's actually going to cook in here? There's no flow. Violet arched an eyebrow, pointing to the expansive range and the double oven. Someone with a personal chef, probably. Touché? He said, nodding. Okay, fine, it's impressive. But you've got to admit, this place feels more like an art gallery than a home. It's a luxury property, she said, clasping her hands together tightly to keep from snapping at him. It's supposed to feel aspirational. He tilted his head as if reconsidering. I guess you'd know better than I would. You sell these places for a living, huh? That's right, she said, giving him a pointed smile, remembering the sage advice, fake it till you make it. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't scare off my actual buyers with your opinions. Fair enough, he said, holding his hands up in surrender. I'll keep quiet. He started to turn, but then he hesitated. You're good at this, by the way. She blinked. I'm sorry? You're good at defending your product, he said, a hint of admiration in his tone. Most people would have folded, but you're clearly passionate about what you do. She wasn't sure if it was a
genuine compliment or an attempt to soften the sting of his earlier comments, but something about his easy confidence caught her off guard. That, and the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled. Thanks, she said, more softly now. But maybe save the critique for your blog next time. He smiled, lingering just a moment too long. Deal. By the way, I'm Reed. Violet, she replied, her guard slipping slightly. Nice to meet you, Violet, he said, before wandering off toward the front door. It wasn't until later, after the open house had ended and the house was silent again, that she noticed an email in her inbox with the subject line, "About that staircase." It was from Reed. "You sure you're up for this?" Reed said now, holding up the drill and squeezing the trigger, making it buzz. "If you want to be finished by midnight, I think I better help," Violet said with a smile. Reed picked up the crib assembly instructions and read the first step aloud. Violet tried to stay present in the moment, to enjoy this special time with her husband, but her mind was racing. She couldn't stop replaying the scene from earlier, the look on Carly's face after she'd overheard everything, the devastation in her eyes. It haunted her. Violet had wanted to be the one to tell her, to do it in a way that wouldn't shatter Carly's world. But now the damage was done, and there was no undoing it. At one point, after they'd been working on the crib for an hour, Reed reached over, gently placing a hand on her belly. "How's the little one doing?" he asked, his voice soft with affection. "What size are we now? A peach?" "Avocado, I think." "My little avocado," Reed cooed to her belly. A tingling travelled up the nape of her neck. She placed her hand over his, feeling the gentle swell of her stomach beneath his palm. This was supposed to be a time of joy, a time of elation for their growing family. And yet she felt torn in two. How could she focus on the life inside her when the life she had brought into the world 16 years ago was in such turmoil? "I can't wait to meet this kid," Reed said, his thumb stroking the fabric of her shirt. "We're going to be great parents, Violet. I know it." Violet swallowed hard, blinking back the tears that threatened to spill. "Yeah," she murmured. "We will." But as she sat there, feeling the warmth of Reed's hand on her belly, her guilt grew, fat and swollen as her stomach. And then the doubts crept in. How could she be the mother she wanted to be to this new baby when she had already failed one child so badly? Chapter 24. Violet. Violet restlessly tapped her fingernails against her notepad. Across from her, Corinne stared intently at her phone, her expression pinched with frustration. The tension between them had been palpable over the last 8 days, since the night Carly had found out the truth. Every meeting, every glance, every word exchanged between them now held an undercurrent of bitterness and resentment. Violet could feel it in the air, and it was only a matter of time before something snapped. Lois sat at the head of the table, flipping through documents. Violet wished she were any place other than in the conference room with her mother and sister, but they were there for a reason, a scheduled call requested by the Caldwells. Violet had a sinking feeling it wasn't going to be good. She checked her watch, 9 on the dot. As if on cue, the phone on the table rang. Lois's hand darted out, answering it before either Violet or Corinne could react. She hit the speaker button without hesitation. Arbor Real Estate, Lois speaking. "Lois, it's Mick Caldwell," came the voice on the other end. There was a noticeable edge of uncertainty in his tone. We've been discussing the property, and I'm afraid Before you go on," Lois interrupted, "let me just say I'm fully aware there's been a bit of hesitation. And I know our last meeting didn't go as smoothly as we'd planned, but we are 100% prepared to proceed with the deal. You can have absolute faith that we're making sure every detail is in order." Violet glanced at Corinne, who was biting her bottom lip. This was exactly what they'd been dreading. "We don't feel comfortable moving forward right now," Mick continued. "There've been some issues that have come to our attention. We just don't think—" "Stop right there," Lois cut him off again. "I understand you have concerns, and believe me, I hear you. It's not a small thing we're talking about. But this is not a conversation to have over the phone. How about this? I'll come to you. We'll meet in person, and I will personally address whatever issues you're facing." "Lois, I don't know if that's—" No. trust me on this," Lois said smoothly. "Give me a chance to make things right, Mick. I'm leaving right now, okay? I'll bring the necessary paperwork. I promise you we can fix this. You'll walk away from this deal knowing you made the right decision." There was a long pause on the other end of the line before Mick finally sighed. "You sure don't give up, do you, Lois?" "Giving up is not in my vocabulary." She smiled as though Mick Caldwell could see her through the phone. Violet watched in awe at her mother's persistence, her confidence. She briefly imagined Lois as a young woman, the world falling open at her feet. "See you shortly," Lois said, and she hung up before any further objections could be made. She turned to Violet and Corinne, expression hardening. "You see? This is how you handle things. You take control. You don't let them slip through your fingers. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself," she said sharply, looking pointedly at both of them. "And that's exactly what I'm going to do." Corinne shifted uncomfortably in her seat, her face pale. "I didn't realize it had gotten this bad," she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Lois didn't even acknowledge her. "I'll fix this," she said. "And in the meantime, the two of you need to work out this drama between you. We can't let personal issues leak into our professional lives, so snap out of it. Understood?" As Lois stormed out of the office, Violet's and Corinne's eyes met, but neither of them was willing to speak first. Corinne finally broke the quiet with a muttered, "I hope you're happy." Violet shot her a glare. "This is not on me." "Really? Because I'm starting to feel like everything is." Violet's pulse spiked with anger. "Oh, don't play the victim here, Corinne. You brought this all on yourself." "Whatever," Corinne muttered, pushing back her chair. "Let Mum fix everything like she always does." "Oh, right, because Mum's ideas are always so good." Corinne smacked the table. "If you're thinking of bringing up what happened, you might as well stop, because I'm not revisiting that nightmare." Violet felt a wash of heat come over her, as though someone had turned the thermostat on high. It was risky, what she was about to say, but fuck it. "How is Carly?" Just as she suspected, Corinne's eyes flashed with anger, like Violet had spoken some forbidden word. "Don't bring her into this. Corinne, she's I care about her, and I'm allowed to know how she's doing. I haven't seen her in over a week. It's like you guys have barricaded your house, like you're purposely blocking any glimpses I might catch of her. It's weird." "We're not barricading." "Well, you're not acting normal." "And you think we should be?" Violet sighed. "No, I'm not stupid. I get that things are different. But I mean, Carly won't even return my calls or texts. It's like you're telling her not to or something." "Carly's her own person. I don't dictate who she talks to." "Oh, really?" Violet said with a sarcastic laugh, which only made Corinne's face go redder. "Yes, really. Listen, Violet, you blew everything up, and now you want to pretend that none of it happened? I don't know what kind of la-la land you're living in, but it's not the same as the rest of us." Violet's voice rose, driving home her point. "I just asked how she was doing. She's fine, okay? She's going to school and to volleyball and doing all the typical things teenagers do. Have you guys, talked more about everything? That's none of your business." Violet's mouth fell open and she huffed. "Actually, it's completely my business." "No, Violet, it's not. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. I answered your question. Carly is fine. There's nothing else to say about it, aside from the fact that you've created a massive wound, and I wish you'd give us the space to let it heal." And with that, Corinne grabbed her phone and files and turned to go, leaving Violet feeling more disconnected from her family than ever before. The question in her mind was no longer about whether or not to tell Carly, but where they went from here. Violet still wanted Carly in some twisted way, and as much as she hated it, the whole thing had become a competition, and she wanted to win. Chapter 25. Corinne. Corinne stood in the doorway of Carly's room, watching as her daughter moved around, deliberately avoiding her. Carly's eyes were fixed on her phone, fingers tapping away, as if she hadn't noticed her mother standing there, though Corinne knew better. The room had once been filled with chatter and laughter, but now it felt like a divider had been erected between them. Earlier, she'd told Violet that Carly was fine, that she was moving on with her life. And in some ways, she was. She went to school and sports. She was on her phone constantly. But Corinne was no dummy. Carly was not fine, and neither was whatever relationship they had left between them. Car? The sound came out tentative, almost pleading. Carly didn't look up. What? Corinne tried to keep her composure. I was thinking maybe we could watch that movie you like tonight. The one you always say I never get because I'm too old and uncool. She was trying for light-heartedness, but it came out all wrong. Busy, Carly muttered, still scrolling through her phone, her body angled away as if even the smallest connection was too much. Corinne felt the sting of rejection. Okay, maybe tomorrow then. I said I'm busy, Carly snapped, finally looking up. Her eyes met Corinne's for a fraction of a second before darting away again. Corinne swallowed hard, forcing a smile she didn't feel. Okay, I miss talking to you, I miss hanging out. Carly didn't respond. She turned her back to Corinne, her focus now on the laptop she'd opened on her bed. The message was clear. She didn't want to talk, didn't want to be near her mother, didn't want anything to do with her. It had been like this every day since the secret had come out. 8 days of torture. Not even Jonah could get through. All at once, Carly had pulled away. No more casual conversations over breakfast. No more lingering hugs before bed. Even her texts, which had once been filled with emojis and inside jokes, had become terse, emotionless replies. Now there was nothing but silence. Tense, stifling silence. Corinne stepped back, her heart twisting in her chest. She used to know how to reach her daughter, how to bridge the gap when things got tough. But this was different. This felt like losing her piece by piece, with no way to stop it. I'll be downstairs if you need anything, Corinne said quietly, knowing full well that Carly wouldn't. There was no response. Carly kept her eyes glued to her screen, the glow of the laptop casting shadows on her face, making her seem even further away than she was. Corinne hesitated in the doorway for a moment longer, hoping for something. A glance, a word, anything to tell her that there was still a chance to fix things. But nothing came. With a heavy heart, Corinne turned and walked away, the sound of her own footsteps echoing through the quiet house. Am I a
fraud? Corinne whispered to herself. Have I been lying to myself all these years? The words hung in the air, bitter and heavy. For 16 years, she had been Carly's mother in every way that mattered, nurturing her, guiding her, loving her. But now, with the truth laid bare, she couldn't stop the gnawing doubt. Had she been pretending? Had she been deluding herself into thinking that Carly was truly hers, when all along Violet had been lurking in the shadows? The real mother. A voice from behind startled her. Jonah? No luck? He asked, coming into the room. Corinne shook her head. She wants nothing to do with me. Or me, he added. She won't talk to me, Jonah. She won't even look at me. Jonah sighed, coming to stand beside her at the window. Me either. Is she ever going to forgive us? Jonah reached out and put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing gently. We're her parents. She knows that. It's just going to take time for her to understand everything. Is she going to understand, though? Corinne's voice broke, the doubt she had been burying finally surfacing. Or is she going to hate us? What if she sees us as some kind of swindlers? Crooked bad people. I can't stand the thought of her looking at us like that, of her thinking that we stole her from Violet. Jonah turned to her fully, his gaze steady. We didn't steal her, just give her time. Corinne closed her eyes, letting his words sink in, but the fear still gnawed at her. Time. That was all anyone ever said, but what if time wasn't enough? What if, no matter how long they waited, Carly never saw her the same way again? I just want my daughter back, she whispered, more to herself than to Jonah. He held her for a long moment, and Corinne sank into the comfort of his embrace. She knew he was just as stressed as she was. She could feel it in the way his back muscles tensed when she wrapped her arms around him. Even so, after all these years, he was still able to soothe her worries, at least most of the time. Everything's a mess, Corinne continued, speaking against his chest. Violet? The office? Mum? No one's speaking. Everyone's pissed at each other. It's like we're in the middle of World War III. And Reed? He still doesn't know? I don't think so, but I can't imagine that will last much longer. How can Violet not tell him? He's had to notice things are very, very off in this family. It doesn't seem right that she's kept it from him. I mean, at least over the past week. Corinne pulled back, looking her husband in the eye. I don't think we have any place talking about keeping secrets. Her lips pinched together, knowingly. Fair enough.
Chapter 26, Violet. 2 weeks later, Violet stood back as her client scanned the open floor plan, kitchen, dining room, and great room, all one giant space. The cathedral ceilings were a major selling point, and she knew these young 30-something homebuyers would go gaga over them. It's stunning, the petite brunette gushed. And I'm obsessed with the wallpaper in the powder room. Pretty, right? Violet said. Wallpaper has made a huge comeback. The woman placed a light hand on her lower belly. And the second bedroom will be perfect for a nursery. Oh, I'm only 9 weeks, so still a ways to go, but... Yes. And you? Violet smiled. Almost 20 weeks. There was no longer any doubt that she was pregnant, her conspicuous bump now noticeably round. She could still zip up her parka, though, and that was a win. Ooh, the woman said. Are you going to find out the gender? Violet shook her head. Going to keep it a surprise. Her appointment was later that afternoon, in fact. She and Reed were planning to leave work together to head to the doctor's office for her anatomy sonogram. You've got more restraint than me. I wanted to know the minute we could get that early blood test. And, Violet prompted, it's a girl. The woman smiled, her eyes sparkling. Violet returned a warm smile. So sweet. Congratulations. And yes, the second bedroom is perfect for a nursery. She thought of her own, which still needed to be painted and decorated. The couple exchanged a few more questions and answers with Violet before wrapping up their tour of the home. When they all stepped back outside, Violet closed and locked the door behind them. We're definitely interested, the husband said. Violet nodded. Great. We have 2 others we want to see first, but we'll be in touch soon. Do we have to? His wife said with a fake whine, and they all laughed. Violet touched her arm. There's no rush. Take your time and check out some other properties. If this one gets any bites in the meantime, I'll let you know. They all shook hands and retreated to their vehicles. Violet couldn't help but think how nice it would be to have clients this easy, this amenable all the time. Sure, it was nice to work with high-end clients like the Caldwells because it came with a sizable payday. But given the stress they'd gone through in the last few weeks, she wondered if it was worth it. In the end, Lois had been able to smooth things over with the Caldwells. Violet didn't know what exactly had been said that day. Her mother had left the office to meet Mick Caldwell, but she'd managed to save the deal, getting what had been on the verge of collapse back on track. Even with the Caldwell deal on the mend, though, nothing felt settled. Violet's personal life was shakier than a boat fighting gale force winds. Reed watched her day and night like she was a mystery, a dark, hooded figure shrouded in something he couldn't quite pinpoint. She didn't know how and when she'd ever tell him the truth. It never felt like the right time. And in addition to Reed, her mind was always on Carly. Once back at the office, Violet pulled out her phone, typing out a new text message. "I hope you're having a good day. Always here to talk whenever you want. Love you." She hoped Carly would read it, hoped she wouldn't be ignored. It had been 3 weeks since that awful evening in Corinne's kitchen, and the calls and texts continued to go unanswered. Violet had even resorted to stopping over at Corinne's unannounced, something that wouldn't have caused a second thought to anyone a month ago, but which now was met with a surly Corinne who curtly asked Violet to leave. More than once, Violet found herself staring out the back window of her house, trying to catch a glimpse of Carly. She'd hardly gone more than a few days without seeing her since moving into the house behind Corinne's. The absence crushed her, a bright spot in her life now dimmed. The ring of her phone jerked Violet from her thoughts. Carly, she thought. But when she looked down, it was only the familiar number of Mick Caldwell flashing across the screen. "Hello," Violet answered promptly. Violet, I'm glad I caught you," Mr. Caldwell said. "How are things going on your end?" "Checking off all the boxes. We're expecting the inspection report soon." Why was he calling her personal phone? There was a pause. "Right. Well, we wanted to touch base with you before everything finalizes," Mr. Caldwell said. "Your mother, she was quite adamant that we wouldn't have any more hiccups, that the rest of this would go smoothly." "Yes, of course. So we've been thinking about a little adjustment to the process, to help everything move along more efficiently." Violet frowned. "Adjustment?" "Yes. You see, we're on a tight timeline, and some aspects of the deal, well, they're moving a bit slower than we'd like. Permits, inspections, that sort of thing. We had those delays, He put emphasis on delays, clearly reminding Violet of the hold-up she'd caused before, even though it had been minor in the grand scheme of things. Mr. Caldwell continued. "We were wondering if there was a way to accelerate things, smooth over any unnecessary lags." His tone was still polite, but there was a shiftiness to it now, a suggestion lurking beneath the words. "Unfortunately, those things take time, Mr. Caldwell," Violet said carefully, unsure where this was leading. "Yes, but they don't have to." Violet's brow furrowed. She tried to keep her tone light. "Unless you know of loopholes, I don't." Then, when he didn't immediately respond, "I'm afraid we can't bypass official processes." "Well, not bypass."
"Exactly," he said. "Let's just say there's always room for a little, incentive, isn't there, to make things happen. Listen, Violet, we want this property and we want it now. We'd be willing to compensate handsomely for your trouble. A private arrangement, a bonus of sorts, just between us." It sucked the wind from her lungs. He was serious. He wasn't just asking her to expedite the process. He was offering a bribe, a significant one by the sound of it. In her 10 years of real estate experience, she'd never encountered something quite like this. Her mouth fell open. I'm not sure I know what you're saying, Mr. Caldwell." "I think you do." Her cheeks prickled with heat. Why had he approached her? Why not Lois? She kept her voice low, despite being alone in her office. "You're suggesting we accept a bribe to get the paperwork through faster? To skip important steps?" Bribe is such a harsh word, Caldwell replied coolly. I prefer mutual benefit. This isn't our first high-stakes transaction, Violet. You'd be surprised how often these things happen in your industry. It's a win-win for everyone. Have you talked to my mother? Yes, but she had to go, said whatever I needed to say to her, I could say to you. Violet's heart raced, her palms beginning to sweat. This wasn't just an ethical grey area, this was criminal. Mr. Caldwell, I'm not sure that's something we can consider. Think about it, Violet. No one has to know. The money would be substantial, and your firm's reputation would be solidified with our continued business. You wouldn't want to jeopardize that now, would you? Violet's mind spun. She felt trapped, unsure how to respond. An outright no might kill the whole deal. And yet she couldn't agree to something like this on her own. Let me get back to you, she trilled, then hung up before Caldwell could press her further. She immediately dialed her mother's number. Where are you? Violet demanded as soon as Lois picked up. Just popped out for a quick manicure, her mother replied. I'm on my way back. What's wrong? Come to my office as soon as you get here. A short time later, Lois swept into the room, her expression a mix of curiosity and impatience. What's the emergency? She asked, settling into the chair across from Violet's desk and crossing her newly manicured hands on her lap. Violet recounted the phone call. He's offering a bribe, Mom, a serious one. He wants us to push through the permits and inspections, no questions asked, in exchange for a hefty kickback. Lois's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't look surprised. In fact, Violet could swear she saw the flicker of a smile at the corner of her mother's lips. Is that all? Lois asked dismissively. Violet stared at her, bewildered. What do you mean, is that all? He's asking us to commit a crime.
We can't do that. Lois waved her hand. Oh, Violet, don't be so naive. This is how big deals work. These kinds of arrangements are more common than you think. How do you think some of the wealthiest people stay that way? It's about leveraging opportunities. If we don't do it, someone else will, and they'll take the deal from us. But, Mom, Violet pressed, her stomach twisting. This is illegal. If we get caught. We won't get caught. Lois cut her off, her voice sharp. She tapped a pointed finger on the desk. Do you think I've lasted this long in this business by following every single rule to the letter? You don't get to the top without getting your hands a little dirty. That's just reality. Violet let her mother's words sink in. This wasn't just about the Caldwell deal anymore. It was a mirror reflecting everything that had gone wrong in her life. She had been manipulated before by this very woman when she was a scared, pregnant teenager. Now, over a decade and a half later, here she was again, being told to do something she knew in her bones was wrong. Lois leaned in. This is how we maintain our reputation, by making sure the deals go through, by keeping our clients happy. You need to stop thinking like an employee and start thinking like an owner. This family's success depends on it. Violet's hands wrung under her desk. She wanted to argue, to tell Lois that this wasn't right, that she couldn't go through with it. But the words lodged in her throat, blocked by the same feeling of helplessness she had known as a teenager. Nothing had changed. Don't you think we should talk to the team about this? Violet asked. Certainly Corinne wouldn't go along with such a plan, or would she? And what about Jonah and Reed? Would they be on her side? I don't think that's necessary, Lois said. Besides, they would agree with me. Trust me, Violet. Don't you think now is a good time to listen to me? It's not like you've taken my advice recently. Trust her? Violet's hands were clammy in her lap. Mom? Do you want to call Caldwell, or should I? Lois said, holding up her phone. Violet shook her head. Lois sighed. You're going to have to step up to these things if you plan to run this company someday, Violet. But fine, I'll make the call. She dialed Mr. Caldwell's number and tapped the screen to put the phone on speaker. A second later, he answered. "Mick, hi, it's Lois." "Lois," he said like they were old business pals. "I'm here with Violet, and she just filled me in on your call. And I think we can reach an agreement. But first, can you expand a little on what you're requesting? I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page." Mr. Caldwell cleared his throat. "Oh, you know, some of those inspection requirements are just unnecessary. There are ways around that, right?" Violet's eyes grew. "Faking documents?" she mouthed to her mother, who gave a quick, dismissive wave. "Sure, of course," Lois said. "And the taxes," Mr. Caldwell continued. "I don't have to tell you which bracket we'd be sitting in. Along with all the fees, I think there's something we could adjust when it comes to the final paperwork." Lois was nodding along. "Understood. Very good. I hoped you would. Now, Mick, obviously these requests would require, how shall we say, compensation." Of course. No, we play fair. There'd definitely be something in it for you." "Which would be?" Violet held her breath, still processing the absurdity of the conversation she was hearing. "200K, Mr. Caldwell said. "Under the table, of course." $200,000? Lois didn't skip a beat. "Fine." "Very good." Violet gawked at her mother. The exchange was like a tennis match with snappy words and agreements flying back and forth faster than she could keep up with them. Was she really hearing her mother agree to manipulating legal documents? "That's settled," Lois said into the phone. "We'll make those adjustments on our end and we'll be back to you soon." "I knew we could count on you, Lois." Lois smiled and Violet's stomach churned. When the conversation ended and Lois hung up, Violet stared at the woman before her. Lois, like a film noir villain, steely and always 3 steps ahead, even when you thought you'd figured her out. "Mom," she said, "this doesn't feel right." "Violet," Lois said, exasperated. "I've already explained. This is how successful people get ahead. If we don't do it, someone else will. Do you want us to lose this deal? It was already going to be a big paycheck for us, and now it will be even more so." Everything's fine," she stood. "Now let's get back to work." She stood and exited the office, leaving Violet with a sick feeling that made her want to dash to the closest bathroom. Suddenly she was 16 again. The situations couldn't have been more different, and yet the subjugation was the same. A decision had been made, she'd been overruled, all under the guise of it's for the best. Only now she wasn't 16 years old, she was an adult. She had a say, she could do what she wanted. So why did Violet still feel like doing the right thing would be impossible? She put her head down on her desk, and at that very moment, a flutter tickled her belly from the inside, soft like tiny bubbles popping. Her baby was saying hello. Violet touched her stomach, thinking of the fragile life inside. She'd made so many mistakes in her life, but now she had another chance to do things right, to do everything right. But was it worth it? Chapter 27, Violet. The sterile scent of the doctor's office filled Violet's nose as she sat on the edge of the exam table, her legs swinging anxiously. The crinkling paper beneath her felt like a reminder of how fragile everything in her life had become. One tiny rip and everything kept splitting. She glanced down at her hands in her lap. "Nervous?" Reed asked from the chair against the wall. "No," she said, and then, second-guessing herself, "Should I be?" "No, I didn't mean it like that. Excited, I guess, anxious to see him or her again." She rubbed her belly. "Oh, yes, very." "I hope we get good pictures," he said eagerly. "We need new fridge decoration." She smiled, and just then the door clicked open and Violet sat up straight. "Okay, young lady," Dr. Gold said, coming through, laptop in hand. "We need to chat about your vitals." Her tone was maternal, but Violet sensed a seriousness underneath. This was, after all, the same doctor Violet had been seeing for annual visits since she turned 18. Suddenly she was nervous. "Oh?" Dr. Gold rolled her stool over in front of Violet. "Now's not the time to be trying new diet fads, I hope you know." She said it with a wink, and Violet could tell Dr. Gold was trying to keep the conversation playful. "Diets are crap," Violet said. "I'm glad to hear you say that, and I agree. But in all seriousness, I've reviewed your weight from the last couple of visits, and I'm concerned." She gave Reed a look that said she was talking equally to him, as though it were his job to monitor Violet's health. Dr. Gold turned her laptop for Violet to see, then pointed to a chart with dots plotted along a line, which was curving down. "You've lost almost 6 pounds since your last appointment. You should be gaining weight at this stage, not losing it. Are you still dealing with nausea? Because if so, we could try medication." Yes, Violet thought, I'm nauseous, but not related to the pregnancy. Instead, she shook her head. No. Dr. Gold nodded. Typically, if we see weight loss, it's during the first trimester, when morning sickness is at its worst. If you're saying that's not the case any longer, then we need to figure out why you're not gaining. She doesn't eat a whole lot, Reed said, and Violet felt defensive, like a small child being scolded. She let out a breathy laugh to cut the tension. I never thought I'd be talking about how to gain weight while pregnant. Isn't it usually the opposite? Oftentimes, yes, Dr. Gold said. But weight, the proper amount of weight, is very important. Her smile faded. Violet could tell the conversation had merged into more sober territory. She forced a neutral face, trying to appear unfazed. I've just been busy. Work, life. You know how it goes. I understand, but pregnancy isn't the time to be neglecting your health. The baby
needs nourishment, and if you're losing weight, that means you're not getting enough. Your blood pressure is also high. Have you been under a lot of stress lately? That's one way to downplay it. A little, I guess. She tried to push away the nagging thoughts that had settled in the back of her mind for weeks now. Carly? Corinne? The Caldwell deal. All of it had taken a toll. We've been working on a pretty upscale property deal. It's been a lot. More hours, a few bumps, that sort of thing. Dr. Gold raised her eyebrows. I'm fine, Violet said quickly. I'll eat more, I promise. But the doctor wasn't letting it go. She placed her laptop on the counter. Violet, I know you have a lot on your plate, but stress, especially at this level, can have real consequences for both you and your baby. Losing weight in the second trimester can be a sign that your body is responding to stress in unhealthy ways. If it continues, we could be looking at issues like low birth weight, premature labor, or even complications with the placenta. Violet swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry. She had tried to pretend everything was normal, that the chaos of her life hadn't seeped into this pregnancy. But deep down, she knew better. Her appetite had disappeared over the past few weeks, pushed away by the constant anxiety. She hadn't even realized how much weight she'd lost until now. She looked to Reed, whose face had taken on a concerned expression. Violet started, then stopped, unsure what to say. How could she explain to Dr. Gold that the very idea of eating made her nauseous when her entire world felt like it was collapsing? That every time she sat down to a meal, all she could think about was how much she missed Carly, how she was entangled in her mother's scheming once again, how even the simplest task felt overwhelming. The doctor's voice softened. I'm not trying to scare you, but I want to make sure you understand the seriousness of this. Pregnancy is physically and emotionally demanding, and you need to prioritize your health. Extreme maternal stress can be very dangerous. Violet nodded, but her mind was racing. Preterm birth. Placenta issues. It wasn't just her life at risk, it was this baby's too. A new wave of penance surged through her. She'd been so wrapped up in the mess with Carly and Corinne, in the drama surrounding the family business, that she'd neglected the one thing that should have been her priority. This baby. "What do we do?" Reed said. Dr. Gold continued. "I'd like you to meet with a nutritionist, Violet, and hopefully things will improve by your next visit. I want to see that scale going up, not down, okay?" I'll try," Violet managed. The doctor gave her a kind but somber look. "You don't just need to try, Violet. You need to do this for yourself and for your baby. Stress is inevitable, but how you manage it is
critical." Violet nodded again, her hand moving to her belly where she could feel tiny kicks again. She closed her eyes for a moment, willing herself to focus on that itty-bitty life growing inside her. This was what mattered. This baby, their baby, and Carly. I want Carly too. The voice in her head struck without warning, making the hairs on her arms stand up. This baby and Carly were equally important. Violet couldn't sacrifice one for the other. She wouldn't give up on either of them. She couldn't. "Thank you, Dr. Gold," Violet said, her voice stronger now. "I'll do better." Reed nodded vehemently. "Good," Dr. Gold said. "Now let's listen to that little one." Violet lay back and lifted her shirt. Dr. Gold retrieved her fetal Doppler and squeezed a glob of warm jelly onto Violet's belly before pressing the wand to her skin. Within seconds, the familiar whooshing sound filled the room. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Dr. Gold said. Violet smiled. It truly was the best sound in the world. After a bit more pressing and measuring and chatting, Violet sat back up, the first part of the checkup complete. "Remember what we talked about," Dr. Gold said. "You've got to eat, and you've got to eliminate the stress." "Okay," Violet replied, hoping she sounded more optimistic than she felt. "Now go see your baby." Violet and Reed moved to another small room down the hall for her sonogram. They looked away when the sonographer noted the baby's sex, then beamed when the woman handed them another long strip of photos. Violet left the appointment with a list of instructions and recommendations in hand, but as she stepped out into the chilly air, she knew following them would be easier said than done. No one knew about her conversation with Mick Caldwell or the deal her mother had struck. She was living a lie at home, keeping the truth from Reed when she knew she should have told him long ago. Corinne wasn't talking to her. All of it combined was no match for some nutrition tips and a few extra hours of sleep at night. She wasn't just fighting for her health anymore, she was fighting to keep her life from going completely wayward, and right now she wasn't sure she was winning. Chapter 28. Corinne. It had been a full month since Carly had learned the truth, 30 days, and it felt like a lifetime. Each one had dragged on painfully with the same questions playing on an endless loop in Corinne's mind. Will she ever forgive me? Have I lost her for good? The uncertainty gnawed at her, and each passing day had brought with it the reminder that Carly was slipping further away. She no longer lingered in the kitchen to chat with Corinne in the mornings, choosing instead to retreat to her room or leave the house early. Meals together were tense, filled with silence instead of laughter. And the affectionate closeness that had once come so naturally, hugs, inside jokes, those small mother-daughter moments, had all but vanished. They were going through the motions, and the motions were awkward. Corinne had tried to give her space, hoping Carly would come around on her own. But weeks had passed, and Carly still hadn't looked her mother in the eye with the same warmth as before. The thought of losing her completely sent her into a panic. That was why today was supposed to be different. Corinne had put all her energy into planning the perfect mother-daughter afternoon, one she hoped would bring them back together. Shopping, sweet treats, maybe even an early movie date. When Corinne had presented the idea, Carly had balked, but with a little pressing, she'd come around. Corinne had taken it as a good omen, a positive step in the right direction. She'd even done a little happy dance when Carly had left the room. From there, Corinne had made dinner reservations at Carly's favourite restaurant, a little bistro they used to frequent, where Carly always ordered the lemon ricotta pancakes. She'd cleared her schedule at the office, determined to devote the whole afternoon and evening to spending time together. Corinne imagined it would be like old times, laughing, sharing stories, maybe even cracking open the door to a real conversation about what had happened. If they could just have one day to reconnect, maybe the walls between them would start to crumble. Maybe they could take the first baby step toward healing. Corinne checked her phone again, noting the time. Carly was supposed to be home from school by now. Corinne was eager. The sooner they left, the more time they'd have for fun. She paced the kitchen, glancing out the window toward the driveway every few seconds for the used Mazda they'd gotten once Carly had passed her driving test. Finally, her phone buzzed. For a split second, her heart lifted, thinking it was Carly saying she was on her way. But when she opened it, the wind fell from her sails. "I'm staying after school for open gym with Bree. Be home later." Corinne stared at the screen, reading the words over and over. Her chest was warm as disappointment spread through her. She didn't want to overreact. Carly was a teenager after all. Volleyball was important, but deep down, Corinne sensed this wasn't about sports or friends. This was about her. About the void Carly had placed between them, the distance Corinne had thought today was going to help bridge. She tried to keep her breathing steady, but tears stung the corners of her eyes. She'd been looking forward to today, had been holding out so much hope. A desperate hope, perhaps, but hope nonetheless. She wanted to fix things. She wanted to be Carly's mom again, not some stranger in her life. Corinne typed a quick reply, not wanting to let Carly sense her disappointment. "No worries, sweetheart. We'll do it another time. Have fun." She set the phone down on the counter, her fingers trembling as she swiped away the screen. Her reflection in the kitchen window stared back at her. The woman she saw appearing older, more tired. At 48, she wondered if this was what her life had become now, waiting for a daughter who no longer seemed to need her, who might never forgive her. Corinne stared at the phone, hoping for a response like, "Oh, I forgot about shopping. Be right home." But it didn't come. The front door creaked open, and Corinne's heart jumped. She glanced at the clock, just after 7. Carly was home, hours later than she'd hoped, but still, she was home. Corinne had been pacing the kitchen ever since the cancelled plans text, fighting the urge to call or send another message. She didn't want to alienate Carly any further. But the defeat simmered just below the surface, and now that her daughter was finally back, she couldn't hold it in. It wasn't okay for Carly to just blow her off. Carly dropped her backpack by the door and walked past Corinne, heading straight for the stairs. "Hey!" Corinne called out, her voice softer than she'd intended, her tough mom facade fading. "Can we talk for a second?" Carly paused, one foot on the bottom step. She didn't turn around, but she didn't keep going either. Corinne took a deep breath, steeling herself for the conversation. "I was really looking forward to today," Corinne said, trying to keep her tone even. "I know you said it was open gym, but you cancelled on me last minute and I just—" She trailed off, searching for the right words that wouldn't push Carly away. "I was disappointed, that's all." Carly finally turned, her expression indifferent, as if her mother's words were just an inconvenience she'd rather not deal with. "It's not a big deal, Mom," she said. "It just came up. Can we not make this into a thing?" "I just thought maybe we could still do dinner," Corinne pressed gently. "I made a reservation, and it'd be nice, just the two of us. We don't have to stay out long." Carly's eyes flicked to the side, as if considering whether to brush her mom off completely. Corinne braced herself for another rejection. "Please," she added, knowing this tactic differed from Jonah's more wait for her to come around approach, but hoping nonetheless it would work. After a long pause, Carly sighed, her shoulders slumping in resignation. "Fine, whatever." Yes, it wasn't the warm acceptance Corinne had hoped for, but it was something, and right now she'd take anything that would bring her and Carly together, even if it was begrudging. The restaurant was as familiar as ever. The same dim lighting, the same cozy booths with checkered tablecloths. Corinne had hoped the atmosphere would make things feel normal again, like they used to be when they'd come here together, just mother and daughter talking about anything and everything. But tonight, the air between them was tight. Carly sat across from her, poking at her pancakes with barely any interest, her face expressionless. She didn't even bother looking up when the waiter brought their drinks. Corinne tried to fill the silence, but every attempt felt stilted, forced. "So, how's school going? Any big assignments coming up?" she asked, keeping her tone casual. She didn't dare ask about the family history project lest she drudge up the whole "I don't have pregnancy photos" thing. "Same as always," Carly mumbled, her eyes fixed on her plate. "And volleyball? Big match next weekend. Are you ready for it?" Carly shrugged, her disinterest palpable. "Yeah, I guess." Corinne twisted her napkin with each half-hearted answer. It felt like an interview, an awkward one. Maybe this hadn't been a good idea after all. This wasn't the mother-daughter time she had envisioned. She could feel her daughter slipping through her fingers, and it scared her. She wanted to ask the real questions, how Carly was feeling, what she was thinking, but these petrified her. Finally, she couldn't stand the silence anymore. "Carly, honey, I know things have been hard lately. I know we haven't really talked about everything that happened, but I want you to know I'm—" "Can we not?" Carly snapped, cutting her off. Her fork clattered onto the plate as she pushed it away. "Just stop, okay?" Corinne blinked, startled by the sudden outburst. "I'm just trying to—" "To what, Mum? Pretend everything's normal?" Carly's eyes blazed with the anger she had kept bottled up for weeks. "We can't just sit here and talk about volleyball or school like nothing happened. There's a giant hippopotamus in the room, and we're both just pretending it's not there." "It's an elephant," Corinne whispered. "What?" "An elephant in the room, not a hippo." Carly groaned. "Seriously, Mom?" Sorry, Corinne backtracked. "Why did I say that? Stupid." "I'm not pretending everything's normal," Corinne said quietly, though she could hear the defensiveness creeping into her voice. "I just want to be here for you, Carly. I want us to talk." "Yeah, well, I don't," Carly shot back. "You think talking is going to—"
"Fix this. You guys lied to me my whole life, Mum. You, Dad, Aunt Violet, everyone. I don't even know who I'm supposed to trust anymore. So excuse me if I'm not all bubbly and jumping up and down to go shopping, okay?" Corinne bristled at the bluntness, but she didn't know how to respond. How could she defend herself when she knew Carly was right? Corinne swallowed hard, her throat dry and tight. "I'm sorry," she whispered, but she knew that wasn't enough. Nothing she could say would ever be enough. They sat there in silence, even when the waiter came back to check on them. Carly didn't look at her again. She just pushed her chair back and stood, leaving her unfinished plate on the table. "I want to go home," Carly said, her voice flat. Corinne nodded, her heart sinking into her stomach. "Okay," she whispered. Because as enthused as she'd been for their day date, she couldn't wait to go home either.
Chapter 29. Violet. Violet stared at the blinking cursor on her computer screen, but the words in front of her were just a blur. She peeled back the wrapper on a protein bar, took a bite, and forced herself to chew. Then another bite, and another bite, until the bar was gone. "There," she told herself, thinking of her doctor's appointment last week. "At least I did one thing right today." Just as she was taking a long sip from her water bottle, Reed popped his head into her office. "Hey, your mum asked if I'd get your signature on these," he said, hand outstretched and holding several sheets paper-clipped together. "I think they're for the Caldwell deal." Her stomach twisted. "Sure." She took the papers and placed them on her desk, planning to look them over in private. If this was something shady, she wanted to discuss it with Lois again, but Reed was still standing there, waiting. "I'll get to them," she said, by way of dismissal. "Just in the middle of some other stuff right now. I'll take them back to Mom when I'm done." "Okay," he said, starting to go before stopping himself and stepping all the way into her office. "How about a kiss?" He leaned down and pressed his lips to her forehead. "One of the best perks of working here," he said, winking. "You know, we could always find an empty janitor's closet or something." She rolled her eyes playfully. "There are no janitor's closets here. What are you trying to live out a high school fantasy or something?" He chuckled, kissed her forehead again, and gave her a smile she tried to return. Once Reed was gone, Violet dropped the smile. This pretending was killing her. The office felt like a prison, and the buzzing of phones and tapping of keyboards only added to her growing sense of suffocation. And Reed, walking around in the complete dark about everything. The shame ate at her so much she'd nearly chewed a hole into the inside of her cheek. She needed to get out of her head, needed to talk to someone. Violet picked up her phone and dialed Gwen's number, the only person she could turn to, praying for some level-headed advice. "Hey!" Gwen's familiar voice came through the line. "Good timing. I'm heading across town to the dentist. What a way to spend your lunch break, right? Anyways, what's up?" Violet leaned back in her chair, the tension in her body easing slightly with the connection to her friend. I just needed to talk. It's about Reed and everything with Carly." There was a pause on the other end before Gwen responded, her tone more serious now. "Oh, God! You told him?" "No, I haven't. Not yet. But the guilt is killing me." "Because of what happened last month?" "Yeah. Everything's different now that Carly knows. Now Reed is literally the only one who doesn't, and I feel even worse about it." Gwen let out a sympathetic sigh. "Ugh, that's fucking rough, V, but you always knew this moment would come, right? That Carly would find out? You've been preparing for it, in a way." "I thought I had been," Violet said quietly. "But now every time I look at Reed, I feel like I'm digging my hole even deeper. It's like, yeah, lying from the beginning was bad enough. We were all pretending then, but now it's more of a deliberate betrayal." Just saying the words out loud made her underarms sweat even more. "Have you thought about telling him?" Gwen asked gently. "Only every day, but I'm scared as shit. What if he can't handle it? I mean, how do you explain to your husband that you gave away your first child to your sister and then spent the last 16 years pretending it was normal? And now, the fact that I kept it from him for 7 years." Gwen didn't answer right away, and Violet could hear her friend considering the question carefully. "Honestly," Gwen said slowly, "I think it's going to be hard no matter what.
But the longer you keep it from him, the bigger the deception might feel. Violet swallowed. But what if he leaves me? Damn, V, you know Reed better than anyone. Do you think he would? Violet's stomach churned at the thought. Reed had been a steady presence in her life, her rock. But would this secret break that foundation? I don't know, Violet admitted, the words coming out with little confidence. I hope not. But this is huge. I've been lying to him our entire relationship. How do you come back from that? You didn't lie about everything, Gwen countered. You've been a good wife to him, Violet. And you didn't keep the secret to hurt him. You were trying to protect your family and maybe yourself. But he loves you. He's a reasonable guy. He might be upset at first, but that doesn't mean he won't forgive you. Violet wiped at her eyes. But what if he doesn't? Gwen spoke softly. There's always that risk, but shoving it down will keep eating at you. I think you have to weigh which would be worse, living with the guilt and knowing he doesn't really know you, or taking the chance and being honest, even if it's terrifying. It is terrifying. I know. Violet closed her eyes, trying to picture what would happen if she told Reed. She imagined his face when she dropped the bombshell, the confusion, the disbelief. Would he look at her like she was a stranger? She weighed the pros and cons and kept returning to the same conclusion. It simply couldn't continue as it was now. She had to tell him. You're right, Violet finally said, feeling surprisingly sure. I need to come clean to him tonight. I'll do it tonight. Good, Gwen said. Call me afterwards if you can. And remember, I'm always here for you, okay? God, I feel like I'm going to puke up my protein bar. Don't do that. You know what the doctor said.
Violet's shoulders relaxed. I know. Thanks for talking. I'm so lucky to have had your support all these years. She felt herself getting choked up again. That's what friends are for. Love you. Have fun at the dentist. Fuck me, she laughed. Love you too. Bye. Violet hung up, feeling a renewed sense of certainty. Telling Reed the truth would be excruciating, but it was necessary. She took a deep breath and let it out in a long swoosh. Decision made. Even that alone came with a small twinge of relief. A knock on her door made her jump. She turned, expecting it to be Reed again, but instead Corinne stood in the doorway, a look of concern on her face. Do you have a minute? Corinne stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind her. Violet's heart skipped a beat. They'd barely said 10 words to each other all week long, despite working in and out of the same building for 8 hours a day. Corinne had shunned Violet from her house, barely made eye contact in meetings, and now she wanted to talk. But there was something off about the way Corinne was looking at her, something sharp and calculating that immediately put Violet on edge. Sure, Violet said cautiously, motioning for Corinne to sit. But Corinne didn't take the chair across from her. Instead, she stood near the door, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. I overheard your conversation with Gwen, Corinne said without preamble. Violet blinked. You what? I was standing outside your door and... You were eavesdropping? I didn't mean to, Corinne said, though there was no real apology in her tone. But I heard you talking about Reed, about telling him the truth. Violet's throat went dry. She hadn't thought she was talking so loud. If Corinne had heard, that meant Reed could have heard too. I haven't decided anything yet, Violet said. You shouldn't tell him, Violet, Corinne said sharply, stepping closer. Corinne, he's my husband. He deserves to know the truth, Violet countered, immediately annoyed that, yet again, someone was telling her what to do. And you think he'll just be okay with it? Violet glared at her sister. I think it's my business and not yours. Why are you even getting involved? It's not that simple, Corinne snapped. You've been living with this secret for 16 years. Why blow everything up now? Just let it go. For everyone's sake. Honestly, Violet, I'm thinking about you here. Your marriage. Something about the way Corinne said those words, the dismissive tone, the sheer clout in her voice, sent a spark of anger through Violet. She had always looked up to her older sister, always wanted to keep the peace between them, but now she could hear the manipulation in Corinne's words, the way she was trying to twist this situation to maintain her control, to keep the facade intact to the outside world, and Violet was done being manipulated. "You sound just like Mum," Violet said, meeting Corinne's gaze with newfound defiance. Corinne stiffened. "Excuse me?" "You're trying to puppet me just like she always has," Violet fumed. "I see it now. You're afraid of losing everything you've built, afraid of how this will make you look. But this isn't just about you, Corinne. It never was." Corinne's eyes flashed with anger. "Believe it or not, I'm trying to protect you, your marriage." "No," Violet shot back. "You're trying to protect yourself. You've been doing it for years, using Mum's playbook, controlling everything and everyone around you." "Well, I'm done. I'm not going to live this lie anymore. Reed deserves to know the truth, just like Carly did, and I'm going to tell him." Corinne's face turned pale, and for the first time, Violet saw real fear glint in her sister's eyes. Violet knew what she was thinking. If Reed found out, he could tell someone, who would then tell someone else, and before they knew it, the whole curtain would come down. Damn it," Corinne said, flapping her arms at her sides. "I just wish none of this had happened. I wish we could go back and undo it all, continue on like we were, without anyone knowing anything different." "Well, that's not possible." Corinne's mouth opened as if to say something, but no words came out. She turned abruptly, yanking the door open and stepping out of the office without another glance back. Violet placed a hand on her chest to steady her racing heart. These confrontations were not good for the baby, and she heard Dr. Gold's voice in her head about stress. If only Dr. Gold knew. Violet counted to 10, inhaling through her nose and out through her mouth, the whole time thinking about the evening ahead. She would tell Reed tonight, 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 tonight. Chapter 30, Violet. She didn't tell him that night. By the time they made it home from work, Violet's head was throbbing so hard she could barely open her right eye. Exhausted, she'd gone straight to the couch, where she stayed, until Reed brought her a leftover burrito that she barely ate, then transferred herself to bed before 8 o'clock. The morning, she told herself, I'll tell him in the morning, as long as someone else doesn't tell him first. Now the morning had arrived. She glanced at the clock. Almost 9. She'd slept for over 12 hours. Violet stretched her arms overhead, grateful for a slow weekend morning. She turned her head, the other side of the bed empty. Reed would be downstairs, probably with a cup of coffee and ESPN on the TV. Pulling herself out of bed, she ran her hands over her stomach, feeling the familiar morning movements of the baby. "Good morning," she said to the developing fetus inside her. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to summon the courage she knew she'd need. Gwen was right. It wouldn't just be a relief to get this off her chest. It was the fair thing to do. Violet only hoped that Gwen was right about the other part, that Reed would forgive her. She slipped on one of Reed's college sweatshirts and made her way down the stairs, the house still and quiet. Reed was considerate about not making too much noise on the rare occasion she slept in, but this morning seemed even quieter than usual, too quiet even. Violet reached the bottom step and was just about to call out good morning, but as she reached the living room, she stopped in her tracks. Reed was sitting on the couch, hunched forward, face solemn. His tawny hair was still mussed from sleep. The closer Violet looked, the more she could see the scrunched lines on his forehead. "What's wrong?" she started, but quickly cut herself off. Spread out on the coffee table before him was a collection of photographs, and Violet's heart dropped into her stomach when she realized what they were. Those photos, her photos. The ones she had hidden so carefully in an envelope at the back of an album in the basement. She hadn't been able to let them go, these little pieces of herself, from a time she'd been forced to bury. Mementos that until now she'd thought she'd hidden well and had mostly forgotten about. Reed looked up as she entered the room, his expression a mixture of perplexity and hurt that impeded her ability to breathe. How did you find those?" Violet asked in barely a whisper. Reed let out a bitter chuckle, glancing back at the photos. "I was looking for baby pictures, actually, of you and me. Trying to imagine what our child might look like." He shook his head, rubbing a hand over his face. "Imagine my surprise when I found these instead." Violet's legs felt weak, and she lowered herself onto the edge of the armchair across from him, her eyes fixed on the photos. There she was, 16 years old and pregnant. She remembered taking them, her own small protest. Something she could hold on to. Only they weren't supposed to see the light of day again. They weren't supposed to be found, especially not by the one person who didn't know the truth. The images blurred as her eyes filled with tears. "Reed, she faltered, words tangled in her throat. She had wanted to tell him on her own terms, gently, but now everything was happening at once, raw and unfiltered. "You had a baby?" he asked, his voice thick with disbelief. "And you didn't tell me? For 7 years?" Violet forced herself to look up, meeting his gaze. "Yes," she whispered. "How old were you?" He pointed to the photos. "This looks like high school." "I was 16. "Shit, Violet. And what, you gave it up for adoption?" Suddenly, Violet realized that Reed was only grasping half of the story. Yes, she'd had a teenage pregnancy that she'd never told him about. But that was only one part of the bombshell, the worst part, the part that would cause the biggest explosion. That was coming next. "Not really. I mean, sort of." "Sort of? How can you sort of give a baby up for adoption?" Violet took a deep breath, trying to keep the nausea at bay. "It was Carly." Reed's face twisted. "Oh, what do you mean it was Carly? I don't understand." "I mean, I was pregnant with Carly. Carly was my baby." Violet watched the color drain from Reed's face. "Finally?" he whispered. "What?" The shame Violet had buried for so long resurfaced, and she wrapped her arms around herself as if that would somehow protect her from the storm she was now in the center of. "It was an accident," she said. "This guy, Scotty, we were both so young. I was forced to give her up, to hide what had happened. Corinne and Jonah couldn't have children. Mom convinced me that giving Carly to them was best for everyone. I was scared, and I thought it was the right thing." Reed's face pinched in pain, eyes darting around. "What? I know, it's a lot to absorb." "What the fuck, Vi? That's seriously messed up." Her defenses rose. "Excuse me for making a mistake when I was a kid." "That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the whole keeping it a secret part. I mean, Jesus. I thought I was supposed to be part of this family." "Reed, please," she begged. "It's just a pretty shitty feeling. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry." "How can I not be? Put yourself in my shoes." Her eyes welled. "You're not making this any easier." He closed his eyes for a long moment, as if writing a new script for the family he thought he knew. Finally, he took in a ragged breath and spoke. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" "It wasn't that simple, Reed." Violet's voice shook, fighting against the rising tide of emotion. Back then, I didn't have a choice. Mum orchestrated everything, told me I couldn't be a mother at 16, and once I had Carly, I never wanted to disrupt her life by bringing her into something she'd never asked for. Reed looked away, his posture rigid, a look of hurt and betrayal etched deeply into his face. So you hid it from me. You hid an entire part of yourself from me, Violet. You went through this alone, but you dragged me into a marriage built on a lie. Everyone else knew, but not me, he said. The one person you're supposed to trust most. No. Violet shook her head, reaching out across the space between them, desperate to make him understand. I was trying to protect Carly and you, but you lied, he interrupted. For 7 years you've kept this massive part of your life from me. That fucking hurts. She reached out for him. I know, and I'm sorry. But there was anger in Reed's eyes, and he leaned back away from her. How am I supposed to trust you now, Violet? I'm finding out something like this, and it's because I stumbled upon a few pictures in the basement. That's not marriage, that's deceit. It wasn't just a casual omission, this was purposeful. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she sat helpless. She had feared this moment for so long, knowing that one day she might have to face it, to answer for the choices she had made under pressure and the web of secrecy she'd been caught in. I'm sorry, she said again, emotion bubbling up. I never meant to hurt you. I was going to tell you this morning, actually. Oh, really? How convenient. I was. Why now? Because I couldn't stand lying anymore. It's been killing me. And well, because Carly just found out and everything's a mess. Carly knows. Only since last month. She relayed to him the night at Corinne's when Carly overheard everything and their worlds collapsed. So that's why everyone's been acting weird. That's why you've seemed distant. Makes a lot more sense now. Yes, she said, eyes downcast. It's been awful, really. If Reed wanted to come back with a sarcastic reply, he bit his tongue. Instead, he ran his hands through his hair. So Carly is my stepdaughter? No, yes. Technically, she sighed. It's complicated. That's a fucking understatement. And Corinne and Jonah are just cool with all of this, pretending their niece is their kid. I just don't get it, Violet. It hasn't been easy, okay? She said, defensively. In fact, it's been downright impossible, especially since I found out I was pregnant this time around. He winced a little at that, and Violet recognized how strange it must be for him to rationalize this wasn't her first pregnancy. Reed dropped his head into his hands. Do you hate me? Violet said. Do you think I'm an awful person? The pause was long enough to make her hiccup a cry. Finally, Reed met her eye. I don't hate you. I'm shocked and confused, and this is a lot to take in. I know. But most of all, I'm hurt you didn't think you could tell me the truth. That's what marriage is about, Violet. We are supposed to trust each other, and now I feel like I don't even know who you are. The silence that followed was overpowering. Violet wiped her cheeks, her hand trembling, as she tried to piece together the shattered remnants of their life. She wanted to reach out to him, to make him see that, despite everything, her love for him had always been real. But Reed was staring down at the photos, his expression distant, as if he were trying to reconcile the woman he thought he knew with the one sitting across from him. She got up and went to sit next to him on the couch, but before she could, he stood, taking deliberate steps away from her. I need to think, to sort this all out, he said. She swallowed. I understand. He gave his head a sad little shake. Damn, Violet, this fucking stings. She took the hit she knew she deserved, but that didn't mean it wasn't painful. She had held on to this secret for so long, But now the truth was out, and the damage was undeniable. Chapter 31. Corinne. Corinne slipped the key into the lockbox on the door and walked the clients to their car. "Thank you again for showing us the house so last minute," one of the men said. "Absolutely," Corinne replied. "My pleasure." "We're going to think about it and we'll let you know." Corinne gave a smile and a nod. "Sounds perfect. We'll talk soon." She shook each of their hands and turned toward her own car. When she got in, she let out a long exhale. What a day, showings upon showings. This one had been her last of the afternoon, and she was ready to kick off her suede booties and melt into the couch for some mind-numbing TV. Corinne checked her phone and found a text from Jonah. "Out of milk. Can you stop?" A small groan escaped her lips. Jonah was the only adult she knew who insisted on starting his day with a bowl of cereal every morning. The more sugary, the better. Heaven forbid he didn't get his Lucky Charms tomorrow. "Sure," she typed back, and then immediately thought of what else they might need. If she was going to stop at Whole Foods, she might as well pick up some of that coffee ice cream Carly liked. Maybe it would win Corinne some brownie points in the mom department. Corinne drove the few short miles to the store and parked. She offered to return a cart for an elderly man who'd just finished loading his car. He thanked her with a look of surprise, as though he didn't know considerate people still existed in the world. Corinne lifted her chin as she walked. Helping others was something she'd always tried to instill in Carly as a child. "See," she told herself, "I'm a good mum. I'm a good person." Inside, Corinne grabbed a gallon of milk, then headed to the freezer section. Just as she was turning down the aisle, a familiar figure stopped her in her tracks. "Corinne, hello," Mrs. Caldwell said. "Oh, hi, Priscilla," Corinne replied. She tried to reapply her work smile from earlier. She wasn't used to interacting with clients outside of work settings. Priscilla dropped a bag of frozen meatballs in her cart, then gave Corinne a wink. "I won't tell if you won't tell. Mick thinks I make my meatballs from scratch." "Who has time for that?" Corinne waved a hand through the air, and the two women laughed. Priscilla leaned in, lowering her voice. "How is, progress coming? With the property?" Progress. Corinne had thought the Caldwell deal was all but wrapped up after Lois had come to the rescue and got things back on track weeks ago. "Everything's great," she replied, hoping the response was enough of a catch-all. "I must say I was pleasantly surprised by Lois and Violet's willingness to accommodate our more unique request." Corinne's smile faltered, just a touch, but she quickly recovered. She couldn't afford to show Priscilla Caldwell that she had no idea what she was talking about. "Ah, yes, well, we're all committed to making sure our clients are taken care of. It's, what we do." True. Priscilla's eyes gleamed. "Though I have to admit, I thought your family might push back a little more. It's not every day someone agrees to, well, arrangements like ours. But your mother, she was so reassuring. She's a real master of discretion, that woman." "She certainly is," Corinne said, her heart hammering. "We're all about discretion." "Good, because my husband and I have been very pleased with your family's commitment to our privacy in this matter." Priscilla straightened and gave Corinne a pointed look. "I trust we can rely on your continued support." "Of course," Corinne said smoothly, her practiced smile barely hiding her growing unease. Priscilla patted her arm and winked, as though they shared some grand secret. "Well, that's wonderful to hear. I'll let you get back to your shopping." Corinne watched Priscilla saunter down the aisle, her polished demeanor rattling her more than she'd expected. She stood frozen for a moment, staring at the cart without really seeing it. What on earth had Lois and Violet agreed to? And why hadn't anyone thought to loop her in? She finished her shopping in a daze, questions bouncing around her mind. In the car, she sat gripping the steering wheel. Discretion. That word. She knew it was code for something else. And now you're somehow roped into it, a voice inside her whispered. Before she could think any further, her phone buzzed with another text. She hoped it wasn't Jonah requesting something else. She was not going back into the store. Instead, it was Violet messaging their family group chat. Violet. Reed knows. We all need to sit down and talk about this. Corinne's stomach flipped. Violet had done it. She'd told Reed. She pictured the two of them in their home, imagined Reed's face when he learned the truth. Was he sad, or was it anger that hit him first? She started to type a response, but a message from Lois came through first. Lois. When? Corinne finished typing, then hit send. Corinne. I don't know what else there is to talk about. Violet. A lot. There's a lot to talk about. Pierce. Do you want me there? Violet. Yes. A family meeting should include all family members. Lois. Your father and I can come over tonight. Corinne. I don't want Carly involved in this. She's already been through enough. Violet. Fine. Corinne. Tomorrow she will be at volleyball until 8. Each of them sent a thumbs-up emoji to that last message. Corinne dropped her phone to her lap and let her head fall back. Just what she needed, another family meeting. All she wanted was to continue working on her relationship with Carly, not keep dredging up the past. But Violet sounded insistent. Tomorrow it would be. Chapter 32, Violet. 24 hours later, the entire family, everyone but Carly, was in Violet's living room. She'd been the one to call this meeting, and yet a giant knot twisted in her stomach. She could feel the discomfort simmering even before anyone had sat down, all pinched mouths and uneven breathing. She glanced nervously at Reed, who was sitting beside her on the couch, his hands clenched together in his lap. As soon as everyone settled in, Violet cleared her throat. Thank you for coming, she said. I know this is very uncomfortable, and things have gotten weird. You think? Corinne said, and Violet shot her a look that said, Really? Do we have to start with sarcasm? Corinne blew out a breath. I'm just saying, I don't even know why we're having a meeting. Hey, Reed inserted. If anyone has a right to be pissed, it's me. I've been part of this family for 7 years and no one thought it was fair for me to know the truth about all this. He glanced around the circle of faces, but everyone looked away, ashamed or embarrassed, or both. Reed lingered on Pierce for an extra beat. Dude, come on, I thought we were like brothers. Pierce's mouth opened to defend himself, but all that came out was a soft, It wasn't my secret to tell. Corinne's hand gripped the arm of the chair. Reed, with all due respect, you don't know what it was like when this happened. It was way before you were even in the picture. Violet was practically a kid, and we did what we thought was best for everyone. Violet shook her head. You thought it was best for yourselves. No one thought about what it would do to me or what it would mean for Carly when she found out. Corinne's face flushed, and she let out an exasperated groan. Seriously, Violet, how many more times are we going to talk in circles? Violet stewed, but before she could respond, Reed spoke again. How could you all just go on with your lives keeping such a secret? He said, to no one in particular. I mean, this is a pretty big deal. Lois leaned forward, face hardening. You're quick to judge for someone who just found out about this, she said icily. You weren't there, Reed. None of us were perfect, but we made the best choice for everyone's sake, including Violet's. We didn't take this lightly. Not lightly, Reed scoffed, glaring back at Lois. Then why was it so easy to lie to everyone for 16 years? You stole her choice. No one deserves that, especially not Carly or Violet. Violet's head snapped toward her husband. Was he defending her? A shot of warmth made her want to cry. She inched her hand closer to his, but just as she touched his skin, he pulled back. She wilted. Maybe she'd been wrong. Buck bristled, his face tight as he turned to Reed. Now listen, Reed. You weren't part of this family back then. There are things you can't
understand. This wasn't just about Carly or Violet, Lois added. We had a reputation to consider, one that holds our business together. None of you would be where you are now if we hadn't protected that. You like your job, don't you, Reed? I'm sorry, what? Reed said, face going red. Violet jumped in. You're still thinking about our reputation, even now? She gave a tart laugh, glancing down at her hands. Maybe that's all it ever was to you. Violet, please, Corinne said with annoyance. I'm so over this conversation. You called us here for what? Get to the point. Pierce, who had been mostly silent, leaned forward, hands clasped. Look, everyone, I agree. This back and forth isn't going to get us anywhere. Violet and Corinne, you both love Carly. No one is questioning that. But we need to get a handle on this before it completely blows up. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting Carly have a say in her future. She's 16. She deserves that. Corinne turned on him, her face twisting with frustration. Says the one person here who isn't a parent. You don't just undo 16 years, Pierce. You think it's easy for her to suddenly know her entire life has been a lie? She's a child. She can barely decide what she wants for dinner, let alone her future. Pierce held her gaze steadily. It's not easy, but it's the truth, Corinne. And I think she deserves a choice. You've always said you want what's best for her. Well, maybe that means letting her decide. What do you mean? Reed said. Decide what? And suddenly Violet's heart seized. Reed was still processing the first bombshell, the fact of Carly's true parentage. But what Pierce was talking about was step 2 in the equation, that Violet wanted to take Carly back. They'd barely talked through the basics, let alone something like this, which would completely rearrange their lives. She felt Reed's eyes on her, but she couldn't look at him. Lois held up her hand, her voice cutting through the room like a knife. Enough! I won't stand by and watch you all rip each other apart. The truth is out now, yes, but that doesn't mean we need to upend everything we've worked for. I kept this family together all these years, and I won't watch it crumble now just because everyone's decided they want to air their grievances. Violet was silently thankful for her mother's ability to pivot the conversation, but it wasn't enough to remove the irritation she felt toward the woman who continued to strategize their every move. So that's what it's been about, isn't it, Mom? Not about what was right, not about what Carly or I needed, but about keeping everything looking perfect from the outside, just like you always have. Lois's eyes flashed. And look where it has gotten us. We're successful, respected. We've built a legacy that all of you would be nowhere without. This family is my life's work, and if that means we keep this secret for the greater good, so be it. Your life's work, Violet spat. I'm your daughter, not some piece in a game you're playing to protect your reputation. She pressed on firmly, fueled by a sudden surge of determination. From the corner of her eye, she caught Reed staring at her, and she finally found the courage to turn to face him. I want Carly to come live with me, with us. She deserves to know me, not as her aunt, but as her mother. Reed's eyes grew to saucers. What? Violet, what are you saying? This is He fumbled over his words, salt burning his already open wound, and Violet hated herself for it. Still, it was the only way to get everything out, everything that had been growing in her head, doubling in size every day until she felt like she'd explode. She'd had to just say it. And now that she had, she wanted to pull her husband into her and tell him it would all be okay. But that would be a lie, because the truth was she had no idea how this would all turn out. "Violet," Corinne said, "I already gave you the answer. No, Carly's not going anywhere." Pierce cleared his throat. "Hold on, both of you. This isn't about you. This is about what's best for Carly. And right now, you two are thinking about what you want, not what Carly needs." Corinne glared at him, and Violet sank back slightly, folding her arms, but Pierce pressed on. "Look, maybe Carly needs space right now. Maybe she needs time. She's 16, old enough to be a part of this conversation instead of having decisions made around her." "I don't understand why you're doing this, Violet," Jonah said, speaking up for the first time. "We've raised Carly for 16 years. Violet's face softened, if only for a moment. "I know you have. And I'm not saying you haven't been good parents to her. But that doesn't erase what you all did to me, or the fact that Carly deserves to know me too. I want to be her mother, and I want her to have the chance to know the truth, not the version of it that's convenient for you and Mom and Dad." She turned to Reed, riddled with shame she couldn't help but feel. "And I'm sorry, Reed, I'm so sorry, but I can't live a lie anymore." Emotion hitched in her throat, tears stinging her eyes. If she'd thought admitting this to her parents had been hard, saying it in front of Reed was even worse. "Absolutely not," Corinne said again. She blinked rapidly, eyes darting around as if searching for something to grab onto, something to say to make it all go away. Finally, she said, "Violet, you're pregnant. You're going to have a baby soon. Violet knew the rest of the sentence without it being said. "Isn't that good enough?" She cocked her head. "So, having another baby means I can just erase the first one from my life?" Corinne's jaw set. "You're crazy if you think I'm going to let you take her." "She's not a child to be taken," Buck added. "This is a young woman we're talking about." "No one's taking anyone," Lois said, and Violet thought her mother's face looked paler than usual. From beside her, Violet could feel Reed sinking into the couch, his shoulders rounding forward, his chin nearing his chest. He was shrinking, falling into the depths this conversation had opened. She wanted to reach out and save him, to end it all, but the stakes were too high to risk. Pierce spoke again, his tone weary. "I agree with Dad. Can't you both see that there's no right answer here? Carly deserved to know the truth, yes, but maybe we don't have to rip her away from Corinne and Jonah. Maybe we can give her space and time to figure it out for herself." Lois let out a sigh, smoothing her skirt with a dismissive shake of her head. "This is why we handled it the way we did 16 years ago. We made the best choice we could under the circumstances, and I stand by that." Violet couldn't hold it back any longer. "You pressured me into giving her up, Mom. You didn't think about my feelings at all back then. You wanted me to disappear quietly because that was easier for you, easier for your precious reputation." Corinne rolled her eyes, throwing her hands in the air. "Here we go again," she said. At the same time, Jonah muttered, "This is insane." Lois stiffened, lips tight. "I did what I did for all of you, Violet, including Carly." Violet stood. "Everyone here, with the exception of Reed, was complicit," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "You all went along with Mom's plan without a second thought to how it would affect me. You didn't care about what you were taking from me, only about what you were gaining." She was breathing hard, and despite himself, Reed reached out, touched her arm, and said, "Violet, this isn't good for the baby." But Violet pressed on. Corinne looked stricken, her mouth opening as though to protest, but no words came. Violet took a shuddering breath.
So I'm asking Carly to come live with me, and if she chooses to stay with you, fine, I'll accept that. But the choice has to be hers." Corinne looked stricken. She glanced around the room, her gaze landing on Lois, then Pierce, then Buck, as if to say, "You're not going to let this happen, are you?" Lois rose to her feet. "I won't stand for this divisiveness any longer. The truth is out, but if you all care about this family, you will put Carly's well-being first. That means keeping this quiet and letting her live as she always has. A scandal is the last thing this family needs." "Really, Mum?" Violet said, raising her eyebrows. "If that's not the pot calling the kettle black." She caught a look of confusion from the rest of the family, but now wasn't the time to bring up the Caldwells and their questionable proposition. Lois dismissed Violet with a quick psh and flick of the hand. Corinne stood now too. "Violet, I know you have a lot going on and pregnancy isn't easy, but—" "Oh, do you?" Violet shot back. A look of hurt sliced across Corinne's face. "But what you're proposing is not going to happen. I won't let it. Plain and simple. The answer is no." "You can't tell me what I can and can't say to Carly." "Oh, yes, I can." Jonah stood from the couch, linking his arm with Corinne's. "This meeting is over. We're not going to sit here and listen to these absurd ideas from you, Violet. Carly is staying with us, and that's final." He and Corinne crossed the living room toward the door without another word. Violet's face burned, her insides boiled, though her mind played devil's advocate. "What did you think was going to happen?" "I'm going to go for a drive," Reed said quietly, standing and leaving before Violet had a chance to stop him. The door slammed, making her flinch. "This was a bad idea," Lois said. Violet met her mother's gaze. "I'm pretty sure the bad idea was yours 16 years ago." With that, Violet fled upstairs, where she stayed until there was no more noise coming from down below. That night, Reed didn't come to bed. Violet was alone, save for the baby inside her, who kept her up. A blessing or a punishment, she couldn't tell. Chapter 33. Corinne. Corinne and Jonah trod across the yard back to their house. "Can you believe her?" he said, almost to himself. "Violet thinks she can just step in and take Carly away? As if she could somehow just undo everything that's happened." Corinne pressed her lips together. "It's ridiculous," she agreed. "As if Carly would ever— I mean, we've raised her. She's our daughter." She heard her own voice, stubborn and defensive, and wondered if she was trying to convince Jonah or herself. "We've given her everything, Jonah. A stable home, love, the best we could afford. Violet was barely there for parts of her life. Those early years when she went off to college, being young and carefree, we were the ones changing midnight diapers. We were the ones dealing with the terrible twos." Jonah nodded slowly. "Exactly. Carly doesn't even know Violet that way, not really. I mean, she's a great aunt. I'm not taking that away from her. But that's all an aunt. Carly sees you as her mother, Corinne. And why shouldn't she?" Yet as he spoke, Corinne couldn't shake the niggling thought that had been creeping in since the meeting had begun. Yes, she'd been there for Carly's every waking moment. But what if all those years didn't matter now? What if Violet's sudden new role in Carly's life was enough to shift things? Carly was 16 after all, old enough to make her own decisions, or at least old enough to believe she could. Corinne knew that feeling of wanting to do your own thing, be your own person. It's what had driven her to apply to Ohio State instead of waltzing right into a job alongside her parents at Arbor Real Estate. She could picture herself, young and nervous. The student union smelled like stale coffee and microwaved ramen, but Corinne barely noticed. She had a thick binder tucked under her arm, bursting with notes and study guides for her upcoming accounting exam. Her business classes were intense, and she didn't have time to waste. Her plan was clear: get the degree, land a stable corporate job, and prove to herself and her parents that she could succeed on her own terms. She weaved through the crowded lounge, her eyes darting around for an empty seat. Most were occupied by groups of students chatting or procrastinating, but in the far corner, a guy sat alone with a laptop and a legal pad, furiously scribbling notes. "Mind if I sit here?" she asked, gesturing to the seat across from him. He looked up, blinking like he'd been pulled out of a deep thought. "Oh, sure, go ahead." "Thanks," she said, sliding into the chair and setting her binder on the table. She flipped it open to one of the color-coded tabs and dove in, barely sparing him a second glance. For a few minutes, the only sounds between them were the scratching of pens and the occasional clatter of a coffee cup. Then, out of nowhere, he said, "You know, you don't have to highlight everything in neon pink." Corinne froze, glancing up at him. He was smirking, his brown eyes sparkling with mischief. "It's not everything," she said defensively. "There's a system." "Is there?" he teased, leaning back in his chair. "Because it kind of looks like your notes could glow in the dark." She rolled her eyes, but couldn't help the small smile tugging at her lips. "Well, some of us actually like to be prepared for exams." "And some of us just wing it," he said, tapping his pen against his legal pad. "Worked for me so far." Corinne raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued despite herself. "And what exactly are you winging over there?" "Mock debate," he said, gesturing to his notes. "It's for a stupid public speaking requirement." "Debate?" she repeated. "Isn't that just arguing for fun?" "Basically," he admitted, grinning. "But I'm good at playing devil's advocate." She couldn't argue with that. He had the kind of quick wit that probably made him a nightmare for his opponents. "I'm Jonah, by the way," he said, extending a hand across the table. "Corinne," she replied, shaking it. "Well, Corinne," he said, leaning forward slightly, "if you ever need a break from all that pink highlighter, maybe we could go out sometime." They were together from that moment forward. Though Corinne was determined to pursue her business degree, Jonah's passion for life made her question her own path. She often felt like she was going through the motions, chasing a career that sounded good on paper, but didn't spark any real excitement. After graduation, she drifted through a series of jobs that never quite fit, eventually finding herself back in her family's real estate business, a decision that felt less like a calling and more like an inevitability. But through it all, Jonah remained her anchor. His unwavering support and steady presence reminded her that success wasn't just about career achievements. It was about building a life with someone who made her feel truly seen. Corinne wrapped her arms around herself, a chill creeping down her back as they climbed the steps of their porch. She glanced at Jonah, his profile calm and confident, like he could steady her with a look. But for the first time, she felt something unsettling, like the ground beneath her had shifted in a way that even he couldn't put right. "I don't know anymore," she said, almost in a whisper. Jonah turned, his brows pulling together. "What do you mean?" Corinne hesitated, the words sticking in her throat. "What Pierce said, about Carly getting to choose. It's like, it scares me, Jonah. I'm so confused. All of this, Carly's life, our family, even Mum. For so long, I believed we were all doing this for each other, that we all had each other's best interests at heart." She shook her head, trying to make sense of the thoughts crowding her mind. But seeing the way Mom acted in there, it was like she was more worried about the family name, about the scandal of it all. It makes me wonder if she ever actually cared about me, about us. Jonah looked at her, his expression softening. "I think Lois cared in her own way, but..."
She has always been about appearances, you know that. She practically trained us to be that way. Corinne nodded, remembering all the little moments she'd written off over the years. Her mother's unspoken expectations, the way she'd pushed them all toward success, making every decision as if they were characters in some carefully orchestrated performance. Corinne would play piano because it represented sophistication. Both girls would wear matching chambray shirts in their family photos, always with a bow in their hair. Her mother had shaped her life in countless ways, but had she ever truly cared for Corinne as a person beyond her role in the family's image? "Did I ever really have a choice?" Corinne murmured, almost to herself. "Back then, when I agreed to raise Carly as my own, was that really about me, or was it just because I was the only option that fit into Mom's idea of how things should be?" Jonah was silent for a moment. He glanced at her again before answering. "Corinne, I think Lois believes what she did was for the best. That doesn't make it right, but maybe she convinced herself it was." Corinne shook her head, her lips tight with anger. "All those years I thought I'd been given a gift. I thought Carly was meant to be mine, that Mom had handed me a second chance. But now I see it's only because it would have been a scandal to have a teenager raising a baby. At least in Mom's view." Jonah reached over, placing a hand on her arm. "Corinne, you're Carly's mother in every way that matters. Nothing about Lois's motivations changes that." Corinne nodded, but the doubt gnawed at her. If her family had been playing a role, shaping her decisions and beliefs, then what did that make her? Had she truly wanted this life, or had it been something she'd clung to, wanting to believe it was her choice all along? She looked through the window, her heart aching as she thought of Carly. The idea of her daughter choosing Violet, choosing to abandon the life they'd built together, stirred a panic that Corinne struggled to regulate. She couldn't shake the fear that maybe, just maybe, Carly would look at Violet and see something Corinne had never been able to give her: freedom from the illusion of perfection Lois had instilled in them all. "I don't want to lose her, Jonah," she whispered. "I can't imagine what life would be like if she chose Violet over us." Jonah squeezed her hand. "She won't. Carly loves us, Corinne. She knows who's been there for her, who raised her. Violet's part of her life, but that doesn't erase the bond you two share." Corinne nodded, but her mother's voice lingered in her mind like an echo she couldn't silence. She swallowed, her throat tight. "I don't know who I am without this family's expectations, Jonah. I've lived so long under Mom's thumb, and maybe I've hurt Carly more by doing that than by protecting her." Jonah looked at her for a long moment, his gaze gentle. "Look, I'm scared of losing her too. It's not the same. Scotty isn't in the picture. You don't have any competition. You'll always be her dad. That's not fair. Don't forget, I'm hurting here too." Corinne dropped her head. "But we can't keep going like this," Jonah continued. "Maybe it's time to start making choices for yourself, Corinne, and for Carly, not for Lois or anyone else." Corinne felt a flicker of something, a small spark of clarity buried beneath the doubt and anger. Could she be her own person? The idea was like a language she couldn't speak.
Chapter 34, Violet. The morning after the family meeting, Violet's home didn't feel like her own. The energy was all wrong. Reed stood at the kitchen counter, back turned, nursing his coffee as though it was his only source of comfort. She took a slow breath, stepping into the kitchen. "Morning," she said softly, testing the air between them. He turned his head slightly, but his face was unreadable. "Morning." She went to pour herself a cup of coffee but felt awkward being in such close proximity. Here was the man she'd married 5 years ago, the person she was supposed to be the most comfortable with in the whole world, and now she was walking on eggshells. She glanced over at him, her nerves making her armpits damp. Just as she was about to ask if he was okay, he spoke. "You know," he said, "I was just thinking about the first time I met Carly. Her birthday party. Yeah, I was nervous. You were? Meeting your family for the first time. And this niece who I knew meant so much to you." Violet's mind went back, the scene just as vivid as if it were yesterday. Reed adjusted the collar of his shirt as he stood in the entryway of Corinne and Jonah's house, clutching a brightly wrapped gift. The sound of children's laughter echoed from the backyard. Violet touched his arm. "You'll be great, if you say so. Just a little out of my element here. Haven't been to a kid's birthday party in, about 20 years. She laughed. "They're going to love you. Carly's a sweetheart. She'll probably just care about what's in the box." Reed glanced down at the carefully wrapped gift, a set of art supplies Violet had picked out. "You sure this is cool? I mean, it's her 9th birthday. I don't want to mess up my first impression." Violet laughed. "Come on, let's head out back." As they stepped onto the patio, the chaos of the party unfolded before them. A dozen kids were running around, some chasing each other with balloons, others gathered around a small table where a vibrant pink cake sat waiting to be cut. Adults milled about as well, chatting and keeping an eye on the kids. She waved to Corinne, who wiggled her eyebrows and mouthed, "Is this him?" Violet led Reed toward the birthday girl, who was standing among a group of kids. "Carly," Violet called, "there's someone I want you to meet." Carly ran over and gave Violet a huge hug. "This is Reed." "Is he your boyfriend?" Carly asked with a smirk. "Yes," Violet said in the same tone, reaching out to tickle the girl's side. "Hi, Carly," Reed said, crouching slightly so he was closer to her level. "It's nice to meet you. Your Aunt Violet sure talks about you a lot. Thanks for letting me come to your party. Here, I brought you something." Her eyes lit up as he held out the brightly wrapped box. "For me?" "Of course. But you have to promise me something." Her brow furrowed slightly. "What?" "You have to promise not to tell me if I picked the wrong thing," he said, grinning. "Deal?" Carly giggled and nodded, taking the gift eagerly. "Deal!" She started to tear at the paper right there, revealing the art set inside. Her face lit up even more as she pulled the lid off to reveal the colored pencils, markers, and paint inside. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Reed said, straightening up. "I hear you like crafty stuff." "I do," she said proudly, clutching the set to her chest. Then just as quickly she was gone, running off with her friends. Reed chuckled, glancing over at Violet. "Okay, I think I passed." "She loves it," Violet said softly, watching Carly with a wistful look in her eyes. "She's great," Reed said. "Confident kid. Must take after her aunt." Violet's smile faltered for a split second, something unreadable flashing across her face. "Maybe it runs in the family," she said simply. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of cake, games, and laughter. Reed found himself drawn into conversations with Violet's family, all of whom took an instant liking to him. But as well as it went, it wasn't that day that sealed the deal, but a few days later when Reed received a handmade thank you card in the mail from Carly. It had been crafted from the supplies he'd bought her. Violet blinked, and she was back in her kitchen, the memory of that happy day long gone, replaced instead by nail-biting unease. Reed had been quiet for a long few minutes. "Are you okay?" she said cautiously. Reed set his mug down with a thud, finally turning to face her. His expression was stony. Am I okay? Violet, last night you dropped a bombshell that's turned everything I thought I knew upside down. I don't even know how to answer that. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to steady herself. I know, I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. You didn't even tell me. I found out on my own. I thought we could work through this together. Together? He let out a bitter laugh. Violet, you hid something monumental from me for 7 years, and then, out of nowhere, you're talking about taking Carly back, as if it's a simple solution. Do you understand what that does to me? The life I thought we were starting together. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Carly, but it's not that simple, she said, struggling to find words. It's about giving her the chance to know her real mother and me a chance to be that mother. But are you her mother, Violet? Reed's tone was cutting. When she has Corinne, you think ripping her from the only life she's known and dropping her into ours will somehow make this better? She gawked. Reed. Think about it, Violet. Really think. Violet's chest tightened. She's my daughter, Reed. I can't just pretend. She's not. He threw his hands up. So what? You think we can just undo everything? You know Carly is almost an adult, right? She's old enough to decide for herself if she even wants that. That's why I wanted to have this conversation, she said, her voice quivering. I don't want to just throw her into our lives without considering how it affects everyone, but I need to try, Reed. Now it's all about you, he interrupted, about what you need to feel whole. Once again, I'm asking, have you thought about what this means for us, for our family? He glanced at her belly. Violet felt the sting of his words, but she held her ground. I think about it every day, Reed. I've lived with this weight every single day, and it's only grown heavier since we got married, since we started thinking about our future. I don't know. Maybe it's this pregnancy, this baby, that brought out all these feelings. I can't explain it. It's a need, a pull. I have to do something about it. He stepped back, shaking his head slowly. I thought I knew what our life was going to be like, and now... Her heart ached at the disappointment in his voice, the way his shoulders slumped as if he'd been defeated. Reed, please. I don't want to lose us. I love you. But I can't pretend that this part of me doesn't exist. He looked at her, his face conflicted. I need time to think, Violet. To really consider what this means, if I can even trust that we're solid after all this. Violet's breath caught in her throat and her eyes began to sting. Reed! He held up a hand. And then he was gone. Chapter 35. Corinne. The early evening air was crisp as Corinne raked the last of the leaves into neat piles. Mid-November meant snow could fall at any moment, and if they didn't get the yard cleaned up in time, it would be a mess later. She found a rhythm, losing herself in the latest true crime podcast coming through her earbuds, nothing like murder and mayhem on top of her already upside-down life, as if she hadn't already had enough anxiety over the last week since their family meeting. Nearby, Carly gathered stray leaves with her gloved hands and tossed them into a wheelbarrow while Jonah worked on trimming the hedge along the driveway. Occasionally, Corinne caught the two of them mouthing words to each other, but it was few and far between. Mostly, they were quiet, moving through the motions on parallel tracks that rarely crossed. It hadn't been easy convincing Carly to help out with yard work, but given she didn't have volleyball practice to use as an excuse, at least for one night a week, she'd reluctantly agreed, and Corinne savoured this small moment of togetherness, even if they were in different corners of the yard. Just as Carly knelt to scoop up another handful, Corinne caught a glimpse of someone approaching on the sidewalk. She stiffened as Violet's figure appeared in the distance, arms swinging in pace with her stride. Her sweatshirt pulled across her growing belly. A small pang knocked on Corinne's heart, and she realized that she missed walking alongside her sister. Violet got closer. She was wearing earbuds too. They never listened to music when they walked before. There was always too much to talk about. Now, Corinne wondered what was playing in Violet's ears. Throwback Y2K jams? That Colleen Hoover book she'd mentioned a while back? Or maybe a true crime podcast like her? Corinne's muscles tensed, her hands gripping the rake tightly as she watched Violet's face soften upon seeing Carly so close to the curb. As far as she knew, they hadn't seen or spoken to each other in over a month. She removed her earbuds. Paranoia told her to intercept this impromptu meeting, to stop whatever good might come from it. But Corinne knew that was not only childish, but nonsensical. It wasn't as though she could expect Carly and Violet to never speak again for the rest of their lives. "Hey, Care Bear," Corinne heard Violet say, removing her earbuds and offering a cautious smile. She took a tentative step toward her niece. "How have you been? I miss you." Carly's gaze flicked from Violet to Corinne, and back again, puzzlement mingling with discomfort. Hi." She sounded small, unsure, as though she'd been caught doing something wrong just by answering. Corinne's pulse quickened. She saw the hesitation in Carly's eyes, the way her daughter didn't know in which direction to turn, and she couldn't stand the sight of it. Maternal instinct kicked in at once. She dropped the rake and crossed the yard in a few quick strides. "Violet!" Her tone was firm, bordering on harsh. "Do you need something?" Violet straightened. "I was just passing by and saw Carly. I thought I'd say hi." Corinne moved slightly, positioning herself between Violet and Carly, her protective impulse flaring. "We've talked about this," she warned. "Carly needs space right now. She doesn't need confusion." Corinne turned to Carly. "Why don't you go help Dad, honey?" Carly's gaze bounced down, her discomfort evident. She stood for a beat, not moving, before turning and walking away. "Geez," Violet said, hurt written all over her face. "You're acting like I'm some stranger." "It's my job to protect her." "It's not like I'm a goddamn kidnapper, so what? Now I'm not allowed to even say hi to my niece." Both of their eyes gave a quick flash at Violet's choice of word. Niece. She hadn't said daughter. Corinne could see the flush forming in Violet's cheeks at her misstep. And part of her did feel like they were on the verge of a kidnapping. Corinne's mind briefly jumped to the story they'd been following in the news since August, the one of the little girl taken from an amusement park in Erie, 3 hours away. It was horrific. She couldn't imagine the fear of a child being there one moment and gone the next. Only in Corinne's case, it was as though she was experiencing the loss in slow motion, Carly being peeled away from her bit by bit. "She's fine," Corinne snapped with an intensity she hadn't expected. "She's finally starting to feel normal again. The last thing she needs is you stirring things up." "So I'm never going to be allowed to see her? Is that what you're saying?" Corinne crossed her arms. "Of course not. I don't trust your intentions right now." Violet's face paled, her composure cracking for the first time, but Corinne put a stop to the conversation with a firm period. "You should go." Violet's shoulders slumped, and she brought a quick hand to her stomach. Corinne thought she saw her sister wince just as she was turning away. Violet started walking, but something in her gait was off. "Hey!" Corinne called impulsively before Violet got too far. "Are you okay?" Violet stopped, turned. Her face was etched in pain. "Oh, so now you care." Their gazes lingered on each other for a long moment, and then Violet spun on her heels and continued down the sidewalk, leaving Corinne standing in the yard, her hands trembling. She felt Jonah's gaze on her from across the yard, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Instead, she watched her sister disappear around a bend, and wondered how they'd gotten to such an ugly place. Footsteps approached, crunching through the leaves. "Mom, was that really necessary?" When Corinne turned to face her, the ache in her daughter's eyes made her stomach twist. "It was, honey." Corinne tried to keep her voice steady, even as doubts clawed at her insides. But as she said it, she felt the familiar pang, knowing deep down that her fierce protectiveness was fueled by her own insecurities. Carly pulled at her ear, her eyebrows knitting together as she let out a small, frustrated sigh. It doesn't feel right. You guys fighting, and it's all because of me." For once, Corinne didn't struggle to find the right words. "Carly, none of this is your fault, none. You understand that, don't you?" Carly shrugged. "I get that you're trying to make sense of everything," Corinne said, "but you have to understand Violet's actions affect all of us. It's not just about her wanting to talk. Every time she shows up like this, it drags up things we're working hard to put behind us." "So, like, we're never going to talk to her again?" Corinne's mouth opened, then quickly snapped shut. How was she supposed to answer a question she didn't know the answer to? "No, I mean, it's complicated. Things are still really, really complicated." Corinne felt her hands shaking, and she pressed her palms against her sides to steady herself. She glanced over at Jonah, who approached them, his brow furrowed. Carly clamped her head like a vice. "This is all just so fucking confusing." "I know that, honey," she said. "And I wish more than anything that it didn't have to be like this. But your life with us, with your dad and me, that's what's real. That's the life you've known. Nothing with Violet changes that." "But it does." Carly looked down at her feet as though weighing something heavy inside herself. "She's part of me, and I want to understand where I came from. Don't you think I'm owed that?" Corinne saw spots. This was her nightmare, Carly slipping away, choosing Violet. She wanted to reach out, hold Carly, convince her of her love, her devotion. But the words came out differently, sharper than she intended. "Carly, you're too young to understand what you're asking for. You don't know the kinds of decisions people make, the sacrifices they have to live with." Carly's face flushed, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "That's not fair," she whispered. "Yeah, I get I'm not an adult, but I'm not a little kid either." "You have no idea," Corinne thought. She had the sudden urge to let herself fall to the ground and curl up, away from all this pain. She knew she was losing Carly's trust, and the worst part was she wasn't sure how to fix it. More than anything, it cemented the fact that Violet could never convince Carly to move in. Corinne couldn't allow it. Jonah finally spoke up. "Maybe we should take a breather, okay? It's been a lot these past few weeks, and it's understandable everyone's feeling strained." Before Corinne could respond, Carly glanced toward the pile of leaves, her expression far away. "I think I'm done with this," she said quietly, peeling off the gardening gloves. "I'm going inside." Corinne watched her walk toward the house, her shoulders hunched, her feet dragging as though each step took all her strength. The pang in her chest intensified, an aching void she couldn't shake. She opened her mouth to call out, but her voice failed her, and all she could do was watch Carly disappear through the door. Jonah placed a tentative hand on her shoulder, and Corinne leaned into it, grateful for the warmth, even if it wasn't the reassurance she'd hoped for. "What the hell was I supposed to do?" she said, feeling automatically defensive before he'd even said a word. "I mean, all of a sudden, boom, Violet's there in her face, and Carly looks like she's stuck with no escape. Doesn't she get I'm trying to protect her?" Corinne, Jonah's tone was wary. I think Carly has a right to be curious about Violet. This situation, it's like you said, complicated. She's just trying to make sense of it. Corinne whipped her head around, the sharpness of his words catching her off guard. Not all of it is complicated, she echoed with disbelief. Jonah, she's our daughter. Violet gave her up. How much more sense does she need to make of it? Jonah exhaled slowly, looking down at the fallen leaves scattered around them. I know she's ours, he said quietly. But Violet didn't give her up because she wanted to. And Corinne, I don't know if I ever fully understood this arrangement. Not back then, and not now. It was as though a gale-force wind suddenly knocked her off balance. What do you mean you didn't understand it? He paused, running a hand through his hair. I mean, I never fully agreed with it. But I thought it was what you wanted, and I wanted to be supportive. I thought maybe it would get easier with time. He looked back at her, his face lined with worry. But now I can't help but think I don't know. Corinne felt a flash of betrayal so fierce it almost staggered her. So now you're on Violet's side. She took a step back, crossing her arms tightly, her fingers digging into her own skin. Unbelievable. First Violet tries to take Carly, and now you're ready to just hand her over? Jonah's eyes widened, and he shook his head, reaching out toward her. Corinne, that's not what I'm saying. I just think you need to try to understand what Carly might be feeling, and what Violet is too. But Corinne took another step back, letting his hand fall away. I can't believe you're saying this to me. You think we should just let her unravel everything? Corinne, Violet isn't trying to unravel anything, Jonah replied, his tone pleading. She's trying to connect. She wants to be part of Carly's life, and honestly, I can't blame her. I know it sounds crazy, but... Corinne shook her head, fury brewing beneath her words. So you're saying we should just let Violet stroll in and tear apart our family? Is that what you want? That's not fair, Jonah said, his voice quiet but firm. This family was built on secrets. I stayed quiet because I didn't want to make things harder for you, but maybe that was a mistake. Corinne's muscles quivered, and she could feel tears of anger building. A mistake, she spat. So what? This whole life we built was a mistake. Our family means nothing to you? That's not what I mean, Jonah said. Don't put words in my mouth. I love our family, and I'd kill for Carly, you know that. Do I want to lose her? Hell fucking no. All I'm saying is that this isn't as black and white as you make it seem. Her whole body stiffened, and she looked at him with an icy glare. You're siding with her. You're siding with Violet against me. Jonah sighed, exasperated, but he didn't look away. I'm not siding with anyone. I'm just saying that maybe you should talk to her, for Carly's sake. Maybe the silent treatment and all the avoidance isn't the answer. His words were like a hot poker pressing into her skin, and the sudden, brutal realization crashed over her. She was alone. Jonah, her husband, her partner, was standing there defending Violet. He wanted her to surrender, to let Violet back in, to accept that this family she'd worked so hard to build was slipping from her grasp. She felt her composure crumbling. She's already tried to turn Carly against me, and now she's turning you against me, she whispered, bitterness lacing each word. I've given everything to keep this family together, and now I'm the villain. You agreed to this situation too. Don't forget. Why aren't you in the crosshairs? Jonah's face softened with sadness, but he didn't argue. Instead, he just looked at her, as though he could see the widening chasm that now stood between them, and perhaps felt powerless to close it. Corinne swallowed, steeling herself. If you think Violet is worth defending, then maybe you don't understand me at all. Without waiting for his response, she turned and walked toward the house, her footsteps crunching over the fallen leaves, the noise sounding more like the shattered glass of their idyllic life. Chapter 36. Violet. The office was silent, most of the lights dimmed with only the glow of Violet's desk lamp illuminating her workspace. 6:30 on a Friday night. She was the last one in the building. Papers lay scattered around her, and the harsh blue light of her computer screen reflected in her tired eyes. Her fingers tapped at the keyboard as she toggled between spreadsheets, reports, and client emails, anything that could occupy her thoughts. Her stomach cramped, and she cradled her growing bump nearly 6 months along. Was it hunger pangs or something else? Now that she thought about it, she hadn't eaten since breakfast. Violet pulled out a snack pack of trail mix and dumped some into her mouth. She chewed, the nuts and cranberries mixing into a sweet and salty blend, and let her mind drift to yesterday when she'd tried to talk to Carly outside. Why she'd even chosen to walk that direction in the first place was a mystery. There were plenty of other routes, but perhaps it had been instinct. All the times she'd swung past Corinne's to pick her up on the way before they'd complete their 3 or 4 mile loop. Or maybe it had been intentional. Maybe she'd been hoping the whole time to bump into Carly in the driveway or see a glimpse of her through the window. Offer a small wave and see if the girl would return the gesture. But the confrontation at the curb hadn't been what Violet expected. She'd felt her whole body tense up as she'd walked away from Corinne's house. A lump had risen in her throat, and she'd willed herself to swallow it down, forcing her feet forward. But the feeling had lingered for the rest of her walk, an aching, bottomless pit. She'd wanted to turn back, to scream, to demand that Corinne listen to her, to really hear her, but she'd known it was useless. They were past that now, drifting in opposite directions, caught in the current of everything that had come between them. Violet's phone buzzed, popping her daydream, and she realized she'd stopped chewing. She forced herself to swallow the dry nut mixture, then took a swig of water. She looked to her phone, which was lighting up with Gwen's name. Violet's hand hovered over the screen for a split second before she turned it face down. She couldn't handle any questions right now, not even from her best friend. Gwen meant well, but Violet's brain was already swamped, and frankly, she was tired of talking about it. Letting it go to voicemail, she turned her attention back to her computer, focusing on the numbers until her vision blurred. Hours slipped by without her noticing, and when she finally glanced at the clock, she was shocked to discover it was almost 9. Reed would be wondering where she was. Or would he? The thought made her chest constrict. Reed had taken up permanent residence in the spare room for the last week. Maybe he wouldn't even care that she hadn't come home. It wasn't like he'd called or texted to check on her. Plus, she felt no urgency to leave work. Not yet. What did that mean? Then her phone rang again, snapping her from her trance. This time, however, it wasn't Gwen. She frowned at the number, her doctor's office. She picked up. "Hello?" An automated recording spoke. "Hello, this is Fairfield OB-GYN calling to let you know you missed your appointment, which was scheduled for today at 10 a.m. Please call the office at your earliest convenience to reschedule in order to remain on your appropriate prenatal schedule." "Fuck," Violet said, bringing a palm to her forehead. She felt her stomach twist, a flash of frustration coursing through her. She'd forgotten completely. She hadn't even glanced at her calendar today, her mind consumed with work and the tangled mess her life had become. Dr. Gold was already concerned about her stress level, and now a missed appointment? Violet would have some explaining to do. She rubbed her temples, fighting the fog in her mind. A dull ache in her lower abdomen made her shift in her chair. She'd been sitting too long, needed to get up and stretch. What was it they said about blood clots? Or was that just on airplanes? When she stood, it was as though the baby pressed directly on her bladder. How can such a tiny thing cause so many bathroom trips? She mumbled to herself, leaving her office and heading to the restroom down the hall. The pressure felt worse now, the ache more painful than before. Like a period cramp, only she hadn't had a period in months. In the stall, she unbuttoned her dress pants and sat, grateful to feel relief. But as soon as she looked down, her heart caught in her throat. No, 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 no. There, on her underwear, was a smear of ruddy blood. Chapter 37. Violet. She closed her eyes, took a slow breath, then another, willing the ache to pass. But a moment later, the cramping came again, stronger this time. She finished and wiped, another smear of blood appearing on the tissue. No, Violet whispered, pressing a hand against her abdomen, as if she could will the life within her to stay, to hold on. Please, no. Unsure what to do, and with no pads at her disposal, she folded a wad of toilet paper and shoved it into her underwear. At the sink, she gripped the edge of the porcelain and stared at her reflection in the mirror, feeling the blood drain from her face. It felt like some kind of dark, twisted punishment, an ironic retribution that seemed to mock everything she'd been fighting for. Maybe, she thought bleakly, this was her consequence for tearing her family apart, for the years of lies and secrets and anger. She thought of Reed, his distant eyes, how he hadn't reached for her hand in days. She'd barely been able to sleep. And now, with everything on shaky ground, with Reed barely speaking to her, Violet felt more alone than ever. Part of her wanted to call him now, to tell him what was happening, to make this all go away. She needed him, needed someone to be there, to hold her and tell her it would be all right. But she hesitated. Losing this baby would destroy him, and it would be all her fault. Another cramp made her double forward. She couldn't wait any longer. At once, she grabbed her phone and dialed the OB/GYN's office. It was a Friday night and the office was closed, but Violet knew there was an option on the recording to be connected to the on-call doctor in case of emergency. She pressed 4. The dial tone rang once, twice, 3 times, and then a voice. "This is Dr. Gold," the woman said. Violet released a breath of relief. What were the odds it would be her doctor who'd answer? The gods were smiling down on her. "Oh, Dr. Gold," she said shakily. "This is Violet Browley." "Violet? Is everything okay?" "No." Her voice cracked. "It's not. I think I'm having a miscarriage. I've been having cramps, and I noticed some bleeding," she managed, each word feeling heavier than the last. "When did this start?" Violet took a deep breath. "Just now." "Well, I guess I've been sort of crampy all day, but I thought it was just stress. I'm scared. I don't want to lose the baby." Try to stay calm. These symptoms don't automatically mean you're miscarrying, but I'd recommend you go to the ER for an evaluation. They can perform an ultrasound to check. I know it's late, but I wouldn't wait till morning. It's better to be safe than sorry. "Okay," Violet whispered, her throat thick. "Can you get someone to drive you? Is Reed home?" Violet hesitated, feeling guilty that she was still at the office instead of at home, like she should have been. The thought of telling Reed made her sick to her stomach. But she couldn't face this alone. She couldn't hear the words, "Your baby is gone," and feel the shattering isolation she'd felt before. "Yes," she said into the phone, "Reed is home." It wasn't a lie, so she wouldn't let herself feel bad about it. Instead, she'd pack up her things and get the hell out of there. "Good," Dr. Gold said. "I'm on rotation this weekend, so I'll see you there." After they hung up, Violet grabbed her laptop,
work bag and phone, and hurried to her car. She took a moment to steady herself, breathing in and out, the panic swelling in her chest, then dialed Reed's number. "I just got off the phone with Dr. Gold," she said when he answered, not letting herself feel the sting of him not asking where she'd been all evening. I need to go to the ER. I'm having some complications." "Just now you talked to her? What kind of complications?" he asked, but she could hear his immediate concern. "Yes, just now. I'm cramping and bleeding. She thinks I should get checked out. I'm leaving the office and heading home to—" "No," he interrupted. "Go straight to the hospital. I'll meet you." They arrived at the same time. Reed dashed from his car to hers, opening the driver's side door and holding her hand as she got out. Violet's heart warmed at the physical touch that had been missing between them. If only it hadn't taken a potential disaster to bring them back together, if that's what this was. Inside, Violet was quickly taken into triage, and Reed stayed close, his presence a comforting anchor. As they moved through the process, Violet felt the reality of her situation sink in deeper, the fear making her dizzy. "Violet, I'm going to ask you a few questions," a nurse said in the small examination bay. "Have you had any unusual stress lately? How have you been feeling overall?" Violet glanced at Reed, who stood by her side, his expression taut with worry. "It's been a lot," she admitted. "Okay, well, first things first." She reached for a portable Doppler machine and quickly squirted goo on Violet's belly. She pressed the wand against her stretched skin. Violet held her breath. She'd never hoped for something more than she did in that moment. "Please let there be a heartbeat. Please." The nurse moved the wand around, gaze fixed on Violet's abdomen. Violet watched her, silently pleading. Reed pinched his eyes shut. The seconds were endless, the wait agonizing. Shouldn't it be easy to pick up a heartbeat at 23 weeks? The baby wasn't a tiny speck floating around freely anymore. It was a real human with hair and toenails and hiccups. The wand glided across her belly, stopping and pressing, stopping and pressing. "Where is it?" Violet thought. "You must find it." Reed still hadn't opened his eyes. Finally, Violet couldn't stand it any longer. She opened her mouth, voice coming out strangled. "There it is!" The nurse cut her off. A look of relief crossed her motherly face. She held the wand in place, returning her eyes to Violet's. "Hear it?" The unmistakable pulsing swoosh filled the room, loud and clear. "Oh!" Violet sputtered, emotion releasing tears and laughter at the same time. The heartbeat was strong, and it was the most beautiful sound she'd ever heard. "That's good news," the nurse continued. "Baby sounds good, but we still need to make sure everything else is okay. Figure out what caused the bleeding. You hold tight. I'll be right back." Violet nodded. She looked to Reed and swallowed a small gasp when she saw tears rolling down his cheeks. "Reed?" she said softly, reaching a hand out for him to take. "I was so scared," he whispered, breaking her heart in two. "Me too, but it's okay. The baby's okay." "I thought we were going to lose it." Violet bit her lip. Deep down, she'd feared the same, and it was only now that she realized how devastated she would have been. A wash of heated remorse came over her. She'd been close to tragedy, but somehow fate had saved them. She placed a hand on her stomach as though she could touch the life inside. She wanted nothing more than to protect this baby, to do everything in her power to carry to term and bring a healthy child into the world. "Reed, she started, but just then the door opened and Dr. Gold entered. "Baby is fine," she announced reassuringly. "No signs of a miscarriage." "I'm so relieved," Violet squeaked. "However," the doctor continued, her tone turning serious, "you are dehydrated and I want to keep you overnight for monitoring. Your body needs rest, especially under stress. I want to make sure both you and baby are safe. Deal? Yes, Reed said. Violet nodded, the reality of the situation weighing heavily on her. Okay. Good. Now, Violet, I want to talk to you about the safety of your pregnancy. This was a scare, and I can't help but think it's your body's way of telling you something. Remember what we talked about before. It's crucial you start taking better care of yourself. Stress can affect your health and your baby's health. Violet's mouth went dry. I know, it's just been a really hard time. I understand, but you have to prioritize yourself, Violet. This isn't just about you anymore. It's about your child, Dr. Gold emphasized, her gaze steady. This was a close call. I'm not ordering you to permanent bed rest, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to take it easy for a week or so. Stay home, keep your feet up. She looked to Reed. And part of your job is to make sure she isn't overdoing things. Pregnancy is the worst possible time for mental strain. Reed's eyes hit the floor, but he gave a small nod. Dr. Gold watched them for a beat, then closed her laptop and folded it into her
chest. Rest now, okay? I'll be back to check on you later. Thank you, Dr. Gold, Violet said. When she and Reed were alone again, the silence stretched between them. Violet didn't know what to say. It felt like they'd just dangled on the edge of a cliff and only barely managed not to fall. She was overcome with relief, but there was still so much uncertainty. Carly's face involuntarily flashed through her mind, and for the first time she pushed it away, focusing instead on the baby inside her, the one who belonged to her and Reed. Reed took a seat in the chair beside her bed. I'm so glad everything's okay, Violet offered. Me too. She reached for his hand, needing the reassurance of his touch. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm sorry for everything. Reed squeezed her fingers, his eyes softening. He was quiet again for a moment, and she wondered if he would absolve her. But all he said was, I'm just thankful nothing worse happened. A fragile hope sparked between them. Violet knew that they had a long way to go, but at least they were still standing side by side. For the first time in what felt like forever, Violet could see a small glimmer of light, ever so faint, at the end of this long, dark tunnel. She might not know what would happen with Carly, with Corinne, but maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't lose Reed in all of this. It was a small gift. Chapter 38, Corinne. Despite the holiday music playing, too early in Corinne's opinion, the office was anything but cheerful. Jonah was preparing a listing for an open house, and Lois always seemed to be in and out, never in one place more than an hour or so. Reed had hardly been in this week at all. And where was Violet? Corinne hadn't seen her since the whole walking past to talk to Carly thing last Thursday. The sisters both had their own projects and clients, and they often worked on different schedules, but after the tense confrontation, Violet's absence felt more conspicuous. Corinne tried to shake it off, telling herself Violet was just avoiding her. Realtors didn't need to be in the office to get their work done. Violet could easily be working from home, keeping away from the threat. And if she was honest with herself, maybe Corinne had been doing the same. Wasn't this exactly what she wanted? Space. Space from Violet. Space for Carly. There were still so many words left unsaid, but none that seemed right or able to fix things between them. Even so, it was odd not to have run into Violet in comings and goings all week long. A while later, Corinne was typing out an email to a client when Reed walked by her office door. On impulse, she pushed back her chair and called out to him. "Reed!" He turned, an unreadable expression on his face, and nodded politely. "Yeah?" She hated how strained things had become. These people weren't just her co-workers, they were her family. The ones who'd covered her entire office, down to the stapler in pink wrapping paper for her 40th birthday, then howled with her to the point Corinne had peed her pants. They were friends, confidants, sidekicks and allies, at least they had been before. Reed's eyebrows raised and Corinne hesitated. Reed had always been friendly and approachable, but now she wasn't sure where she stood with him. She cleared her throat. I haven't seen Violet this week. She's not... She forced herself to meet his eyes. Is she okay? Reed's expression softened, and for a moment, Corinne saw something in his eyes that gave her pause. There was worry there, maybe even doubt. She's been home, he said after a moment. She had a bit of a scare last week. Corinne's stomach dropped. What kind of scare? Reed looked at her as if weighing how much to reveal. Finally, he sighed. Violet thought she was miscarrying. Corinne's hand went to her mouth and she felt her breath catch. Is the baby okay? They're fine, but she's supposed to rest, and the doctor told her to reduce stress as much as possible. His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a protectiveness Corinne hadn't quite noticed before. It's been hard on her, Corinne. She's carrying so much, between the baby, the truth coming out, everything that's been happening with Carly. Corinne swallowed hard. She hadn't let herself think about how all of this must have been affecting Violet's pregnancy. The argument between them, the family meeting, the lava that had simmered and then erupted. It had all seemed so focused on what she was going through, what she had to lose, that she hadn't considered how much worse it could be for Violet. I didn't know, Corinne managed. I had no idea. When did this happen? Friday night. We went to the ER. Friday. The day after Violet had stopped by on her walk, the day after Corinne had told her to leave them alone, then watched Violet turn away with a look of pain. A wave of remorse washed over her, heavy and cold. The last few weeks had been like a whirlwind, every encounter with Violet an emotional battleground. And in her own fight to hold on to what she saw as her family, she hadn't stopped to think about what Violet might be fighting for. I didn't mean for any of this to... She trailed off, not sure how to finish the sentence. She wanted to tell Reed she hadn't meant for any of this to hurt Violet or put her at risk, but she didn't know if she believed it herself. Reed gave her a faint, weary smile. I think we all need a break from this, especially Violet. Corinne nodded, feeling a pang of shame that she had to hear about her own sister's health from someone else. Thanks for telling me. I'll reach out to her. Unless you think I should give her some space. Maybe it would be good for everyone to take a step back, he said. This isn't easy, but we've got to find a way through it without tearing each other apart, especially now. As Reed walked away, Corinne stayed rooted in place, her mind swirling. She thought of Violet, lying at home, carrying a load that Corinne couldn't begin to understand. And as much as she wanted to protect her own place in Carly's life, she couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, she'd gone too far. Back at her desk, Corinne stared into space, trying to place the feelings she was experiencing. The thought of Violet almost losing her baby made her look around for the nearest garbage can, just in case. This was her sister they were talking about, one of the most important people in Corinne's life. She'd never wish pain on her. Never want to see her crippled with so much stress it was taking a physical toll. That's when Corinne got the idea. Maybe picking up some of Violet's workload could help ease the strain, giving her sister a chance to rest without feeling like she was letting things slide. Yes, that was it. She'd help Violet by not letting her fall behind, With a newfound resolve, Corinne navigated to the firm's shared folders and opened Violet's client files. The Caldwell project appeared to be nearly complete, but it wouldn't hurt for Corinne to scan everything just to make sure nothing was amiss like before. If Violet was as overwhelmed as Reed made it sound, she could easily have missed something. And like their mother had said, losing this deal would affect them all. As Corinne combed through the documents, her brow began to furrow. The numbers weren't making sense. The paperwork listed the estate in a tax bracket far too low. It was an error neither Lois nor Violet would have missed. They knew full well where the Caldwell deal should sit. "That's strange," Corinne said to her empty office. She continued reading, scanning document after document, but couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. According to the pages before her, all hoops had been jumped through without fail. Everything had passed with flying colours. But hadn't they been expecting a few delays? She could have sworn she'd heard her mother and Violet discussing the issue in one of their meetings. Just then, a sudden chill crept up Corinne's spine. She remembered her encounter with Priscilla Caldwell at Whole Foods, the unease she'd felt during their brief conversation. What was it Priscilla had said? Corinne scratched her brain, trying to recall the exact words. Willingness to accommodate unique requests. Arrangements like ours, discretion. Nausea churned in her gut as things clicked into place. And after digesting for another moment, something told her what she'd discovered was only the tip of the iceberg. Who was in on it? This was Violet's big case, but they'd all been involved to some degree. Lois, Violet, Reed, herself, and even Jonah. Who knew about these incriminating documents? Corinne sat back in her chair, her mind reeling. Never in the 25 years she'd worked for Arbor Real Estate had she seen anything unethical take place. But did that mean it wasn't happening? Could she have been so blind to such misgivings? All of a sudden, Corinne questioned what she knew to be true about her family's business. She prayed this was a one-time thing. She prayed that she was misunderstanding somehow, that what she thought she was seeing wasn't what it appeared to be. But deep down, she knew it was true. And no matter what she told herself, she kept returning to the same question. How could Violet have agreed to this? One word came to mind. Lois. Their mother was no stranger to manipulation, but Corinne had never imagined she'd rope Violet into something this illegal. Corinne felt a strange, sharp betrayal bubbling up in her chest. All this time, she'd been grappling with her own fear of losing Carly, assuming Violet's pursuit of her biological rights was a moral crusade, a battle over motherhood. But it was clear now that Violet was not above bending ethics for the sake of her career. And their mother had been right there with her, scheming and planning like always. "Oh, Violet," she whispered, rubbing her temples. A part of her wanted to confront her sister, to demand an explanation. But another part, the rational part, knew that this was bigger than just Violet's mistake. This was a problem that could bring down the entire family business, dragging all of them into its murky depths. She pictured Carly's face, innocent and oblivious to all of it, and realized how this scandal could taint everything they'd worked for, everything she'd tried so hard to protect. Corinne's hands balled into fists, nails digging into her palms. This wasn't something she could sit on, wasn't a secret she could swallow down. She had to confront the source, her mother, and she had to do it now. 15 minutes later, Corinne's heels echoed sharply in the quiet hallways of the office. Her mother's door was slightly ajar, Lois's head bent over a stack of documents. Corinne pushed the door open, causing her mother to glance up, surprise flickering across her face. "Corinne," Lois said, smoothing a loose strand of hair back into place. Is something wrong? More than you know. Corinne closed the door behind her, folding her arms across her chest. If you're referring to your sister, then yes, I already know about the miscarriage scare. But she's fine, the baby's fine, and I know about the deal you and Violet made with the Caldwells, Corinne interrupted. Lois said not a word, only stared. Corinne pressed on. The shady numbers, she lowered her voice. False documents. I'm sure it didn't come without something in your favor. How long were you planning on keeping me in the dark about that? Lois's expression didn't falter. Instead, she leaned back in her chair, letting out a soft sigh as though Corinne were merely a child having a tantrum. Honestly, Corinne, it's not as big of a deal as you're making it out to be, she said smoothly. I had hoped you wouldn't react this way. You hoped? Corinne hurled. You're endangering everything we've built for the sake of your own underhanded deals, and you dragged Violet into it. She could be in big trouble for this, we all could. I did what needed to be done, Lois replied, her tone infuriatingly calm. You know how these things work, Corinne. The Caldwells wanted better numbers, and the paperwork just had to reflect that. Violet understood. She agreed. Corinne shook her head, feeling as though she were staring at someone she didn't know. Of course she agreed. You probably didn't give her much choice, did you? Lois narrowed her eyes, folding her hands neatly in front of her. That's absurd. Violet is a grown woman, Corinne. She can make her own decisions. We all know what it means to work in this business. Sometimes you make concessions. Sometimes you push the boundaries to make sure everyone benefits. Everyone benefits? Corinne nearly laughed, bitterness lacing her voice. Do you even hear yourself? This is fraud. This isn't some harmless concession. It's illegal. We could lose our license if this got out. Which is why it won't get out. You really believe that? Lois shrugged, barely a flicker of remorse on her face. It's business. We've done worse things to stay afloat. The Caldwells are happy, we're happy, and as long as no one draws attention to it, this will be just another transaction that everyone walks away from satisfied. What was in it for you? Us? Lois corrected. What was in it for us? Just tell me. $200K. $200,000? And you're just going to take it? We are taking it. Part of it comes to you, Corinne. I thought you'd be more pleased. Corinne put her hands up in an X. Oh no, I don't want anything to do with your dirty money. I've worked my arse off for this career, and I've always done it the right way. Your side deals don't interest me. Lois cocked her head like she didn't believe a word her daughter was saying. The look infuriated Corinne. She stared at the woman in front of her. She saw it clearly now, perhaps for the first time in her life. Corinne felt the words gurgling up inside her, words she'd buried for years, unwilling to confront them until now. She stepped closer, her voice barely more than a whisper, but razor sharp. This is just like Carly's adoption, just like how you twisted the rules, manipulated people, made decisions without caring how it would affect us down the road. Lois's composure faltered for a brief moment. Corinne, that's different. That decision, Corinne interrupted, destroyed us. You convinced me, you pushed me to take Carly as my own. Dad, too. You guys never stopped to think what that would do to Violet, to me, to our family. Have you ever considered Pierce's aversion to marriage and kids stems from all this? The sheer instability of it all? You just wanted things your way, for things to look perfect. Tears prickled her eyes. Why did you choose me? Carly could have gone to another family, been raised without all these lies and secrets. That was never an option, and you know it. But why? I'm not saying I wish Carly wasn't in our lives, but why were you so adamant? I have my reasons. Corinne flung her arms out. So you thought this was better? Everyone angry at each other? A girl stuck in the middle? Lois's put her hands on her hips. I did what was best for you both, everyone agreed. Violet would have been ruined by being a teenage mother, or by sending her baby off with people we didn't know. She might have, Corinne said fiercely. But we'll never know, will we? Lois's mouth pinched. You're exaggerating. You were given an opportunity to raise a child, a beautiful child, who's had everything she needs with you. I protected Violet from a life she couldn't handle and gave you something you wanted as well. How many times do I have to explain it? Corinne's hands shook with anger. Do you even hear yourself? Carly wasn't just some pawn for you to move around, for you to place where it suited your idea of perfection. She is a person. And now, 16 years later, we're all paying for your decision. Lois stiffened. I did what any good mother would do. I kept this family together, made sacrifices to ensure our future. You would do well to appreciate that. Appreciate it? Corinne's voice rose, her fury breaking free. I don't appreciate a single thing about how you and Dad manipulated us. You've been pulling the strings for so long, playing God with our lives, and I'm done letting you get away with it. Violet's been hurting all these years, and I've been terrified of losing Carly because you've twisted this family into knots. And all for what? So we could look like the perfect family from the outside? Lois sat in silence, her gaze cold and calculating, but she didn't respond. Corinne's breath came out in sharp gasps, white lights dancing in her vision. For the first time she saw her mother as she truly was, cold, unyielding, and willing to do whatever it took to dominate the people around her. Right then and there, something broke. From now on, you stay out of my life, Corinne warned. Stay out of my business and stay out of my decisions with Carly. If I find out you've meddled one more time, you won't have a family left to manipulate. Lois stared at her, unblinking, but the corner of her mouth ticked, and Corinne could tell she'd hit a nerve. You don't understand, Lois said, voice like steel. No, Corinne replied, lifting her chin. I understand completely. Chapter 39, Violet. Violet looked up from the book she was half-heartedly skimming as she heard the front door open and thought it was probably Gwen again, bringing chocolate-covered strawberries to cheer her up. Violet had been in a horizontal position for most of the week, doing precisely what Dr. Gold had instructed, resting. But instead of Gwen's soft footsteps, Violet heard the familiar click of heels against her hardwood floor. A moment later, Lois stepped into the room, looking immaculate as always, her outfit perfectly pressed, her lipstick untouched. Violet shifted on the couch, uncomfortable, as her mother's gaze swept the room, taking in the rumpled blankets and half-finished cups of tea she hadn't bothered to clear away. "Hello, darling," Lois chirped. "How are we feeling today?" Violet sat up, wincing slightly as the dull ache in her back flared. "I'm fine. The doctor just said to take it easy for a few days." Good, Lois murmured, setting her purse on the table and settling into the chair opposite her daughter. "You've been out all week. Are you thinking you'll be ready to return on Monday? It's just that things are quite busy without your help." "I hope so," Violet said. The truth was, she really did want to get back to work. This lying around business wasn't something she was used to. She'd always had a strong work ethic, actually enjoyed working, whereas many of her friends complained tirelessly about their jobs. Lois smoothed her shirt. "Good," she repeated, then crossed her legs and leaned forward. "I wanted to stop by to let you know Corinne discovered the details of the Caldwell deal today. I thought she might, but I didn't expect her to take it quite so personally." Violet's heart sank as she watched her mother's face, calm and unruffled, as if they were talking about something as trivial as a misplaced notepad. She knows. I thought we were going to keep it contained. Even saying the word made her feel icky. Oh, she found out all right, Lois replied breezily, waving a dismissive hand. Came storming into my office like a bull in a china shop, accusing me of this and that. But really, what else is new? Corinne's always had a flair for the dramatic. Violet frowned, unable to share in her mother's casual dismissal. Mum, this isn't just business as usual. She's got a right to be upset. I mean, I've said it more than once. This whole agreement feels wrong, doesn't it? Like we're doing something we shouldn't. Lois reached out, placing a firm hand on Violet's. Sweetheart, we've talked about this. This is business. Real estate is not for the faint of heart. Sometimes you have to bend a little, make adjustments. What matters is that you're providing value, getting the job done. Everyone gets what they want, and no one needs to know all the details. Violet glanced down, her chest tight with unease. But
we're lying, Lois sighed, squeezing Violet's hand. You have to stop thinking of this in black and white, Violet. It's not lying, it's negotiating, managing perceptions. The Caldwells get the property they want, we close the deal, and you get a nice bonus for your hard work. Speaking of which, the cash should arrive Monday. I'm meeting Mick Caldwell for lunch. Your share will be significant, Violet, especially now that Corinne turned down any of the money. It'll be great. You're expecting. Think of the baby. She turned it down? Lois nodded, rolling her eyes. Violet felt something twist in her stomach. Mom, I don't know. I don't feel right about this. I've been so stressed, and with everything going on with the family. She trailed off, a sinking feeling settling over her. Maybe this whole agreement was a mistake. Lois's eyes sharpened and she leaned forward. Don't let some sort of self-imposed stigma ruin this for you. This deal is practically done, and it's going to help you more than you realize. Think of how hard you've worked, how much you've sacrificed to get here. You deserve this, Violet. You're incredible at your job. Don't second-guess yourself just because Corinne decided to throw a tantrum. She'll forget about it. A shiver overtook Violet, and she pulled the blanket up to her chin. Hadn't she heard those exact words come from her mother's lips before? Yes, of course she had. Only Violet hadn't forgotten. Violet thought hard, then finally opened her mouth. What if... But Lois cut her off with the slice of a hand through the air. Enough. What's done is done, okay? Now, what can I get for you? Water? Want me to rustle up something to eat? It took Violet a beat to recognize the conversation was over. I could use some more water, she replied quietly. As her mother stood to go to the kitchen, Violet watched her with unease. Before, Lois had always known how to soothe her fears, to make her feel as if everything was under control. But wasn't that the problem? As the door closed behind her mother, a hollow feeling settled in Violet's chest. Would she ever be able to escape Lois's influence? And worse, did she even want to?
Chapter 40. Corinne. Corinne sat in the bleachers next to Jonah, her hands wrapped tightly around the edge of her seat as she watched Carly's volleyball match. She glanced around the gym, spotting familiar parents, some clapping and cheering, others glued to their phones. Despite the loud atmosphere, Corinne's attention was laser-focused on her daughter as she lined up for her serve. This was where Carly shined. The girl could serve an ace 9 times out of 10. Even though she was just a sophomore, they were already talking about scholarship possibilities. This, Corinne thought, was the life she'd built for her daughter, the safe, stable life she'd wanted her to have. "Let's go, Car!" her teammates shouted from the bench. Carly tossed the ball into the air and smacked it with a powerful open palm. The ball soared over the net with more speed than any other player's serve, so much so that no one on the receiving team had a chance. Whack! The ball hit the court. Carly and her teammates whooped, giving each other pats on the backsides. Corinne put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled before raising her arms in the air and clapping overhead. "Yeah, Car!" she hollered, and she swore Carly gave her the smallest smile. She'd take it. "We'll win in 3 if she keeps this up," Jonah said, referring to the best-of-5 match. Corinne grinned, and the play continued with Carly's team scoring a handful more points. It was great, momentum high, Carly beaming. Then, halfway through the game, Corinne felt a shift in the air. She looked up to see Violet walking in, scanning the bleachers until her eyes landed on Corinne and Jonah. Corinne stiffened. Why is she here? The question burned in her mind, irritation flaring into outright anger. She thought of Violet walking past her house, how she'd tried to talk to Carly when Corinne had explicitly told her to stay away. And now, here she was, at Carly's game, casually strolling in like this was her place too. Just as quickly, the next thought came. The one of Violet almost losing her baby. How distraught Corinne had felt at imagining her sister going through such pain, how she'd even wanted to help with some of Violet's work, at least until she'd discovered the Caldwell thing and shit hit the fan again. Corinne willed herself to remain calm. Take the high road. Pay no attention to Violet's presence. Don't make it a big deal. Violet made her way up the bleachers, settling onto a seat a few rows in front of Corinne. The game continued, and Corinne thought maybe it would be fine. They wouldn't talk. She could keep watching the match like she had been. Minutes passed. Carly's team scored another point after a back-and-forth volley. The crowd erupted. Violet, too, clapped heartily, even calling out, "Go Care Bear!" Corinne saw Carly glance into the stands, her expression changing when she landed on Violet. Their eyes locked for a long beat before Carly turned back to the match. "Don't worry about it," Jonah whispered. Corinne glanced back toward the court, where Carly was lined up for another serve. She stepped back, holding the volleyball in her hands, preparing for the serve. She glanced up once more, a quick flick of the eyes, and Corinne knew, from her daughter's vantage, she could see both her and Violet. Carly's grip on the ball faltered for a second, and her eyes darted nervously between them. Finally, she tossed the ball up, but her focus was splintered, and the serve went wide, missing the net completely. The referee's whistle blew, and Carly punched the air with her fist before her teammates corralled around for support. Corinne grimaced as she saw the frustration on her daughter's face. Carly never missed a serve. The coach clapped, encouraging the team to shake it off, but Carly glanced back toward the stands, visibly distressed. "That's it," Corinne said quietly. She didn't wait for Jonah's response before sliding down the bleachers and coming to sit next to Violet. She wanted to snap at Violet, and yet, remembering the scare her sister had just been through, Corinne tried to cover her irritation. Hey! I'm glad everything is, okay, with the baby." The sentiment was genuine, and yet Corinne couldn't overlook the real reason she'd left her seat. "But Violet, what are you doing here?" she said, in a fake, friendly tone. Violet feigned innocence. "What do you mean? I always come to watch her play." "Yes, but that was before. Did you see that serve? You're distracting her. She can sense tension." Violet's gaze hardened, defiance in her eyes. "This isn't your home, Corinne. You can't banish me. I have every right to be here." Corinne pressed her hands in her lap, returning her gaze to the game, which continued on. Carly kept looking back, her eyes bouncing nervously between her mother and aunt. Each time her attention drifted toward the bleachers, her performance seemed to waver. She missed another serve, then stumbled on a dig, her normally fluid movements now hesitant, second-guessing herself with every step. "See what you're doing?" Corinne hissed at Violet. Violet lifted her chin, crossing her arms. I'm cheering for Carly, simple as that. You're the one who came down here to cause drama where there wasn't any. Corinne felt the team's frustration. She wanted nothing more than to stand up, grab Violet by the arm, and drag her out of the gym for Carly's sake. But she kept herself in check, seething silently as she saw Carly's troubles growing by the minute. Finally, after a particularly painful missed pass, Carly froze in the middle of the court, staring at her shoes as her teammates huddled around her. She looked up one last time at the bleachers, her expression crumbling, then turned, bursting through her teammates, and ran off the court, face buried in her hands. Corinne shot to her feet, her pulse hitting the roof. Carly! She barely took a step before she saw Violet rising too, an expression of concern etched across her face. Without thinking, Corinne swung around, blocking Violet's path. Stay put! Corinne snapped. She doesn't need you making this worse. Chapter 41 Violet. Her week of self-imposed bed rest had ended, and now, back in the office Monday morning, Violet was no more focused than she was before. Her attention wandered, and without thinking, she opened Facebook, scrolling through local updates and photos from people she barely knew as a distraction. The first snowfall had come overnight, and everyone and their mother was posting about it like it didn't happen every single year. It would melt within a day when the temperature inched back up into the low 40s. And yet Ohioans seemed to forget that Ohio had 4 seasons: almost winter, winter, still winter, and road construction. Violet continued scrolling past friends she hadn't seen for a while, acquaintances she still sometimes bumped into. A friend who'd turned particularly religious dropped a quote about Jesus being the reason for the upcoming season. Then a post caught her eye. A local parent had shared a photo of the high school girls' volleyball team, arms around each other, faces bright with excitement as they celebrated their advance to the district finals. Violet took a deep breath as she stared at the picture, immediately recognizing Carly in the middle of the group, a hesitant smile on her face. Violet was immediately transported to that match 2 days ago. She could still see the look on Carly's face as she'd run off the court, the anguish that had left Violet rooted in place, helpless. She'd been thankful that Carly had returned only moments later, finished the match, and helped her team to the victory that clinched their seat in the finals. Violet stared at the picture like she always did at photos of Carly, looking for resemblances, their matching dimple, the hair pattern that caused a swoop at the forehead. A sharp knock on her office door made her jump. She minimized her browser just as her mother stepped in, diving straight into talking, but then just as quickly stopping, her eyes sharpening with curiosity as she glanced at Violet's face. "Sweetheart, you look like you've seen a ghost." Lois closed the door behind her, crossing her arms. "What's wrong? You're not feeling unwell again, are you?" Violet forced a smile, brushing her hair back, but she knew it wasn't convincing. "Nothing. I saw a post about Carly's volleyball team. They made it to the finals." Lois raised an eyebrow, studying her carefully. "I heard. Wonderful news. So why the long face?" "It's not that," Violet murmured, shaking her head. "I went to a match on Saturday. I thought it would be, I don't know, a way to show her I care, but she saw me and got upset. She left the court in tears, and I just stood there, unable to do a thing about it. Corinne told me to stay back." "And you thought that was a good idea because, Violet shrugged. "I feel like every time I try to get close to her, I just make things worse." She didn't know why she was opening up to her mother, given everything that had happened. Maybe the pull of family was just that, strong enough to tear down even the toughest exteriors. Lois stepped forward to lay a hand on Violet's shoulder, a gesture that felt more calculated than comforting. Honey, you're overthinking this. Carly's young, of course she's confused. It's just going to take time. Violet glanced down, fiddling with the pen on her desk. All she wanted was for her mother to see her side for once. Lois clicked her tongue. Carly's been with Corinne her whole life, and that's not going to change. Haven't the past 2 months shown you that? You need to let this fantasy go. Carly belongs with Corinne. Trying to worm your way into her life now, especially with Corinne in the mix, is just going to stir up trouble. Really, it's best for everyone if you let it be. Heat flushed through Violet's body. So, you're saying I shouldn't try to be close to her at all? Not in the way you're thinking, no. Lois's tone was matter-of-fact. What good would it do? She's happy, Violet. Or at least she was before you started complicating things. If you really care about her, you'll stay on the sidelines and let Corinne handle things. She's done a fine job so far, and quite honestly, there's no need to disrupt that. But she's my daughter, Violet protested, feeling the words slip out, almost involuntarily. Doesn't that mean anything? Of course it means something, Lois said, her voice softening a fraction, though her eyes remained cold. But it doesn't mean you have to be in her life in some grand, visible way. The adoption was handled years ago. This is Corinne's family now. You made that decision and it was the right one. Don't go digging up the past just because you're feeling sentimental. A surge of frustration and hurt swelled in Violet's chest, but she struggled to articulate it. Lois made it sound so easy, so clear-cut. You made that decision. But had she? Lois's hand lingered firmly on her shoulder for a moment, as if to press her daughter's doubts into silence. Put this out of your mind and focus on what really matters. This new baby, Carly's practically an adult. You get to start from the beginning now. So, just forget about Carly. Lois breathed a laugh. That would be quite hard to do when she's working here with us. Violet's face scrunched in confusion. Working here? What are you talking about? Well, someday, I mean, after college. It's a no-brainer. Why wouldn't Carly want to continue the family business? Maybe if she doesn't want to work in real estate, Violet said, with heavy sarcasm. Lois gave a psh. I'm planning to talk with her. Don't you worry, she'll listen to Grandma. I know what's best. It's important she understands what her legacy means. After all, it's a family company. She needs to feel connected. The words nearly made Violet's knees buckle, bringing a flood of memories crashing back. How, at Carly's age, she too had been handed opportunities by Lois, each carefully designed to shape her into a perfect extension of her mother's ambitions. She'd been pushed into internships, shoved into situations she wasn't ready for, groomed to present herself as an image rather than a person. Lois had ensured Corinne and Violet followed a path, and even though Violet happened to enjoy her job, she couldn't say the same about her sister. And when it came to Carly, Lois had maneuvered her way into Violet's choices yet again. But this time, it had cost Violet more than just her choice of career. It had cost her the chance to be a mother. Something deep and dark rose in her, different than any other time before. Like the protectiveness she'd suddenly felt for her unborn baby at the hospital. A fierce, maternal sense of concern for someone other than herself. A guardianship designed to prevent history from repeating itself. As though all the other times weren't enough, something about hearing Lois so casually assume Carly's future threw Violet over the edge. Are you serious? Her voice was sharp, laced with bitterness. You think you have a right to just dictate what Carly does for a living? Lois turned, looking mildly surprised. Who said anything about dictating? How do you know Carly won't happily accept? Violet felt the anger bubble up from a place she'd kept locked away for so long she'd almost forgotten it existed. This was it.
There'd been confrontations before, but nothing that had stuck. This time felt different. It was one thing for Lois to control her, but another thing when it came to Carly. "You know what, Mum?" she sneered. "I'm so tired of you deciding what's best for everyone. Have you ever thought about what anyone else might want?" Lois's tone remained chillingly calm. "Violet, I don't know what's gotten into you, but you're being melodramatic. You've had a difficult week, clearly, and—" "Melodramatic," Violet interrupted. She felt years of pent-up frustration breaking free, unleashing words she'd never dared to say before. "You destroyed my life, Mom. You took my daughter from me. You made a decision for me that I wasn't ready to make, that I never wanted to make. And now you just stand there as if it's all perfectly reasonable?" Lois took a step back, a flash of something unreadable in her eyes, but she quickly masked it with a cool detachment. "I didn't destroy anything, Violet. And frankly, I'm getting tired of this same conversation over and over." Violet shook her head, her hands trembling. "No, it's different this time." Lois's expression hardened, a line of strain forming along her jawline. "Violet, I've always acted in your best interest. At home, at work. I gave you a future. I gave Carly stability. You may not see it now, but one day you'll realize I made the right choices." Violet's fists clenched. "No, Mum, you made the choices that were best for you. You took my daughter because it was easier for you, because it fit into your perfect little picture of our family. You convinced me to give her up before I even understood what I was agreeing to. You manipulated me when I was too young to understand the consequences, and I will not let you do the same to Carly." Lois shook her head, her mouth pressed into a thin line. "You can blame me all you want, Violet, but I did what needed to be done. One day, you'll thank me." "I'll never thank you for this," Violet said with conviction she hadn't realized she was capable of. "I'll never thank you and Dad for taking Carly, for making me live a lie, for keeping me from my own daughter. You took something from me I can never get back, and I don't think I'll ever forgive you guys." Lois's gaze turned stony, her face an unreadable mask. For a moment, they stood in silence. "If that's how you feel, then I suppose I have nothing left to say," Lois said quietly. She glanced at her watch. "I don't have time for this. I'm meeting with Mick Caldwell in 2 hours for lunch to close this deal. The deal you agreed to, I might add. So go on and wallow in the past if you must, but I'm looking toward the future." With that, she was gone. And Violet knew something had become irrevocably broken between them. She let out a shaky breath, feeling dizzy. She felt stripped bare, exposed in a way that left her vulnerable, but also strangely relieved. This was the end of a very long road, and she was not going back. She'd made one move in the right direction, but there was still one more thing to do.
Chapter 42, Violet. For the next 2 hours, Violet sat in her office, stewing. She tried to tap into her breathwork, remembering Dr. Gold's instructions about eliminating stress. If only Dr. Gold knew that Lois was about to close a very shady deal, a deal that Violet had agreed to, even if by omission. Approaching footsteps made Violet sit up. Lois poked her head in the doorway. "I'm going to lunch. Are you joining or not?" She stared at Violet, waiting for a response. "No," Violet said with a shake of the head. "Fine." Lois left. Violet's belly knotted, sick with the feeling of wrongdoing. She glanced at the clock, watching as the minutes ticked by, each one a reminder of how little time she had to stop this. Her foot tapped impatiently against the floor as she imagined Lois and Caldwell sitting there, exchanging pleasantries and enveloping themselves in a cocoon of deceit. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. With a huff, Violet grabbed her coat and dashed out of the office, nearly stumbling over her own feet in her haste. She drove across town, her heart racing, the sting of her anger mixing with a new-found courage. She wasn't going to let Lois or anyone else manipulate her any longer. And she wasn't about to let her name go down for something in exchange for cash. She didn't want the Caldwell money, not like this. Pulling into the parking lot of the restaurant, Violet barely took a moment to catch her breath before storming inside. She scanned the dining area, her gaze zeroing in on a table in the far corner where she saw Lois, poised and smiling, engaged in smooth conversation with Mick Caldwell. As she approached, the entire scene seemed to slow down. She felt the heat rise in her cheeks, her pulse pounding as she neared their table. "Violet!" Lois looked up, clearly startled, though she masked it quickly. "I thought you said you weren't coming. I'm glad you changed your mind." Violet didn't return the pleasantries. "You need to stop, both of you," she demanded. This deal, I'm not going to let it happen." Lois's face hardened, her eyes flashing with warning, but Violet didn't care. She was done being intimidated. "Violet, this is neither the time nor place," Lois said through gritted teeth. "No, it is the time," Violet shot back, feeling her courage swell. She looked Caldwell directly in the eye. "What you proposed was not only unethical but illegal, and I may have been naive then, but I'm not anymore." Caldwell's face went red. Lois gave a tight, forced laugh. "Mick, please. My daughter is simply upset about some family matters. I assure you everything is fine and—" "No, it's not," Violet interrupted, her voice growing louder. She felt her rage coursing just beneath the surface. "I can't let you get away with this, not when I know it's wrong. And if you go through with it, I'll report it to the cops myself. You'd be risking your reputation and your business." Caldwell's gaze chilled as he looked between Lois and Violet, his jaw tightening. "This isn't what I expected from your family, Lois," he said. "I thought I was working with people I could trust. Clearly that was a mistake." Lois's calm demeanor finally cracked, panic flashing across her face as she tried to salvage what was left of the deal. "Let's not overreact. I can assure you Violet just doesn't understand the intricacies of the business. She's in an emotional state and—" "Oh, I understand just fine," Violet retorted, her anger finally spilling over. "I understand that you're willing to sacrifice ethics and honesty for money. I understand that you're willing to manipulate and deceive, even if it means dragging this family's name through the mud. Well, not anymore. I won't let you control me, or Carly, or anyone else, in the name of business." Caldwell stood up, his face nearly purple with frustration. "I don't appreciate being dragged into whatever family drama this is. We had an agreement, but that's obviously not the case anymore. Mick, please, this deal is officially off." He shot Lois one last look of contempt before turning and storming out of the restaurant, leaving both women alone in stunned silence. Lois turned to Violet, her face twisted in fury. "Do you have any idea what you've done? You just cost us everything." "No, Mom," Violet said, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over her. "I finally did something right." Chapter 43, Violet. The aftershocks of the Caldwell deal's collapse rippled through every conversation, every strained silence for weeks. Violet felt the fallout in every corner of her life. Her mother's frosty demeanor at the office was now tinged with something darker, a barely restrained anger, an unspoken accusation that Violet had single-handedly sunk the family business. And Corinne's silence spoke volumes. Any attempt at a conversation died in awkward pauses or brittle politeness. Even Reed, who had supported her decision to end the unethical deal after the fact, seemed drained by the constant distress filling their lives. After all, it was yet another thing Violet had kept from him, Another notch on the "Who Did I Really Marry" belt that Violet now had to mend. Violet had tried to reason with herself that she'd done the right thing, that she hadn't just saved the business's reputation, but had made a stand against the toxic manipulation that had permeated her life for as long as she could remember. But the reality of her choice weighed heavily on her. The family was splintering, and deep down, she couldn't ignore the fear that she had been the one to drive the final wedge. There were times, on her solo walks or alone in the shower, when she tried to convince herself that it wasn't a big deal. There were plenty of families who had fallouts and whose members continued on with their lives, sometimes for the better. But the concept was so foreign. She found herself questioning who she was without her family, without them telling her the role she was supposed to play. One late afternoon, Violet found herself wandering through the empty hallways of the office, her footsteps echoing as she thought about how all this had started, back to that first lie her mother had orchestrated 16 years ago. She thought of Carly and the choices that had been made for both of them. It was just like the Caldwell deal, she realized. Everyone had wanted it to work so badly, and they had clung to the belief that their family's way of doing things had been the right way, even if it involved lies, secrets, and manipulation. And just as the business deal couldn't be salvaged once the truth had come out, neither could the family's old dynamics. They'd reached a breaking point. A few days later, she found herself sitting across from Reed in their kitchen, the air between them thick with only semi-resolved tension. The scare with her pregnancy had put things in perspective, but only partly. There'd been no magic wand to make things better. They'd put up their Christmas tree and decorated the house, trying for normal conversation and a little holiday cheer, but it wasn't the same as years past, and in fact, now that they knew the baby was fine, she'd felt the other resentments rearing up again. Violet stared at him. She was about to say something, anything to bridge the last of the gap that had grown between them, when he spoke first. "Violet, I don't know how much longer we can live like this." His voice was tired, and there was a sadness in his eyes she hadn't seen before this craziness had started. She was taken aback by his directness. "But I thought we—" "Not you," he said. "I mean, yes, but no. Ugh, everything's so goddamn connected. The family's falling apart and it's dragging us down with it. I thought we'd get through this together, but it feels like you're still tangled up in it all." She looked down at her hands, feeling the ache of his words settle over her. He was right. She was tangled up more than she wanted to admit. Corinne and Carly, Corinne at work, people not talking because of this and because of that, Lois overseeing it all. She couldn't escape one without running headfirst into the other. It was as if the choices she'd made to break free had only wrapped her tighter in the family's web, the fallout continuing to pull her down, even as she tried to claw her way out. "I didn't want any of this, Reed," she whispered. "But maybe this is what has to happen. Maybe everything has to break before it can be put back together." He shook his head. An expression of sorrow and frustration etched across his face. "That's a nice thought, Violet. But sometimes things break and they just stay broken." The weight of his words lingered, and for the first time Violet wondered if Reed was right. If perhaps, in her quest to make things right, she had severed something that couldn't be repaired, at least with her family. She'd always thought Carly would be the answer, taking her back, having her move in. Maybe she'd been naive to think Reed would go along with it, but in her fantasies, the three of them, 4 with the new baby, could make it work. Now she found herself wondering if she would have to make a choice, Reed or Carly. With Christmas on a Wednesday, there wasn't much productivity happening at work at the beginning of the week. No one was holding showings this time of year, and few people needed anything from her in terms of contracts, brokers, or any other important business. Still, Violet went into the office. It was never a bad idea to stay on top of things, and she could only watch so many Hallmark movies at home anyway. Outside, the wind whipped flurries past her window. She'd lived in Ohio her entire life and still couldn't shake the chill she got just from seeing snow. She pulled her wrap tighter around her shoulders and stood to go to the communal Keurig to make some green tea. When she got there, Corinne was popping a pod into the machine. "Great minds think alike," Violet said. Corinne gave a small murmur of agreement. "They're calling for like 10 inches or something crazy," Violet continued. "Yeah, that's what I heard." Violet watched Corinne finish filling her mug and noticed for the first time how tired her sister looked. The grey hair around her temples seemed more noticeable, like Corinne had skipped one of her faithful touch-up appointments. Violet didn't have any greys yet, and this small difference reminded her of their age gap. Corinne was 16 years older than Violet, and while it was less of a big deal now that they were adults, it had been monumental when Violet was a kid. They'd been in such different phases of life. Corinne was going on dates when Violet was playing with Barbies. They couldn't relate to each other for many, many years. But that didn't erase the memories Violet had of times their sisterly bond made an appearance. The Snowmageddon winter that dumped 5 feet of snow in 48 hours, during which Corinne pulled Violet around on a sled for hours. Corinne and Pierce taking Violet to her first PG-13 movie in the theatre, unbeknownst to their parents when she was only 8. The day of Violet's homecoming dance freshman year, when Corinne did her hair and makeup, then helped remove all the bobby pins the following morning. There'd been plenty of times when Violet had thought her sister couldn't care less about her, but then other times where she'd considered Corinne the one person on the planet who understood her. Sisterhood, she'd decided long ago, was a gift not bestowed on everyone, and one for which she was grateful. Now, looking at the woman who shared some of her DNA, she wondered if they had been destined to reach this place. "Corinne, I never wanted things to end up like this," Violet said quietly, hoping for some kind of response. Corinne gave a bitter laugh, finally looking up. "You keep saying that, but every choice you've made has torn this family apart, Violet. You couldn't just leave things as they were. You had to expose everything, turn us against each other. You would have let the Caldwell deal go through. You wouldn't have spoken up and stopped it." "That's not what I'm talking about." Violet felt a small relief, knowing her sister was on her side in at least one thing. Still, her airway narrowed, her words coming out strained. "The family was already broken, Corinne. I just wanted to stop pretending." Corinne's gaze softened for a moment, but then the hard edge returned. "Well, congratulations. You got what you wanted." The pointedness made it so much clearer. The Caldwell deal had been the catalyst for something far bigger, a long overdue reckoning that had shattered the illusion they'd all held on to for so long. And just like the business deal that had fallen apart when the truth had come to light, so too had the family's carefully constructed facade. What remained was raw and painful, and Violet couldn't help but wonder if they could ever truly rebuild, or if the fractures would stay forever exposed, a constant reminder of everything they'd tried so hard to bury. Just as she was about to segue the conversation, Violet's phone buzzed, and a Facebook message lit up the screen. She wouldn't have given it any attention in the moment, not with Corinne there, but the first few words of the message caught her eye. "Hi." "You don't know me, but I think we're—" She didn't know why, but she swiped it open, a weird feeling of urgency pressing her on. Her eyes scanned back and forth as she read the message in full. Just a few short sentences, but enough to make her blood go cold. "What is it?" Corinne asked, noticing the look on Violet's face. Violet could only get out 3 words. "Oh my God!" Chapter 44. Violet. Violet's eyes widened, and she glanced up at Corinne. "What is it?" Corinne asked again, this time with more concern than curiosity. "Hi, you don't know me, but I think we're related," Violet read from the screen. "My name is David, and I was given up for adoption 55 years ago. My birth mother's name was Lois DiCarlo." "What?" Corinne blurted. Violet's mind raced as she reread the message a second and third time. Could this be true? She looked at the tiny thumbnail picture next to the message, but it was too small to see well, so she clicked to go to his profile. When it opened, a shiver travelled up her spine. The man looked just like Pierce. Older, with deeper lines in his olive skin and flecks of silver in his goatee, but with the same wide cheekbones and almond-shaped eyes. Violet flashed the phone to show Corinne. "Look." "Oh my God," Corinne whispered with disbelief. He could be Pierce's older brother." Their eyes darted up to each other, connecting like magnets. If this man was hypothetically Pierce's brother, he was their brother too. "Holy shit," Violet said. Corinne cocked her head. "Wait, who's to say this guy's telling the truth? There's a lot of crazy people out there who will say anything. This could be a scam or something." Violet gave her a look. "Corinne, he looks exactly like Pierce. And he knows Mom's maiden name. You can find out anything about people these days." "Yeah, but look at him." They stared again, their faces nearly touching, and neither of them could deny it. The resemblance was uncanny. 55, Corinne breathed. So that would have made Mom 17. Which means he wasn't Dad's. They didn't meet until college. Right. Holy shit, Violet repeated. Before she knew it, her fingers were flying across her screen, tapping out a response. "Wait, what are you writing?" Corinne asked frantically. "Do you think this is a good idea?" Violet stopped, looked her sister dead in the eye. "If this is true and Mum had a baby at 17 and this man is our brother, don't you think we have the right to know?" A second of silence hung in the air before Corinne said, "Keep typing." Violet tapped out a message, then held it out for Corinne to read. "Hi, David. This is a bit of a shock. Can I ask what makes you think Lois is your birth mother?" Satisfied, she pushed send. They waited, staring at the screen. Would he reply? What if he was one of those people who missed notifications? What if they didn't hear back for days? Violet's mouth was dry, and she licked her lips, but it did little to help. They both yelped when David's tiny picture appeared below the message, signaling he'd read it. Then 3 little dots appeared. "Oh my God, he's writing back!" Violet said. Corinne grabbed her arm in suspense. It only took another minute before a reply popped up. "I recently requested my adoption records. They listed her name, but when I contacted her, I didn't get a response. I know it must be strange to hear this out of the blue, but I've been trying to trace my birth family. I kept coming across family photos of yours online, and I can't ignore how much I look like some of you." Violet shared a bewildered look with Corinne. "Can you believe this is happening?" Who took a deep breath and nodded, encouraging her to keep going. "This is definitely a surprise," Violet wrote, speaking aloud as she typed. "My mother never mentioned any of this." After a pause, he responded, "I figured as much. It took me a long time to find you, but the more I looked, the more it all seemed to line up. My parents said it was a closed adoption and I never really cared until recently. A health issue and, well, I wanted to know more about my history." Corinne covered her mouth with her hand, shaking her head slowly. "Violet, I can't believe Mum kept this from us, from all of us. Violet nodded, still struggling to catch her breath. She had so many questions, and it was clear Corinne did too. But even as they tried to make sense of this revelation, Violet felt the pieces falling into place. Why Lois had always been so adamant about Carly's adoption staying within the family, her fierce refusal to let Violet give her baby up to strangers. "This explains so much," Violet murmured. She couldn't bear to let Carly go to a stranger because she knew what it was like. Corinne's eyes filled with tears as she nodded. And she spent all these years holding on to that secret. Why not just tell us the truth? A new message from David appeared. I know this might be a lot to take in. I just hope, if there's any chance, I'd like to meet you, maybe understand a bit more about where I came from. Whoa! Violet said, blinking and bringing her hands to her brow. It was as though she'd just been slapped across the face and had to wait for her vision to return. Her mum had had a teenage pregnancy. They had another brother who wanted to meet them. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How? Why? There were so many unanswered questions, and there was only one way to get some answers. Violet took a deep breath and locked eyes with Corinne. We need to talk to Mum. Now. Chapter 45. Corinne's jaw was set. Her expression hardened. She and Violet said nothing as they stomped up the path to their parents' house, both of them driven by a mixture of shock, anger, and a strange sense of urgency. They'd suddenly shifted from rivals to a united front. There was no way they were letting this bombshell sit, not after everything that had already come to light. Neither of them knew exactly what they would say, but one thing was certain. They were done with secrets. Lois needed to come clean. They went through the front door, their unspoken agreement firm. They deserved answers. Once they had those, they'd fill Pierce in and maybe finally understand why Lois was the way she was. Lois was in the living room dusting the nativity scene on the mantel. Buck sat in his leather recliner, a newspaper folded on his lap. "Girls," Buck said cheerfully, and Corinne knew it must be a pleasant surprise for him to see his daughters together after months of distance. Lois only arched an eyebrow. "To what do we owe this surprise visit?" she said. "Mom," Corinne said, her voice steady but cool. "We need to talk. I'm just finishing up with the last of the wise men. Give me a few minutes and—" "No, now?" Lois sat back, a hint of irritation flashing across her face. "Goodness, you two look very serious. What's this about?" Violet crossed her arms. "We know about David." Lois's brows scrunched. "David? Who's David?" Corinne gave Violet a small nod, and Violet pulled out her phone, turning it for their mother to see. Lois took the phone and held it at arm's length to see clearly without her glasses. Within seconds, her face blanched as she read the message. Her hands trembled slightly, but she quickly masked it, handing the phone back to Violet with her typical air of dismissal. "Is this some kind of prank?" she said, though her voice wavered. Buck pushed the footrest down with his legs, got up, and moved closer to his wife. "What? Let me see." "Is it true?" Violet said, not taking her eyes off Lois. "Did you have a child you gave up for adoption?" "You shouldn't believe everything you see on the internet," Lois said, returning to the nativity set. "Don't lie to us," Corinne barked. "We've had enough of that." The colour in Lois's face returned, hot and red. She faced them once more. "Listen here," but Buck interrupted her. "Lois." One word said it all. His expression gave way to one of defeat, one of sympathy. Lois looked to him, then cast her eyes down, silent for a long moment, and Buck cleared his throat, shifting uncomfortably. "Tell us the truth," Corinne said. Finally, Lois took a deep breath and nodded, her eyes unreadable. "Yes, I did," she admitted. "It was a long time ago before I met your father." Violet's and Corinne's eyes went wide, surprisingly shocked by her answer, despite reaching the same conclusion before arriving. Corinne spoke up. "We have another brother out there, and you never told us." Lois squared her shoulders, her face hardening. "It wasn't something I wanted to revisit." "That's why you insisted what you did about Carly," Violet added. "I couldn't go through it again. Losing a child to strangers. It's something you can never undo. I couldn't bear to let Carly go like that, not when she was family. Not when she was part of us." Corinne's words were laced with disbelief. "So this is all because you couldn't forgive yourself? You were so determined to control our lives, to control my life, Violet's life, and Carly's, because of something that happened when you were 17? Lois swallowed hard, her usual resolve wavering. Corinne thought she saw her chin quiver ever so slightly. Violet turned to their father. "And you too, Dad. How could you never say anything? How could you let this go on? It's like a twisted way of history repeating itself." "That's the point," Lois inserted. "It's the opposite of history repeating itself. That's exactly what I didn't want to happen. Don't you see?" Buck shifted uncomfortably, dug his hands into the pants of his flannel sweats. "Girls, I didn't know about David until Carly was born. That all happened before I even met your mother. When she told me, she made me swear not to tell anyone. She felt it was, something best left in the past. And it wasn't my secret to share." Corinne had heard that phrase before. It was the same thing Pierce had said when Reed had confronted him about keeping Carly's parentage a secret. Lois folded her hands tightly, her face pale. "My mother wanted me to keep him, but my father, he forbade it," she said quietly. "I couldn't stand being a disgrace to him, and so I gave the baby up. I've always regretted it. But at the time, I thought I was doing what was best. It was 1969, a whole different world compared to today. My son, he ended up with a good family. I never expected him to come looking. I thought I'd close that chapter." Corinne exchanged a long look with Violet, both of them feeling the enormity of this revelation sinking in. They'd come seeking answers, and in the process, they'd uncovered a truth that changed the tapestry of their family. Corinne saw the pain on her mother's face and felt the pull of sympathy. At the same time, she imagined how Violet must be feeling, the parallel between her and Lois. But if Violet empathized at all, she hid it well. Her face was hard, unyielding. "This is absolutely wild," Violet whispered. Corinne turned back to Lois. "Have you ever thought about reaching out to him, Mom? About meeting him?" Lois's eyes darted away. "Of course I have," she said. Buck placed a gentle hand on Lois's shoulder. "There were times I wanted to, but I didn't think it was my place. He has his own family, parents who raised him. Besides, what would he need from me?" Violet shook her head, incredulous. "Maybe the same thing we all want from you, the truth. An understanding of who he is and where he comes from. Didn't you ever think he'd need that?" Lois met her gaze with a flicker of defensiveness. "Things were different then. You don't understand how difficult it was. I had to bury that part of myself, convince myself that I did the right thing." "You don't think I understand how that feels?" Violet hurled, tears pooling in her eyes. Everyone grew quiet then, the revelation settling in. After several strained moments, Corinne spoke. This is a lot to digest. We should call Pierce." "I don't want you telling Pierce about this," Lois said suddenly, emotion gone, replaced with her usual steely armor. And just like that, they were back to square one, like Lois had learned nothing. Both sisters' eyes went wide. Violet raised a pointed finger. No, you don't get to tell us what to do anymore." She shook her head. This This so-called power, it's over." Corinne nodded, and a warm pride swelled inside her. Not just for herself, but for Violet, the young girl who'd had her whole life dictated by a single decision out of her control, finally reclaiming her voice. In a second, an entire alternate existence flashed before her eyes, one in which Violet had kept Carly. She saw Violet and Carly growing alongside each other, Violet braiding Carly's hair before swim practices, Violet sleeping on the floor next to Carly's bed when the girl had a 103-degree fever. Suddenly, Corinne didn't see Violet as a monster anymore, but as a woman who loved her daughter as much as Corinne did. The realization confused her even more. Violet was supposed to be the enemy in this whole thing, right? So then why did it feel like Corinne's whole argument was flipping? "Are we done here?" Violet said, bringing Corinne back to the present. "I think so," Corinne replied. Lois scoffed, but the sisters held their ground. They'd achieved what they'd set out for. They'd confirmed the truth and reaffirmed their mother's unyielding need to call the shots. Violet led the way to the door. "Girls," Buck called after them. But as Corinne looked back and saw Lois, her relief was tempered by something else, a lingering resentment, an ache that couldn't be fully soothed by even the most heartfelt confession. There was no undoing the years of secrecy, the manipulation, the choices made on their behalf by both of their parents. She felt something like pity for her mother, but she also felt betrayed. Chapter 46. Subject: Reaching Out. From David, dpwaring@edgmail.com, to Violet, VedaArborRealEstate.com. Hi Violet, I just wanted to say again how much I appreciate you responding to my message, and thanks for agreeing to exchange email addresses. I know this whole situation must be a shock to you. I'm still wrapping my head around it myself. But I'm grateful to finally have a connection to my biological family, and I'd love to learn more when you're comfortable sharing. There's something I wanted to ask you about. In the adoption paperwork I was able to access, there's no mention of my father. It's just blank. I don't know if that was intentional or if it was just how things were done back then, but I've always wondered about him. Do you know anything? Even a name? I don't want to stir anything up or cause any problems, but after all these years of not knowing, I just need to ask. Looking forward to hearing from you. David. Subject: Reaching out. From Violet, VedaArborRealEstate.com. To David, dpwaring@edgmail.com. Hi David. Yes, still processing. None of us knew anything about you, which after the fact makes sense, seeing how Mom is always so careful about controlling information. Can I call her Mom here? I don't know, this is all so weird. Sorry. As for your father, I wish I had an answer for you, but the truth is I have no idea. We did the math and know she was 17, but who knows about your father? I'll try to do some digging. Violet. Subject: Reaching out from David, dpwaring@edgmail.com. To Violet, VedaArborRealEstate.com. Violet, for what it's worth, I never expected to find any family at all. So the fact that I have a sister, half-sister, still getting used to that, who's willing to help means a lot. Let me know what you find out, if anything. And no pressure. David. Chapter 47. Violet. Violet sat at the kitchen table, her laptop open, fingers hovering over the keys. The cursor blinked in the search bar, a silent dare. Lois DiCarlo, 1960s, Columbus, Ohio. She hesitated before pressing enter. She shouldn't be doing this. If she wanted answers, she could just ask Lois. That's what normal people did, right? But normal had never applied to Lois Arbor. Violet had spent her entire life watching her mother deflect, manipulate, and rewrite history to fit whatever narrative suited her best. Lois wouldn't just refuse to answer, she'd turn it back on Violet. Why are you so obsessed with this? Why do you care? And if Violet pushed too hard, Lois would shut her out completely. No, she wouldn't ask. Instead, she would do what Lois had always done, work behind the scenes to control the situation. David deserved to know who his father was, and as much as Violet barely knew him, she felt a kinship for what he'd been through. She hit enter. Pages loaded. The first were useless. White pages listings, a few obituaries, a real estate profile, Lois's of course, the one Violet herself had set up years ago. Further down, a few yearbook archives popped up. Violet clicked through, scanning the pages of senior headshots. In alphabetical order, it didn't take long. There, in grainy black and white, was a younger version of her mother, Lois DiCarlo, senior class treasurer, member of the debate team, Future Business Leaders of America. There she was, poised even at 18, her dark hair styled into a sleek flip, her eyes staring back at Violet with that same stoic confidence she carried even now. But nothing about the photo gave away the secret she had been hiding. Violet scrolled further. Then she spotted something, a different photo taken months earlier, before Lois's senior year. In this one, Lois was seated in the bleachers at a football game, her head tilted toward a boy beside her. He had wavy brown hair and a relaxed, easy smile. His arm was casually slung behind her shoulders. Violet's heart kicked up a beat. She zoomed in. "Who are you?" She skimmed the caption beneath the image. Homecoming Pep Rally, 1969. Senior Alan Porter and Junior Lois DiCarlo cheer on the Wildcats. Alan Porter, the name meant nothing to her, but if he was a senior when Lois was a junior. Violet clicked back to the previous year's archive, searching for Alan's senior photo. It took a minute, but there he was, smiling stiffly in a suit and tie, the kind of staged photo that every high school senior dreaded. She opened a new tab and typed his name into a general search. After a few dead ends, other people with the same name, outdated addresses, she finally hit something. Dr. Alan Porter, DDS, a retired dentist formerly practicing in upstate New York. Violet's stomach flipped. She clicked on an old business profile, scanning for any personal details. Dr. Porter retired in 2012 after 35 years in practice. He and his wife Margaret now live in Albany, where they enjoy spending time with their 3 children and 6 grandchildren. Married, 3 kids, a full life. Violet hesitated. She knew this might be a dead end. Alan Porter could have been nothing more than a teenage boyfriend. But something about the way he had his arm around Lois in that old yearbook photo made her gut whisper otherwise. She copied his name, opened Facebook, prayed he was one of those boomers who used the social media site to share pictures of his grandkids. She searched and searched. It took some digging, but eventually she found a profile. His cover photo was a sunset over the Adirondacks, and his profile picture was an older version of the face from the yearbook. Same warm smile, just grayer hair, and deeper lines around his eyes. It had to be him. Violet held the cursor over the message button. What was she doing? This was insane. And yet, her fingers hovered over the keys. She wasn't even sure what to say. "Hi, I just found out my mum had a secret kid in high school, and you might be that boy's father?" It sounded absurd even to her, but then David's emails came back to her, the way he needed her help, all the years of not knowing. She thought of Carly too, and how their situations were different, yet both held the same emotional need. Carly hadn't been given a choice, and neither had David. Restoring that felt like making a small justice. This sudden appearance of David in her life had thrust Violet's maternal instinct into overload, the need to help, to protect, to make things right. Violet took a breath and typed, "Hi, Dr. Porter. My name is Violet, and I believe you may have known my mother, Lois DiCarlo, when you were younger. I was hoping to ask you a few questions about her from that time." She stared at the message, debating whether to hit send. She didn't know what she was looking for, not really. A confirmation? A denial? An answer to a question she hadn't even fully formed yet? Before she could second-guess herself, she clicked send. And then she waited. Chapter 48. Corinne's parental torment hadn't eased since the blow-up with Lois. It had morphed. Now, instead of feeling certain in her choices, there was nothing but doubt. She moved through the house in a trance, her feet carrying her without thinking. She trailed her fingers over the worn, plush fabric of the couch where she and Jonah had spent countless nights watching movies with Carly, tracing the edges of the picture frames on the mantel with trembling fingers. Finally, her hands landed on a photo of Carly, about 8 years old, grinning, red-faced, and proud after winning a soccer game. Corinne remembered that day so vividly, remembered Carly's laughter, her determination, her pride in being Mommy's little champion. A fresh wave of pain washed over her, but this time it didn't come with tears. It was a steady, sunken ache, and it told her what she already knew. She had to let go. Corinne returned to the table, clutching the photo, a strange calm settling over her. Carly wasn't the little girl in the picture anymore. She hadn't been for a long time. In that moment, Corinne realized that the life she'd known, the life she'd fought tooth and nail to preserve, wasn't something she could hold on to by force. Carly was growing up. She wanted independence. She wanted a choice. And it was time for Corinne to give her that. The thought shook her. But something else shook her more. Parenting with the same ugly dominance her own mother had. Footsteps in the hallway made her look up as Jonah appeared. He gave a small smile when he saw her, and she felt a tiny flutter that had been lost in recent months. Their relationship had been put to the test, but they'd managed to hang on. All those times of feeling alone were a mirage. She'd never been alone. Jonah had always been right there by her side. She just couldn't always see it. She held up the soccer photo. Remember this? It was that season when the kids finally started to understand the game and not just chase each other around in a herd. She scored 3 goals that day. How do you remember that? How could I not? She was on cloud 9. I'd never forget that face. She watched as his gaze traveled from the soccer photo to Carly's latest school picture, hanging on the fridge. "Where'd our little girl go?" he asked quietly. Corinne shook her head, and after a moment spoke with her newfound resolve. "Jonah, I think we need to do something. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think we need to give Carly a choice." Jonah's eyes searched her face, and he seemed to weigh his words carefully. "You mean?" Corinne's lips trembled, but she managed to nod. "I've tried so hard to hold on to her, to keep things the way they've always been. But it's not working anymore. I can't force her to see me as her only mother, not when the truth has changed everything." He moved closer, wrapping his arms around her, and for the first time in weeks, she felt the warmth of his touch. They stood there in silence, an unspoken agreement passing between them. Maybe Carly would choose to stay with them, maybe she wouldn't. But it had to be her choice. It wasn't going to be easy, and Corinne knew there would be moments of heartache, of fear and doubt. But she also knew that she couldn't keep holding on to what was slipping away. She leaned into her husband's embrace. "I'm letting her go. I'm giving her the choice, Jonah." Jonah's hand tightened gently on her shoulder, a silent show of support. "She'll always need us, Corinne, no matter what happens." Corinne felt a glimmer of hope in his words, a reminder that even though things would never be the same, she hadn't truly lost everything. she still had Carly, even if it was in a different way. And maybe, in time, she'd find a way to make peace with that. For now, it had to be enough. Chapter 49. Corinne. Corinne's hand hovered in front of Carly's bedroom door, her heart hammering in her chest, Jonah inches behind her. They'd rehearsed what they were going to say, each version feeling inadequate, each one tinged with a desperation Corinne couldn't quite shake. It was Christmas Eve. Did they really want to do this now? Today? Yes, Corinne had affirmed. She'd finally found the courage to do what she thought was the right thing. Waiting would only give her time to second guess. She knocked lightly on the door, and Carly's soft voice called from within. "Come in." Carly was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, her face lit up by the screen of her phone. Her oversized fleece sweater swamped her, making her look smaller than she really was. She glanced up as Corinne and Jonah entered, and noticing their solemn faces, her expression quickly twisted into one of concern. "What's going on? Why do you look like someone died?" Corinne gave her a small, reassuring smile, though she could feel her voice trembling. No one died. Dad and I wanted to talk to you." "Jesus, Mom, don't do that to me." "Sorry." Carly returned to her phone for a second before Jonah spoke up. "Can you put that down for a minute?" Reluctantly, Carly turned the phone over on the bed, giving her parents her full attention. Corinne took a deep breath, pulling up a chair beside the bed. "Carly, I know things have been confusing for you lately." "Understatement of the century," Carly muttered. "And I know that with everything that's happened, you probably feel like you're being pulled in two directions." Corinne hesitated, searching for the right words. "Dad and we've decided that you deserve to have a say in this." Carly's face softened, though a flash of uncertainty crossed her eyes. "What do you mean?" Corinne tried to swallow, but her mouth was as dry as the Sahara. This was the hardest part. She looked to Jonah, who gave her a small nod. "We're going to let you decide how you want to move forward. If you want to live with Violet, you can. We won't stop you." The words hung in the air between them, and Corinne felt a stab of pain, raw and fierce, at the possibility of Carly leaving. But this was what she had to do for Carly's sake, even if it tore her apart. It was right. It was fair. And yet, it was torture. Carly's mouth opened, then closed, as if she didn't quite know how to respond. She blinked, looking down at her hands. I don't know what to say." "You don't have to decide right now," Jonah said. "We just want you to know that whatever you decide will still be here for you." Carly's eyes glistened, and she wrapped her arms around her knees, pulling them close to her chest. It's really hard. I mean, Violet is my biological mom, but you've been there my whole life. You're the ones who've been my parents." Corinne felt her heart squeeze, the bittersweet truth of Carly's words cutting deeply. Jonah stepped forward, placing a hand on Corinne's shoulder. "I know, honey, and we want you to know that nothing will ever change how much we love you. No matter what, you'll always be our daughter." Carly nodded, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the comforter beneath her. "I don't want to hurt you. Or Violet. I don't know, like I'm stuck in the middle of something I never asked for. I love you guys, and I think I love Violet too in a weird way. She's my mum too in some way, and that's super confusing." Corinne reached out, taking Carly's hand in hers, squeezing it softly. "You're not stuck in the middle, sweetheart. You're not responsible for any of this, okay? You're allowed to feel whatever you're feeling. It's okay to love us both." Carly wiped at her eyes, taking a shaky breath. I don't know if I'm ready to make a decision yet. Take your time, Corinne said, relieved and heartbroken all at once. She wanted so badly for Carly to immediately choose to stay, but she couldn't force it. She wouldn't. I think I want to talk to Violet, first. Corinne squeezed her toes inside her slippers. If you need to talk to Violet, then do that. Figure out what feels right for you. Carly nodded, glancing up at Corinne with a hint of determination. Maybe I need to figure out what kind of relationship I want with her. I don't know if that means living with her, but I think I need to, understand her more. Does that make sense? A pang of jealousy flared in Corinne's chest, but she pushed it down. Of course, Jonah said. Carly's shoulders relaxed, and she leaned forward, hugging Corinne tightly. Corinne felt the warmth of her daughter's embrace, memorizing every second of it, as if it might be the last time Carly would reach for her like this. She closed her eyes, breathing in the familiar scent of her daughter, sweet and intoxicating, anchoring herself in this moment. Carly got up from the bed and hugged Jonah. He smoothed a hand over her hair, and Corinne's heart broke at the sight of them and the thought of her husband losing his only child. This wasn't just about her. Jonah was an equal parent in the equation, and he had as much to lose as she did. In that moment, she realized how much she'd underestimated his pain. When they finally pulled apart, Carly looked calmer, more certain. Maybe I could go over there now, see if Violet is home, she said. It was a question, and Carly was asking for their approval. Corinne froze. Wait, now? As in right now? Suddenly the idea didn't seem so great after all. She'd thought Carly might toss around the idea for a while first, and if she needed to talk to Violet, it would be something that would happen down the line after the new year, or, foolishly, she knew, never at all. But here they were on Christmas Eve, a fully decorated tree downstairs, buckeyes on the counter, and facing the possibility of their daughter choosing to live somewhere else. Could they really wake up tomorrow morning, Christmas morning, without her? Carly looked at Corinne and Jonah, waiting for a response. Everything in Corinne wanted to scream, "No, stay here where you belong. Don't talk to her." But she muffled those voices and nodded despite the ache in her chest. Okay. Chapter 50, Violet. Her dream last night had been so blissful, she hadn't wanted to wake up. Carly was hers. The adoption had never happened. Her family was whole. Everyone, even Corinne, was happy. Violet tried to hold on to the mental images, but with each waking hour, they faded a little more. Now, in the kitchen, the sounds of sizzling bacon filled the air as Violet flipped the strips on a frying pan. As if cued by the aroma, the baby kicked her insides and she placed a hand on the spot, hoping to feel another one. I know, she said. I'm hungry too. She got out 2 plates and turned to yell for Reed, but her phone lit up with a message she'd been waiting for after a brief back and forth with Alan Porter. I knew it, Violet said, gawking at his latest response. Words jumped out at her from the screen. High school sweethearts. So young. The right decision? Always wondered. She spun toward the back door, planning to dash over to tell Corinne, but just as she reached for the handle, her heart thumped. There stood Carly, bundled in her thick winter coat and love-your-melon cap. Violet's breath caught. She hadn't seen Carly since the disastrous volleyball match 3 weeks ago. Suddenly, the excitement of her discovery was dampened, replaced with the reminder that even though David was about to get good news, there was still so much uncertainty in her own life. David's news could wait. She went to the door and slid it open. "Carly," she said, "what are you doing here?" Carly shifted her weight, using a mittened hand to brush a piece of hair that was stuck to her lip gloss. "I wanted to talk about everything, if that's okay. Do your parents know you're here?" "Yes, I was just talking to them, and now I want to talk with you." Violet nodded, trying to keep her composure. "Of course. Come in, honey. Come in. It's freezing." She stepped aside, watching as Carly entered, and looked around like she'd never been there before, when in fact it was practically her second home. Carly slid off her boots and hung her coat over the back of a chair. Violet pointed to the table, gesturing for her to sit. "Are you hungry?" Violet asked, her voice filled with hope. She couldn't remember the last time it had just been the two of them. "I was just making breakfast. Eggs and Oh, you don't like bacon? I might have sausage." "No, I'm okay," Carly said. "If this is a bad time, I could come back." "No," Violet said quickly. The last thing she wanted was for Carly to leave. "It's fine. We can just... Reed's working out downstairs. He can do a few extra reps." She winked, trying to gauge whether the same easy camaraderie existed between them. Carly gave a tentative smile. "What's going on, Care Bear?" Violet continued. Carly's gaze dropped to the table, her fingers tracing invisible patterns on its surface. I have a lot on my mind. This whole thing, finding out you're my mum, it's been a lot." "I know, Car. I can't imagine how hard this has been for you. I never wanted to hurt you." She swallowed. "I wish things had been different." Carly nodded before meeting Violet's gaze. I don't understand why it had to be this way. Why did you give me up?" Violet took a deep breath, steadying herself. Here it was, her chance to lay everything bare. Just her and Carly. No one else interrupting, no one twisting the story. "It wasn't a decision I wanted to make, Carly. I was 16, a kid myself, really. I mean, can you imagine discovering you were pregnant right now? I was exactly your age. It was a shock, scary. I didn't feel ready, and my family..." She paused, feeling the familiar bitterness toward Lois rising in her chest. "My mum, your grandma, she convinced me it was for the best. She thought that Corinne could give you the stable, loving home that I couldn't at the time." Carly's eyebrows drew together, and Violet could see her grappling with the information. "But why didn't you try later, when you got older or when you got married? I mean, I don't want it to sound like I don't love my parents. It's just..." She let out a frustrated groan. "I'm trying to understand." "It's okay, sweetheart. There are no wrong questions here. And yes, I thought about it every day. I wanted to tell you the truth, to try and make things right. But by then, you were older, and you knew Corinne as your mum. I didn't want to disrupt your life or confuse you, and then Reed and I got married and... Well, I thought maybe it was too late, that maybe you were better off without the confusion of me coming in and changing everything. Until now..." Violet shrugged. "Yeah. Why?" It was the ultimate question. Why now? "I don't know," Violet said. "I think it just all got to be too much to keep inside." Carly's face eased, though she still looked troubled. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all of this," she said quietly. "It's like I don't even know who I am." Violet reached out, placing her hand gently on Carly's. "You're still you, Carly. You don't have to choose who you love. We all love you, and you can love all of us." That's what Mum said too. And she's right. But it feels like I have to pick one of you, like I'll be letting someone down either way, Carly said. Violet's heart ached. "I don't want you to feel that way." She wanted to reach out and pull Carly into a tight embrace and never let go. But Carly still seemed nervous, like she didn't know how to act around Violet, who'd been one of the closest people to her for her entire life. And so Violet held back. Carly looked up at Violet, her eyes searching. What was it? Like being a teenager and having me? Violet felt a lump form in her throat as all the memories came back in vivid colour. It was hard. I was so scared. But my pregnancy with you wasn't horrible. Well, except for keeping everything hidden. That part wasn't fun. I used to talk to you at night when I was in bed. You kicked and kicked. It's no wonder you're a good athlete. Carly listened in wonder, her openness giving Violet permission to continue. I remember the day you were born like it was yesterday. You were so tiny. I didn't even know babies could be that small. Did it hurt? Yes, but only temporarily. The pain fades, especially when something so great is on the other end. And the guy who... Scotty, right? Yes. What if I want to find him? Violet exhaled. That's your choice. You're right. Carly ran a hand through her hair and looked to the ceiling, frustration returning to her face. This is still so fucked up to think about, even after all this time. I know, Violet said, wringing her hands in her lap. And I'm sorry. A stretch of silence hung in the room. Finally, Carly spoke again. Mum and Dad said it's my decision now, how to move forward. Violet's heart leapt. She hadn't known the purpose of Carly's visit, but she certainly hadn't expected this. She'd all but convinced herself it would never happen. Corinne had made it perfectly clear Carly would not be living with Violet. End of story. Violet had resigned herself to this fact with only the smallest inkling of hope lingering. And now Carly was here, saying what she'd never thought was possible. Was Carly about to say what she'd hoped she would? That she wanted to come live with her and read? Violet's body tingled. She'd imagined this moment and always expected she'd react with waves of joy, tears of happiness. But instead she felt something else completely. Uncertainty, doubt. Now, with the possibilities staring her in the face, Violet was blindsided by something completely unexpected. Uncertainty. Did she really want Carly to leave the only home she'd ever known? Did she really want Carly to come live with them? The questions could not have been more shocking. After everything that had happened, after turning her family members' lives upside down, was this what Gwen had been warning her about? Violet's conflicted thoughts pulled her back and forth. She couldn't not follow through, could she? Carly looked at Violet, her eyes filled with curiosity. Would you want me to come live with you? She asked, like a kid who already knew the answer. She raised her hands like in a stick-up. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that's what I want, I'm just asking. Violet's breath caught in her throat. The question struck her like a lightning bolt, and she felt an overwhelming urge to shout, Yes, this
is all I've ever wanted. Every fibre of her being wanted to tell Carly that she belonged here, that she wanted nothing more than to be her mother in every way. So why couldn't she say it? Why did it feel wrong? She took a steadying breath, calming the emotions swirling inside her. I've imagined you living with me for a long time, me being your true mother, Violet said. But Corinne always said absolutely not. Well, now she says it's up to me, Carly said. She's right, Violet said, keeping her voice as even as she could. It's your choice, Carly. But whatever I choose is going to hurt someone. Violet couldn't hold back any longer. She reached out and placed a hand over Carly's. Listen, Care Bear, I love you and nothing could ever change that, okay? But you want me to come live with you? Only if that's what you want. I would love for you to be here with me, but I don't want you to feel pressured. You need to be where you feel safe and happy. And if that's with Corinne, then that's okay too. I'll support you no matter what. Carly squeezed Violet's hand in return, her eyes welling up. Thank you for saying that. It means a lot. She bit her lip, seeming to weigh something heavily. Violet couldn't imagine the torment going on in Carly's young mind. They sat in silence for another few minutes. The omelette undoubtedly burned on one side, but Violet didn't care. Outside, a cardinal flew past the window, its bright red a striking contrast to the snow on the trees. Tomorrow, it would be Christmas, and Violet couldn't shake the question of whether she'd be receiving the best gift ever or if she'd be the one giving it. Eventually, Carly rose from the table, her gaze flickering uncertainly. I should probably get going, she murmured. Thank you for listening, for being honest with me. Okay. Violet blinked, surprised, like she'd been waiting for an answer in that very moment. Of course, hun, any time. She followed Carly to the door, watching as she slipped back into her boots and coat. Without saying another word, Carly gave Violet one last, searching look before sliding open the door to the bitter, cold air and trudging down the steps. Violet watched her go, feeling as if her heart was being pulled in two different directions. She longed to know what Carly would decide, but for now, all she could do was wait.
Chapter 51. Corinne? Corinne paced the living room the entire time Carly was gone, the familiar creak of the floorboards beneath her feet, both comforting and nerve-wracking. She glanced toward the clock for what felt like the 100th time, its hands moving too slowly, each tick a reminder that she was waiting on a decision that could break her heart. Jonah sat on the couch, watching her with a quiet concern. His patience, his unflinching calm, qualities she had always leaned on, felt almost maddening now. If he went to the kitchen and ate a buckeye, she'd lose it. She wanted him to pace with her, to feel her restlessness, to share in her silent torment. "She'll choose us, Corinne," Jonah said softly, as though reading her thoughts. "We're the only parents she's ever known." Corinne stopped and crossed her arms tightly around herself, trying to ignore the binding ache in her chest. But what if she doesn't? What if she chooses Violet? The words felt like poison on her tongue, yet voicing them somehow made the dread real, as if saying it aloud solidified her worst fears. She went to the back window that overlooked the yard connecting their two homes. Lights were on in Violet's kitchen, and Corinne pictured Carly in there, deciding her future. Everyone's future. Jonah frowned, getting up and coming to stand beside her. He took her hand, interlacing his fingers with hers. They had been a pair before they were parents. All those years of trying for a baby, Corinne coming to terms that maybe it wouldn't happen for them. And then Carly had come along and everything changed. Corinne was still Jonah's wife, but now she was Carly's mom, and somehow that took precedence. She'd built her identity around motherhood, grounding herself in the love she and Carly shared. Without that, who was she? A single tear slipped down her cheek and she wiped it away quickly, as if it would somehow erase the vulnerability she felt. "If she leaves, I don't know who I'll be, Jonah. I don't know if I'll survive it." Jonah pulled her into his arms, his embrace warm and steady, and for a moment she let herself lean into him, let herself feel the strength of his love. But it wasn't the same. Jonah couldn't fill the gaping hole that threatened to open if Carly chose Violet. "Maybe I was selfish," she choked out. "Maybe I wanted her so badly that I convinced myself it was the right thing. I told myself that Violet wasn't ready, that she'd made her choice, but what if I just didn't want to see the truth? What if I'd been lying to myself all this time?" Jonah pulled back, looking at her with a quiet intensity. "There's no point living in the past. What happened, happened. But at what cost?" she asked. At what cost to Carly and to Violet and to all of us? He didn't have an answer to that. Instead, they stood together, staring out the window toward Violet's house, waiting. Moments later, Violet's back door slid open and Carly stepped out. Corinne gave a small gasp. "She's coming!" Her heart raced as she watched Carly cross the snow-covered lawn, coat wrapping her petite body. Carly's eyes were down, and Corinne couldn't read her face. What was it going to be? She and Jonah stepped back from the door as Carly came in, bringing in snow that Corinne ignored. She wanted to pounce on her daughter to make sure she was all right after her talk with Violet, to search for any signs of a decision. But she restrained herself, tucking her hands into her armpits. "Everything okay?" she asked. Carly nodded with a look of weariness no 16-year-old should carry. She took a deep gulp of air. "I know I said I needed time to think, but actually I think I know my decision." Corinne held her breath, feeling Jonah's hand steadying her shoulder. She searched Carly's face, trying to prepare herself for whatever would come next. "I thought about what it would mean to live with Violet," Carly began. "I do love her, and I'm so grateful to know the truth. But—" Corinne's breath hitched as she waited, heart knocking to be free. "But—" there was a but. "I realized something while I was talking to her." Carly's eyes misted over and she stepped forward, taking Corinne's hands in hers. "You're my parents, and this is my home." Tears spilled down Corinne's cheeks, her fingers interlacing with Carly's. She could barely find her voice, but she whispered, "Oh, Carly." "I can't imagine living anywhere else," Carly continued through shaking words. "Violet is my biological mom, and I do want her in my life, but my heart is here. With you guys, you're my family." Jonah let out a shaky breath beside her, his own eyes glistening with tears. He reached out, pulling Carly and Corinne into a tight embrace, wrapping his arms around them both. Corinne felt herself finally exhale, the months of tension, fear, and heartbreak dissolving in an overwhelming wave of relief. She held Carly close, breathing in the scent of her daughter, feeling the familiar warmth of their bodies pressed together. Carly's head used to fit against the softness of Corinne's belly, then it moved up to the dip of her collarbone, and now, nearly equal in height, their chins rested on each other's shoulders. "Thank you, sweetheart," Corinne whispered. "Thank you for trusting us, for letting us be your family. We love you so, so much." Jonah pressed his way into the embrace, and Carly wrapped her arms tightly around both of her parents. "I know, and I love you both, more than anything." She pulled back slightly, looking at each of them with a smile that was poignant, but filled with love. "I'm still trying to, process everything. But I know I don't want anything to change. I don't want to go anywhere." Corinne nodded, wiping a tear from her cheek as she brushed a strand of hair from Carly's face. They stayed like that for a long moment, the three of them holding on to each other, a family bound not by blood, but by love, shared history, and all the memories that made them who they were. Corinne felt a sense of peace, a certainty that no matter what happened with Violet, they would get through it together. It felt like the best Christmas present she'd ever received. Carly pulled back, her smile soft but sure. "Can we just go back to normal?" she asked, a hint of her usual humor returning. "It'd be nice to not have to think about anything else for a while." Jonah chuckled, nodding. "Absolutely." Corinne squeezed Carly's hand as she felt her heart start to mend. "Sounds perfect. I think we could all use a little normal right now." Chapter 52. Violet. 2 months later, Violet stood in the middle of the nursery, her hands resting on her belly like a shelf, feeling the baby's kicks in a comforting rhythm. The movements, which she'd barely felt at the beginning, now kept her in a near-constant state of discomfort. She got winded walking from one end of the house to the other and needed help tying her shoes. The big parka, which had taken her through most of the winter, now failed to zip. She was, as she herself joked, large and in charge. Braxton Hicks' contractions popped up sporadically. Any day now the baby could come. The nursery was coming to life with fresh coats of dove grey paint, a crib in the corner, and soft woodland-themed decorations ready to line the walls. She breathed in the faint scent of paint as Reed rolled the brush over the final patch of wall, glancing back at her with a warm smile. "You really shouldn't be in here, smelling these fumes," he said. She waved a hand. "A couple minutes won't hurt. Besides, I want to see everything coming together. I'll open a window." She waddled to the window and lifted it up, letting in a cold breeze. "Better? 5 minutes, then you're out of here?" he joked. Violet rolled her eyes but went along to appease him. She took in the space that would soon be their baby's room. She couldn't wait to lay out the fluffy white rug she and Gwen had found at a boutique last weekend. "It looks great," she said. Reed wiped his brow with the back of his hand. "Almost done. Nothing like waiting until the last minute." She laughed, and her belly jiggled. "Well, better late than never, and at least we're getting it done before this little one makes its grand entrance." The last 2 months had been such a whirlwind, it was no wonder they were still preparing things right up until D-Day. The Caldwell deal falling through felt very much like dodging a large bullet. Arbor Real Estate wouldn't be embroiled in something immoral, and Violet herself wouldn't be on the line for committing a crime. Since then, the family foundation had shifted, finding a new settlement. Between Lois making the decision to retire, Corinne stepping away to rethink her career altogether, and Violet taking over Arbor Real Estate, there'd been no shortage of long workdays and endless to-do lists. In short, it had been quite a crazy time. Even so, those months had brought a sense of peace Violet hadn't expected. After the turmoil, the secrets, and the family confrontations, there'd been something healing in focusing on a new beginning. Gwen had been right. Violet wouldn't be able to move forward until she came clean. Thankfully, Reed had been by her side through every high and low, rebuilding the foundation of trust that had wavered. Now, with each brush stroke and every shared smile, she felt the excitement growing between them again, a fresh start, unclouded by old wounds. Nothing could erase the past. They could only move forward, but it was a forward with an asterisk. Violet took a sip of ginger tea, her new go-to to help combat heartburn. If the old wives' tales were right, this baby would come out with a full head of hair. As Reed stepped back to admire his work, he looked over at Violet, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "So," he teased, "do I have to get permission for paternity leave if my boss is the one giving birth?" She laughed softly, shaking her head. "Very funny." Taking over the firm from her mother came with its own challenges, but it had also been incredibly liberating. The men, Jonah, Pierce, and Reed, had stuck around, so it wasn't like Violet was flying solo. It was a clean slate in a way, even if there were times she missed seeing Corinne around the office. The lunch dates, the collaboration, simply having feminine energy in the building. In the end, though, they'd both realized their personal lives needed some distance from their professional lives if they were ever going to have a chance at real reconciliation. It was strange, Violet thought, how much they had drifted apart, how something so deeply shared, something like motherhood, like family, could also drive such an impossible wedge between them. Things between the sisters weren't perfect, but with each passing week, the scars between them had started to heal. Violet's new position allowed her the independence and purpose she'd been searching for, while Corinne explored different avenues she truly enjoyed outside of the family business. It was the space they'd both needed, a chance to build something that was entirely their own. Reed reached over, touching the wedding band that hung on a chain around Violet's neck, her fingers too swollen to wear it. "I'm proud of you, you know," he said. "For everything, the company, the way you handled things with your family and—" He paused, his eyes softening. "And for this little one. I think we're officially ready." "You think?" she asked, tentatively. Even though she'd done this before, it was so long ago and under such different circumstances, in many ways this felt like her first time. She rubbed her belly. "Definitely." They stood there together, taking in the nursery, the life they were creating. With a playful grin, Reed nudged her toward the gliding chair in the corner. "Come on, I think you should test it out. Make sure we got the comfiest one." She laughed lightly, but there was still a small part of her that was nervous about motherhood this time around. What if it didn't come naturally? What if she couldn't separate her memories of Carly's birth from this one? These were the conversations that took up long coffee dates with Gwen, who, even without children of her own, still managed to soothe Violet's worries. Violet plopped down onto the soft cushion and put her feet up on the matching footstool. She let out an exhale of satisfaction with the release of pressure off her back. "Good," Reed said. "You have no idea." He sat cross-legged on the floor and rubbed one of her feet. Violet moaned, tilting her head back. Outside, wind whipped through the still bare trees. There were no leaves yet, but the sun was out, the sky bright, a reminder that soon they'd emerge from the long, grey winter. "What time will you be home later?" Reed asked, moving on to the next foot. She shrugged. "It's been a while since I went prom dress shopping, but something tells me girls these days are way more particular. It could be a marathon." "Well, take it easy, marathon lady. Don't forget you're about to have a baby." She smiled. "I know, but I wouldn't miss this for anything, especially since Carly invited me." With Corinne's approval, she thought, but didn't add. It didn't matter, she was simply happy to be included. Chapter 53. Corinne Carly emerged from the dressing room, her face alight with excitement as she twirled in a sparkly blue gown. The hem skimmed the floor, and a slit cut up to above her right knee. Corinne felt her breath hitch. She'd never seen her daughter in a formal dress, and the sight left her having to compose herself. Carly looked beautiful, of course, but it was more than that. She looked mature. A young woman, not the little kid Corinne had always known. As her heart swelled, she stole a glance at Violet, who stood a few feet away, her eyes just as bright and tender as she took in the sight. "So, what do you think?" Carly asked, spinning to face them, her cheeks flushed, smile stretching from ear to ear. She opened her arms and did another 360 on her tiptoes. "You look beautiful, sweetheart," Corinne said. "That color is perfect on you." "Aunt Violet?" Corinne felt a pang, a quiet ache of bitter-sweet joy. Carly had always valued Violet's opinion, the younger, cooler aunt. Things might have changed between them, but that hadn't. It was a pill Corinne had to swallow. She reminded herself that she mattered too, and that Carly was thriving in the balance, having two women to lean on. They were both mothering her, each bringing something different to the table. Corinne was still getting used to Violet's new role in Carly's life, an adjustment that felt like both a loss and a gift. It had taken her time, but after months of unsteady steps, she'd started to open herself to Violet's place. Violet had been careful too, stepping in with patience and respect, giving Carly space to process everything in her own time. Though Corinne had worried about what it meant for her bond with Carly, those worries were misplaced. They each brought something unique, something different, to Carly's life. Carly had come to need them both, each in her own way. It wasn't always easy, but it was their reality. Violet took a step forward. "I think it's stunning too," she said warmly. "But do you feel good in it? That's what matters most." Carly paused, glancing down at the glittering fabric before looking up at both of them, twinkle in her eyes. "I really do. I think it might be the one." "You sure?" Corinne said, approaching Carly and touching the delicate fabric of the dress. Carly broke into a mischievous grin. "Maybe. But I have to try a few more, just in case. You guys are here for the long haul, right?" Violet laughed, and Corinne found herself laughing too. They were, after all, only on dress number 6. It couldn't be that easy. As Carly disappeared into the dressing room with another gown draped over her arm, Corinne and Violet were left standing in the quiet, colourful space of the boutique. Nearby, other moms and daughters, friends and sisters partook in the same rite of passage. There was even a dad, whom Corinne observed quietly giving his opinion, then fanning his eyes when his daughter turned her back. Corinne thought of Jonah, the amazing father he'd been and continued to be, and of Reed, the man about to be a father for the first time. Carly's absence left a pocket of quiet in which the sisters' conversation quickly turned toward the newest, most unexpected thread woven into their family story, their 4th sibling. Violet interlaced her hands under her belly, lifting to relieve pressure. "Did David tell you he Zoomed with Alan?" "Yes," Corinne said with a smile. "How great is that?" "I know. He sounded so happy the last time we talked. He went on and on about how their mannerisms were the same. I feel like I practically know Alan now too." Corinne laughed. "David's very talkative. At first, I thought communicating with him would be awkward, but now we're actually getting sort of used to it. It's weird, but I found myself looking forward to hearing from him." "Same. He sent me photos of his kids too." Violet pulled out her phone, scrolling through her messages to find them. "They're adorable, actually. Look at this one." She showed Corinne a picture of David's 3 children, each grinning with their dad's same easy smile. There was something about the resemblance, the familiar lines of his face, that made Corinne's heart bloom every time she saw it. "He really does look like Pierce," Violet said with a touch of wonder, "especially in the eyes." Corinne nodded. "It's uncanny. When I first saw his photo, I almost dropped your phone." "I almost fainted." They both chuckled softly, and then Corinne's expression turned contemplative. "You know, Pierce has been quieter than I expected about the whole thing. No jokes, no sarcasm. I think he's still processing it." Violet sighed. "I think we all are. But it's good to have this time, you know, to get to know him a little online before actually meeting in person. Jill sounds wonderful too. 3 kids. Can you imagine? It's wild. We have these 3 new nieces and nephews. I already feel nervous to meet them, and we still have months until their visit." Corinne smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear. "It's like the family just grew overnight. We've gone so many years without him, and now we're here, planning to meet this summer, as if we've always known each other. It's surreal, but—" She paused, glancing down as she searched for the right words. "I feel this strange sense of—" "Of what?" "I don't know. It's weird." "Know what?" "Relief, like he was always meant to be part of us." "Me too," Violet agreed. "And knowing he wants to meet us, that he's willing to come out here with his family. It's like finally having a missing piece fall into place, as cheesy as that sounds." They both grew quiet. Not much had made sense in their pasts, but in a way, it was exactly where they were.
Meant to be. Corinne took a deep breath. I do wonder, though, how it's going to go with Mom. Lois, the person they were both drawn to and repelled from, the woman they loved and hated in equal measure. So difficult was their relationship to explain and understand. Even Corinne herself couldn't quite articulate it. Her mother had been a constant figure in her life until recently, and Corinne was still navigating these new boundaries, like not including her in prom dress shopping. Mum hasn't exactly been welcoming about the whole David thing, Corinne continued. Yeah, I mean, it's complicated to say the least. She'll try to micromanage this visit somehow. We both know that, Corinne said, shaking her head. But I think David's ready for that too. I filled him in on our unorthodox family dynamics. Violet gave a small, knowing nod. Maybe it's a good thing he's not coming until summer. Gives us all time to get on steady ground first. Besides, she added, meeting Corinne's gaze with a hint of a smile, I think we're doing just fine on our own. I can't believe how much lighter I feel, not having her pulling every string. Lighter? Corinne said with a wink, and looked to Violet's belly. Violet rolled her eyes, figuratively. Corinne laughed softly, then grew more serious. You know, she started, suddenly on the cusp of a conversation they'd never broached. Carly's decision. It was right, Violet cut her off before she could finish. She made the right choice. Corinne looked at her, her expression somber. I can't imagine how hard that must have been for you, she said quietly. I mean, I can, but I know it's not the same. She hesitated, and then added, and I know I'm a big part of why it's like this. I never meant to take Carly from you. I know that's how it looks. And maybe that's even what I did. When Mum suggested, I believed her. I thought I was helping. Mum? Violet echoed, a bitter edge to her voice. Everything always comes back to her, doesn't it? I mean, let's not leave Dad off the hook either. He was just as complicit, but she pulls the strings. And we dance, even when it's breaking us apart. Corinne nodded, her expression weary. She's always called the shots. I know what you mean, Corinne murmured. For so long I didn't even realize how much her influence was weighing me down. But now, I don't know, it's like I can breathe. Must be nice, Violet said with a coy smile. Ooh, sorry, Corinne said, smacking her forehead. Any day, right? Then you'll be able to breathe again too. Yes. Then she sucked in a quick breath of air when the baby gave a swift kick near her popped belly button. Violet pressed the spot. I swear this kid's going to be a tap dancer or something. Another stretch of silence
passed between them. So, where do we go from here? Corinne said finally. I think we're always going to be different now, Violet said quietly. There's just too much that's happened. Too many scars. Corinne nodded, accepting the reality of it. I know, and I can live with that if it means we can still find some kind of peace, maybe. Violet managed a small, sad smile. I hope so. For whatever it's worth, I love you, Violet. And I know you love Carly. I do. Corinne's eyes travelled to Violet's belly. Can I? She asked carefully, extending a hand. Violet nodded, and Corinne placed her hand on the spot where Violet's was. She held it there for a second before another kick came, making her face light up. Oh, wow! It's quite amazing, really, Violet agreed. They shared a quiet smile. Just then, Carly re-emerged from the dressing room in a gown that was all wrong. Lime green satin that showed every wrinkle. Without even waiting for their cue, Corinne and Violet both scrunched their noses and gave their heads a shake. I didn't think so. Carly laughed and disappeared behind the curtain again. After a few more rounds of dresses, some too extravagant, others that didn't quite match Carly's taste. She returned to the blue gown, her eyes bright with certainty. She held up the hem, turning to face both of them with a playful smile. "So, final verdict?" Corinne felt tears prick at her eyes, memories of every childhood milestone flashing before her. It was hard to let go, to share this space in Carly's life, but she realized that Violet being here didn't diminish her own role. If anything, it only added depth, giving Carly a support system, unlike anything Corinne had known growing up. "I think you're going to be the most beautiful girl at prom," Corinne said, her voice thick with emotion. "Oh my God, Mum, stop! It's not like it's a wedding dress." Corinne didn't care. She reached out, pulling Carly into a hug. "Okay, Mom, seriously," Carly said. But Corinne didn't let go, and soon enough she felt Carly lean in. "Agreed. Beautiful," Violet said softly, staying back and letting Corinne have the moment. Without anyone seeing, Corinne brushed away a tear. Chapter 54, Violet. It was just past midnight when Violet jolted awake, a deep, insistent pressure rolling through her abdomen. At first, she thought it might be more Braxton Hicks, but this one stayed, growing stronger until a second wave hit, unmistakable and urgent. She rocked herself up and out of bed, stopping halfway to the bathroom, when another contraction came. After emptying her bowels of everything possible, she waddled from their master suite, trying not to stir her husband. If this wasn't the real deal, and she couldn't be sure since Carly had been a scheduled induction, there was no sense in waking Reed. Violet had heard countless stories of pregnant women rushing to the hospital only to be turned away with a false alarm. She did not want that to be her. What a hassle. And a disappointment. No way. She'd wait it out a while. She could do this. She couldn't do this. After 3 hours of pacing the house and bending over furniture to sway with increasingly intense contractions, Violet returned to the bedroom. "Reed," she whispered, shaking his shoulder. He stirred, still half asleep, but as soon as he saw the look in her eyes, he bolted upright. "Is it time?" "I think it's happening." Violet winced, clutching her stomach as the contraction tightened. Reed was already moving, grabbing her bag and throwing a hoodie over his t-shirt. "Should we bring the—" "I don't care what you bring, just get me to the hospital," Violet snapped. Reed's hands moved lightning fast and clumsy, like Steve Martin in Father of the Bride. "You're right. Sorry, babe, but let's go." Violet didn't know what else he tossed into his own duffel. She'd normally have been the one to remind him not to forget his toothbrush. But right now, she could only think of breathing from one contraction to the next. In the kitchen, Reed grabbed his car keys with jittery energy. He kissed her head as he led her down the steps and into the car, repeating things like, "I've got you," and "You're doing great," and "Hang in there." Reed sped toward the hospital in the dark, and Violet found herself gazing out the window. Stars dotted the night sky like the speckled planetarium dome from elementary school. She lost herself in the constellations until the contraction started again, and she pinched her eyes closed. In those seconds, the ones where she could only see the blackness of her eyelids, Violet was swathed in memories of the first time she gave birth, as if the contractions pulled them up from some deep part of her. She remembered the frenzy of that hospital room, the feel of her mother's hand squeezing hers as the nurses prepared her. The promise Lois had made. This is the best way. It's better for everyone. Violet swallowed hard against the wave of pain. And something else, a sorrow that she hadn't been prepared for. With things on the mend with Carly and Corinne, she thought she'd be able to separate that first time from the present. Instead, she felt as if she were reliving that day, the labor, the delivery, and the handoff. Violet forced her eyes open, turned her head to see Reed. This is not the same, she told herself. Your husband is here. Everything is going to be okay. This baby is yours. Over and over she repeated it, like a mantra she needed to sink into her mind in order for it to be real. By the time they reached the hospital, the contractions had picked up in intensity and the staff moved quickly, settling Violet into a room and paging Dr. Gold. Reed stayed by her side, his hand tightly clasped in hers as each surge of labor bore down on her. Within minutes, Dr. Gold was there. "How are we doing here, Violet?" she asked, peering at her vitals. Violet gritted her teeth. "Ready to get this baby out." "Let's check you." Violet tilted her head back to stare at the ceiling. This part wasn't fun, but she reminded herself things were only going to get worse before they got better. That was the thing about second pregnancies. You no longer could lean on the ignorance is bliss adage. Reed squeezed her hand, murmuring comforting words, his other hand brushing her hair back from her forehead. "You're a solid 6, Dr. Gold said with an encouraging tone. 6, she panted. "That's all." "It's a good place to be. You'd said you planned for an epidural. Is that still something you want?" Violet met her eyes and answered without hesitation. "Yes." With the catheter in her back, Violet was able to get a small respite while her body worked. Once she reached the final stages of labor, everything passed in a blur of contractions, breathing and whispers from Reed, telling her how strong she was, how close they were to meeting their baby. Violet did her best to stay present, to not travel back to that time 16 years ago, but it was hard not to let the visions fill her mind. She'd been so detached the first time around, and now she wanted to stay fully in the moment. She reached for the mantra again, reminding herself she was surrounded by Reed's love, by hope, by the knowledge that this child would be hers to keep. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Dr. Gold returned, her voice breaking through the haze. "All right, Violet, we're almost there. Let's have a baby." Violet gripped Reed's hand tighter. For the next 30 minutes, she pushed. "You're doing incredible," Reed said, taking short glances at his child, making its way into the world. Each time Violet saw the amazement in his eyes, she was filled with another rise of determination. She must be close. She couldn't give up. "One more push," Dr. Gold said. "You can do this, Violet." With one final push, a sharp, searing pain gave way to relief, and then the cry of a baby filled the room. A torrent of emotion poured over her as Dr. Gold lifted the tiny, wriggling baby up onto her chest. "It's a boy!" Reed cried. "A boy!" Violet could hardly see through the thick curtain of tears, could hardly believe that he was real, that he was hers. She brushed her fingertips over his tiny face as the nurses wiped him and slipped a blue-striped hat onto his misshapen head. "I'm a dad," Reed said, leaning down. He pressed a kiss to his wife's forehead. "He's perfect." "He is," she managed, her pulse still coming down. Violet cradled her newborn son, feeling his soft breaths against her chest, his tiny body warm and steady in her arms. She studied his delicate features, the little nose, the faintest shadow of eyelashes resting on his cheeks, and let herself sink into the overwhelming awe of him. And then she laid her head back on the pillow, staring up at the ceiling, as a calm washed over her, settling deeper than anything she'd ever felt before. The room was still a bustle with nurses and Dr. Gold tending to her, but Violet was lost in her own world, lost in the fierce, protective love that had bloomed in her heart from the moment she'd heard her baby's first cry. It felt vaguely familiar, different, and yet the same. In the stillness, memories of Carly surfaced, not soreness, but something that felt more like tenderness. She remembered Carly as a newborn. Back then, Violet's heart had already been shattered, unable to fathom what her future would look like, knowing that Carly wouldn't be hers to raise. She had spent years trying to make sense of it. But now, holding her son, she felt a sense of closure she hadn't expected. It was a quiet kind of healing, one that came not from forgetting or moving on, but from understanding that love and motherhood could take so many different shapes. She hadn't raised Carly, but she had always loved her. And though Carly's choice had been to stay with Corinne, Violet knew that her love would remain a part of Carly's life, woven into the young woman she had become. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She had carried both loss and love, and they had each shaped her, guided her to this moment, to the baby she held in her arms. She returned her gaze to his face and was shocked to see him staring right at her, wide-eyed and alert. "Hey, little one," she whispered, her voice filled with all the things she couldn't put into words. "You're here, and I'm here, and I'm so thankful for you." Reed placed a soft hand on the baby's little head. His eyes filled with the same awe that filled her. Together they watched their son, silently taking in the moment, letting the promise of their family's future fill the room. The end.